entire globe is now The entire globe is now undergoing massive transformations. There are new trends and new circumstances. This gives rise to new technologies that change us and our life, profession, work, culture, education, science, sports, and entertainment. Technology emerges as the essential factor for success in terms of adaptability and sustainability. Artificial intelligence, Web 3.0, and blockchain, data-driven government become indispensable tools in the development of countries. Technological advancements and digitalization serve as more than just a lifeline in times of disaster, but they also become key points of economic growth. They also help protect the environment of our planet. Kazakhstan is increasing the pace of digital transformation. Development of the economy and improvement of the quality of life of the population through the use of digital technologies is the highest priority of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Today, Kazakhstan is leading in several indicators: digitalization of the state, services, process re-engineering, smart city, banking services, and infrastructure. Kazakhstan actively develops the space industry and plans to become one of the leading space powers by 2029. The Republic pays special attention to the development of startups and IT business. Astana Hub is a rising star in the international IT ecosystem. Today, more than 900 IT companies are operating, with revenue growing exponentially. Astana Hub has created a modern environment for innovation development, attracting talent from all over the world. But it's time to go to the next level, and we can do this only together. We are creating a new force in the global technology arena by connecting markets from the Bosphorus to the vast steppes with more than 400 million people. The goal is to improve the welfare of the globe. Central Eurasia will become a new region of economic prosperity through digitalization, science, and innovation. That is why we are here today at the Digital Bridge 2022 Forum with the idea of Central Eurasia as a new tech platform which connects Europe and Asia, where leading experts from large technology companies, startups, investors and entrepreneurs, technocrats and top managers have gathered to integrate and cooperate.
Дамы и господа, мы приветствуем вас на международном форуме Digital Bridge 2022. В 2022 году мир...
In the year 2022, the world faces a lot of global changes, and new conditions require new approaches. And our digital bridge establishes bridge between Europe and Asia. This year, our forum is Central Eurasia as a new tech platform. It's for business, and we have here technoparks from Turk states, from Central Asian states. I am Aidar Gazenova, and I'll be the moderator. Along 2 days in 5 thematical forums, the best experts in digital technologies, innovations, and business share their knowledge and experience. All these hosts were called symbolically in the name of the countries: Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Kyrgyzstan. Let me highlight that the sponsor is Kaspi KZ. The first panel session, digital transformation.
Investments into human resources, and I invite Azidullah Kesmetov to start the session. Good morning, distinguished participants, and because of the time which is limited,
Manager of TCO, Keith Campbell.
Salamat Sitsva, Strasvice, and hello. My name is Keith Campbell. I'm the digital manager at Tengiz Chevrolet. And before I get started, I really just wanted to thank the Digital Bridge planning team for hosting such a great event. This is our second year having the opportunity to sponsor and also speak a little bit about our digital transformation journey. You know, we're extremely grateful to be here and share our story. We really want to emphasize that most people think about digital transformation and they immediately jump to technology. Well, it's our experience on our transformation journey that the people and the business problems are probably more important than the technology itself. And so we'll have our distinguished speakers come up and share about our journey, which is business-led. And so I'll be the only IT professional speaking today. We'll have our business representatives that are leading different aspects of the value chain and transforming the way we do work. So whether you're in reservoir management, you know, finding and developing oil and gas, or you're in health, safety, and environment organization, ensuring safe operations, or plant operations where we're using digital twin technology to drive efficiency and grow production, which benefits the country and obviously drives our business. So with that said, I'll introduce the face of our digital transformation, which is our digital champion at Tengiz Chevrolet. And so I'd like to call up Murat Kwatov to the stage. Thank you.
Можно, да, нашу заставку?
good morning, distinguished participants of this forum, partners and colleagues. Welcome to this discussion. Now speaks in Russian. Investments, investing people, business and technology. And I'm Marat Kuat. I'm the champion on digitalization, and today we will talk about the TSO's way in digital transformation, about what accomplishments we did in that area, accomplishments we made in that area. As for the history of digitalization, it started even before it became a main trend in the oil and gas sector, and our company is the major operator in the western part of the country, Tengiz and Karalov. That's where we operate, and we are very high reservoir pressure, and we've been using the latest technologies all the time. And starting from 2019, we started to work with digitalization and export directions and oil collection systems and introduction of comprehensive IT systems. Until 2019, we carried out some works on getting our data to the cloud, and we now have data which became the platform for further digitalizations, and we had also pockets of excellences. Those were several successes in introduction of digital approaches in certain departments and intellectual safety of the vehicles and drivers and using drones and VR goggles for the expansion projects. But those were pockets of excellence. And then 2019 was the year when the digital transformation in our company turned into a well-thought-out program. We have developed a special approach which actually made a solid foundation for further digital model of our company. And then as to how to, and the questions was about how to select technologies, how to prioritize solutions, and then how to project the success of one or another initiatives and how to introduce those digital initiatives and the implementation of digital programs. And then the answers were to be found then in our model for all those questions. And then in the first place for transformation, we determined our value chain, and you can see it in the upper part of this slide, and that's basically all key business processes of our company over which our company works, and it starts from the entrails, from the collector, and these are geologists and engineers on production and modeling engineers, and then further you have wells and production assets, and then maintenance and reliability, overhaul and optimization of production, and then marketing and transportation is the final parts of that chain. And that's basically the whole business process over which our company works. And those 7 categories determine the processes in our company. And then in the framework of those categories, we have determined ourselves high impact metrics, and in terms of what we want to reach in each of these 7 categories. And each category of value then determines our digital priority. Whenever a new technology pops up and when we are approached with pilot programs and new solutions, we can then assess to which extent that new technology can have an impact on our categories and values. And that means that it is business, it is production that are to be the drivers of the digitalization. And we are not doing digitalization just for the mere sake of digitalization, just to have them. Any technology is to be first evaluated and assessed how it's going to have an impact on our process, on our production, and on our business. And in this presentation, we will be able to demonstrate several examples of digitalization. Me and my colleagues will be glad to do this today for you. And then 2021, this is those, as you know, those are pandemic years, and then the digital technologies helped us very well to cope with that situation, and the management of accidents. So that kind of apps show that, and this helped us with mobilization and demobilization, and to monitor the condition of our members of staff, and then also to exercise contacts. And then we also introduced a system for projecting the operation, and then productive analytics are used for the heat exchangers. And then for 22, we are focused on integration of our value chain. And this year we are to continue yet to focus on the technologies, on the digital products that would be creating the highest value for our processes. And my role as a champion on digitalization is in making sure that we hear the voice of the business, and then to make sure that all that is introduced in the production. And this slide tells you some examples that we made in terms of introduction of digital approaches. And I will not be dwelling on this slide, and I will let my colleagues to tell you more about them. And over here, I would like to emphasize that this year we have finished an overhaul of the line 5 of the KTL plants, and all that was made with attraction of digital technologies. So whenever we were making that overhaul, and then we laid a foundation for successful and efficient implementation of that overhaul. And then over here you can see some results following the initiatives we made in that area. And the focus is on the result. We are result-oriented. Any digital technology and initiative should bring about some results, and we should be able to qualitatively and quantitatively assess that to which extent that technology had an impact, to which degree it had an impact to our production. And there are lots of information. I'm not going to dwell on them. And then we were able to install a private network LTE, and we were able to increase considerably mobility of our members of staff. And then we are getting rid at maximum with the paperwork these days. This slide tells you about our concept of our future projects and implementation of the project on PBR, which is the expansion program, and it's now to be carried out with active involvement of digital solutions, and then digital analytics are used for completing this project. And the future of transformation is the future of TCO. And then we want to take into account safety and uninterrupted production and optimization of that, and optimization of the plans, and achieving accomplishments that were planned, and then 1 billion equivalent, and to reach the equivalent of 1 billion barrel a day. And also we're thinking about decreasing our carbon impact, and the digital products and technologies to help us with that. And the digital technologies are going to be a solid foundation and catalyzer of our digital work, without which it won't be possible to efficiently achieve our goals. And then this is my final slide before I will give the floor to my colleagues. And this is about the human resource and the human or member of staff. We value them, and we wanted to develop their skills, and we want to develop them. And we carry out domestic or internal hackathons, and so that they were able to suit what they learn in practice. And then we want to monitor how successfully they are used. And then we have our internal students, and then annually 2 persons go to RISE and MIT to master professions in the area of data science. And we are today in the process of selecting new students for coming years, and we are also in cooperation with external students, and we are in active contact with different universities. And this year we held our first external hackathon, and it's very important for us also to locate some external resources. And my colleague will be able to tell you more about that hackathon that we held in June this year. This is very briefly about our effort in the area of digital transformation. So we actually made a lot, but still a lot to do, and all that is to be done for the good of our country. And Gulden Kumarova is going to take the floor, who is responsible for the matters related with HSE.
Здравствуйте, доброе утро. В современном, быстро развивающемся мире технологий Тенгизшевройл, лидер казахстанской нефтегазовой отрасли, применяет цифровые решения для повышения безопасности, производительности и создания пользы Республике Казахстан, нашим акционерам, партнерам и работникам. Хотелось бы в первую очередь, конечно, поблагодарить за предоставленную возможность выступить сегодня перед вами с презентацией о том, как мы в компании Тенгизшевройл стремимся в цифровое будущее безопасности, охраны труда и охраны окружающей среды. Здоровье и безопасность наших сотрудников, производственная безопасность и охрана окружающей среды имеют для нас первостепенное значение. Для дальнейшего улучшения безопасности на нашем производстве успешно внедрены и применяются ряд цифровых технологий. Вот несколько примеров на экране технологий, которые уже доказали свою эффективность, и мы можем наблюдать качественные улучшения в сфере их применения. Универсальная программа построения отчетов. Это интегрированная система для сбора и обработки данных по всем источникам эмиссии, что помогает оптимизировать процесс ведения экологической отчетности. Приложение для управления отходами обеспечивает эффективное отслеживание и управление данными по отходам, что также способствует оптимизации процесса ведения отчетности по экологии. Система электронных нарядов допусков. Это цифровое решение, позволяющее сохранить надлежащий уровень контроля за работами с минимальной затратой времени на оформление разрешения на проведение работ. И сегодня я хочу с вами более подробно поделиться о нашем опыте внедрения этой инновационной технологии в добывающей отрасли, как электронная система наряда допусков. Чтобы вы могли понимать масштабы нашей производственной деятельности, лицензированная территория, площадь месторождения свыше 1500 квадратных километров, куда входят два месторождения, которых Марат упоминал, Тенгиз и Королевское. У нас есть 6 основных заводов, а также, это включая проект будущего расширения, а также большое количество вспомогательных объектов, таких как резервуарный парк, нефтеналивные эстакады, складское хозяйство, жилые объекты, газотурбинные электростанции и так далее, что в свою очередь включает в себя более 57 тысяч работников, человек, работающих на месторождении, и вовлечение более чем 300 подрядных организаций. Система электронных нарядных допусков позволяет следовать установленному процессу согласно законодательству Республики Казахстан и требованиям компании. Были определены ключевые роли и рабочие процессы для повышения производственной эффективности. В систему электронных нарядных допусков можно заходить с мобильных устройств, подключенных к сети интернет, и утверждать наряды непосредственно на рабочем участке, сразу же после проведения проверки на готовность и безопасность рабочего участка. Для удобства пользователя на объектах были установлены специальные терминалы или киоски, как мы их называем, где можно оформить наряд допуск электронно. Система позволяет лучше контролировать текущие и запланированные работы на объектах в режиме реального времени с помощью онлайн-карт, которые показывают проводимые и запланированные работы. Аналитическая часть системы дает возможность создавать информационные панели и отчеты по нарядно-допускной системе, а также при необходимости можно выгружать отчеты по статусам и другим параметрам. Система электронных нарядных допусков – это не просто очередная цифровая инициатива, пришедшая с текущими веяниями. Это цифровое решение, помогающее повышению эффективности нашей производственной деятельности и выводу его на новый уровень. При этом электронная нарядная система позволяет сократить время, необходимое на оформление разрешения, с 2 часов до 15 минут. Сравнение взято с оформлением наряда допусков на бумажном носителе, со старой системы. На данный момент мы находимся на этапе внедрения электронной нарядно-допускной системы. Данная новая система уже была внедрена на 19 участках на наших объектах. Уже установлены 41 терминал или киоск для оформления нарядно-допускной системы. Также наряды можно открывать и распечатывать на 3 языках. У нас уже более 6 тысяч людей обучены новой электронной нарядной системе и имеют доступ в систему. С начала запуска и по сегодняшний день уже было открыто более 25 тысяч электронных нарядов. На каждом этапе внедрения мы взаимодействуем с пользователями и разработчиками, чтобы улучшать нашу систему. И вот некоторые комментарии, отзывы от наших пользователей. Многие положительно оценивают то, что они могут теперь больше уделять время непосредственному безопасному выполнению работ, нежели чем тратить это время на бумажное оформление документов. А также данная система позволяет сфокусировать внимание на проверке наличия и эффективности средств защиты на рабочем участке и упрощает доступ к данным и аналитике. Мы пытаемся оставаться организацией, которая слышит пользователей системы, создает, приобретает, сохраняет, приумножает и передает знания. Такая организация способна успешно меняться и адаптироваться к новым условиям внешней и внутренней среды. Мы не останавливаемся на достигнутом в ТШО. Мы продолжаем разрабатывать и внедрять инновационные технологии в сфере безопасности, охраны труда и экологии для открытия новых возможностей. На уровне ТШО в данный момент ведутся ряд проектов, таких как разработка мобильных приложений, веб-порталов для повышения эффективности службы администрирования охраны труда и охраны окружающей среды. И надеюсь, мы сможем поделиться успехами данных инициатив в будущем, в последующих похожих мероприятиях с вами. В ТШО мы инвестируем в будущее, создаем новую ценность для Республики Казахстан и наших акционеров. Спасибо за внимание. А теперь хочу передать слово своему коллеге Мэтью Майер, советнику производства. Спасибо.
Thank you, Golden, and good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Meyer. I'm the Base Business Operations Advisor, and before I jump into my presentation, I want to share a short video that highlights how everything we're doing to digitize our existing brownfield facilities. And in this specific video, it shows how we leverage digital tools to enable the safe and efficient execution of our KTL turnaround. And for those that don't know what a turnaround is, it's when you take down the facility to do work to ensure the facility can have a long run time to operate safely and efficiently. So I'll start the video now.
TCO, as an organization, is evolving and improving its business capabilities by leveraging digital transformation. This year, the focus was to deploy a digital suite of tools and technology to support successful execution of turnaround at KTL. With 35 days stream-to-stream duration, this turnaround event involved 3,900 manpower in peak. In turnaround processes, traditional methods of transferring information often cause delays as one group may be waiting for another to provide vital updates. Manual work with paper forms takes time and increases incidence of incorrect data entries. Time is critical during turnarounds since downtime causes loss of revenue for the company. Realizing how wireless broadband communication in combination with mobility can benefit our business, Tengiz Chevroil deployed mobile devices via LTE to enable real-time maintenance and minimize costly downtime during turnarounds.
Kayılatan, Dobro Utra, good morning. So I'm here to talk to you today about what we've been able to do with personal electronic devices at our KTL 2022 turnaround. We're very excited about the improvements that we've been able to do in our safety, permit to work, and quality control. This is really important to TCO because it's advancing our strategic initiatives and our vision of being the company for partner of choice for performance and partnership. What we're trying to do is we're trying to significantly improve our execution efficiency by improving our communications. We do this using the personal electronic devices because it reduces the cycle time and speeds up the ability of one group to know what the next group is doing. We've been very successful at this turnaround in improving the use through our e-permit to work, our e-PSSR, and other activities here at the turnaround that you're going to hear about through this video.
As part of the TCO One Connectivity Initiative, the private LTE service deployed across Tengiz and Kurla fields, as well as KTL and SGP plants. Earlier this year, project was focused on KTL LTE to ensure on-time service readiness for KTL turnaround event in August and September 2022. By deploying the key enablers like private LTE service, connected devices, and efficient mobile workflows that support improvements in processes and great level of digitalization, TCO strives towards better turnarounds. For the 2022 turnaround, the project team completed construction of 6 planned out of 10 LTE sites at KTL plant that enabled variety of mobile devices for work across the plant's locations. That includes mobile offices, computers, smartphones, and specialized ATEX certified equipment for even greater connectivity. As TCO continues the modernization journey with the deployment of IoT and a greater number of personal connected devices, our private LTE will remain pivotal to profitable and sustainable operations for years ahead.
Biz быйылдан бастап рұқсаттамаларды осы әдейі электронды түрде шығаратын болдық. Ол үшін біздер осындай терминал қолданамыз және планшет қолданамыз. Быйылдан бастап жұмысымыз бірталай жеңілдеді, уақытты көп алмайды және ыңғайлы. Бұл планшетпен жұмыстың басында жүріп те наряд толтыруға болады. Көптеген жұмыстар істеуге болады, белгілеуге болады, отчет беруге болады. Пайдасы өте көп.
Электрондық рұқсат қағазын бұл күрделі жөндеуде алғаш рет пайдаланған болатынбыз. Бұл жаңа жүйе болғандықтан әрине басында кішкене қиыншылықтар туындаған болатын. Дегенмен техникалық қызмет көрсету бөлімі мен өндіріс бөлімі бірге тығыз байланыса отырып, осы қиындықтарды жеңе білген болатын. Және жаңа жүйеде теріс нәтижелерге қараған кезде оң нәтижелер басымырақ болған болатын. Бұл біздің жұмысымызды оңтайландырды. Алдағы уақытта жұмыс жасай келе негізгі ағымда жұмыстарды оңтайландырады деген үміттемін.
This year, TCO built a first-of-its-kind dashboard that coordinates 4 separate data sources: approved headcount from each service order, daily optimized headcount from Primavera, and daily badging data. This information, combined with daily timesheets, allows us to boost personnel safety of those who are inside the facility and support our coordinators with resources needed to complete work efficiently.
Как вы знаете, ТШО внедряет новые технологии, в частности, отдел капремонта. Мы успешно используем платформу TI Pro уже 2-й год. TI Pro дала нам возможность сэкономить время для тщательного анализа и предоставления точных данных для руководства. Резюмируя вышесказанное, мы являемся свидетелями, как с каждым годом качество и отслеживание прогрессов становится лучше и лучше.
TCO has the strategic vision of being the most admired oil and gas organization for its people, partnership, and performance. Maintenance is supporting this vision by transforming itself by creating end-to-end digital work streams to improve efficiency, reduce obstacles, and make our workflows faster and capturing near real-time information from the field. So this is how we're helping TCO to drive leading performance in Kazakhstan and the world.
So I just first want to say I love that video because that's digital at work. That's our people in the field at the plant leveraging digital tools for us to execute a turnaround that we just finished about a month ago. So that's live. That just happened, and it's great to see because that's the whole goal around a lot of our work. So a good transition into my presentation here on digital twin because we saw some very tangible examples there. So to just start, digital twin, it says, what is digital twin? Whenever I started with this work about a year ago, I was asking the same question. It's a common word in the industry that's being used a lot. Everyone has a different definition. I think I saw out in the expo, there was an actual human robot that was called a digital twin. Well, ours is a little bit different, but the way that we've distilled down digital twin, the definition, it came down to, we call it a virtual representation of an asset or a system that helps depict the performance in a reality. So the second part of the definition there that talks about value being derived from data-driven decisions or data-driven business decisions and workflows. I think I want to focus there because to build out a strong digital twin, first, your data has to be right. You have to have common data requirements across all your processes. You have to have unified business processes that help drive value. You need to be able to find that data and contextualize it and then bring it up to the surface for the user to use it. And then when you bring it to the surface as a tool, it has to be focused around business value or business decisions and value. And that's where we try to break down here a lot of the areas in our business where we focus our digital twin on. It can be in the design of our facilities. You can see there on the left. It can be in the operation of our facilities there in the middle, whether it's planning or controlling our facilities or monitoring. And that's a little bit of where our digital twin is focused on now. And then it could be on the maintenance, around our optimizing our maintenance program and our reliability. So I'll jump to the next slide. So for our specific digital twin, where we wanted to focus our use case and our business value was around production optimization. That's where we felt that we could have the business or the biggest business impact, because with the amount that we put through our facilities, 0.1, 0.2% improvement is a significant impact. So the focus here was we wanted to do full plant optimization. So our process engineers use simulation models to simulate the facility's performance, and we wanted to integrate those and look at the entire facility and optimize from that standpoint. And I'll talk about that a little bit in a second, but the type of business value that we've seen from it, maximizing our LPG, we were able to increase our LPG to our crude oil production ratio by 18%, which is a very significant increase in revenue. And then also around our environmental impacts. So in our gas processing unit, we're able to reduce our ethane flaring by 82%, leveraging our tool. So we've been seeing benefits already. So there's a lot on the slide, and it's kind of hard to distill down how we came to our solution here. But I guess I'll start there in that middle layer, that light blue, where it says simulation and modeling on the right side. And this is really kind of the core and the heart of our digital twin. Our existing tools, if you see there at the bottom, it says virtual plant. That's something that it's a tool that we had developed that it takes real-time field data, it incorporates it into our process simulation models, and it allows us to more quickly derive insights and optimize our facilities. And it's a great tool, but it's done at the individual unit level. So you saw in the video, our facilities are huge. We've got multiple units that are all paired together, multiple trains. It's not as efficient for our process engineers to optimize in this unit, and then it goes on to the next one, and they have to take those results, pass them on into next. So what we wanted to do was integrate these tools. Basically, the inputs and the outputs from these individual unit models. We have an integration layer, and there's a software that we use for that basically connects the inputs and outputs so that instead of optimizing at the individual unit, we're slowly building out optimizing for the entire plant, because we can change a parameter here and see what it does in 4 trains away in a whole different unit. So we can improve our optimization view. On top of that, we're also trying to enable our process engineers to be able to run what-if scenarios. So similar to what I said, modify this variable, see what happens in the entire plant. And then, of course, the tool that's being used, visualizing, it's currently a 2D representation, which isn't as common. Some digital twins use 3D, but we're looking at 2D now, focus on production. But really trying to build out, allowing our process engineers to do surveillance and monitoring, and also make it a very user-friendly tool. And then lastly, at the bottom there is data sources. We're trying to also, on top of optimizing our facilities, bring to the surface lots of different important data sources that are very useful whenever you're doing these studies. Because data, we have loads of data, but getting it access into the fingertips of our users is always a challenge. So we're integrating loads of data that's very useful for our process engineers. You can see some of them called on the bottom right. And then lastly, so that's our current digital twin. We're still looking at future use cases. Some of them we're looking at is 3D, three-dimensional asset visualization. That would really enable our turnarounds if we could visualize our plant and do our planning that way versus having to send people into the plant and so forth. And also monitoring our equipment conditions so we can prevent failures and keep our facilities running safely and reliably. And then lastly, looking at emissions. We're really trying to drive down our emissions and our environmental footprint. So that's another use case we're looking at. But all of it will be centered around driving business value and improving the experience for our end users. So, and that's the end of my presentation. I'll pass it on now to Clara Zholosbayeva, our SCM business manager. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Good day, dear guests. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I'll try to speak louder. If you don't hear me, just tell me about it, and I'll brief you about our department, how we support all business processes in TCO, and then we shall have a session of Q&A. Get ready, ask your questions. Please, let's display the slide. The first one, please. Yes, thank you. As you see here on the slide, these are the processes and digital solutions which have already been introduced or are being introduced in the material stock management in the company. Our department supports all business processes, and not a single process is not neglected. I want to mention about what you have seen in the video, the system on the movement and transport movement and of people, commodities, and to ensure materials, optimization of requests for services and materials, control of costs, and under the framework of the contract. And as Marat has already mentioned in his presentation, we also faced certain challenges when the pandemic occurred. And here I want to talk about the products, about the history of digital products which were developed by us in the course of the time of the pandemic, taking into the course of the reality and under the conditions of limited movement. And you understand that we work in the oil business. We faced really challenges and how to cope with the changes. So these initiatives were developed, they transferred into digital solutions. For instance, the portal on shipment of people, the database on vaccination register of positive cases with COVID. The management of DCO had an opportunity to do the decisions, to make decisions in short time using the real-time data. Thus, we were able to carry out an unusual, safe, and remobilization opportunities for the personnel to establish isolation processes. As for one of the products, and I want to talk about it in detail, it is the app on the surplus materials management. Now we have certain problems because the system which we use, GDE, has a limited functionality, and some of the materials of the projects which are remaining, they are identified manually. All the information is kept in the Excel format. As you understand, it's not an effective way for reporting and analysis. That is why we work over the product, which will help us to coordinators of materials, to people who work in the oil fields, to engineers, to work all together to see the whole picture about the materials, the surplus of materials in this or that place, and then to work on it to provide the materials to the facilities where they are needed. As you understand, those who have information, they can control the whole world. For us, it's very important that information would be timely, important, and can be used specifically and targetfully. But this is about our application. And the next comes the next slide. This is a pride of us. We are proud of it. We have done it for the first time. It was our first external hackathon of TCO conducted in Almaty in June this year. More than 44 companies were involved, 150 companies were invited. For this very hackathon, we created a task, the one which was needed to solve the primary objectives, which include the process of tracking of the materials for the material stock management department. What can I say about the hackathon? It's an event which showed how talented people we have in companies in Kazakhstan, how many human resources we have, and they are available ways they can use the knowledge which they got. For us, it's a breakthrough in interaction of big companies between themselves, like Chevron and the domestic sector of technological companies, of IT companies. And it's a unique opportunity for the companies themselves to show what they can, to establish links, to build up new links, and to see the needs and the demand of the market as of today. Now I want to pass over to the video. You will see, and you can see how interesting this event was, how catching up it was.
hi, I'm coming to you from Almaty.
Я из Алматы, мы здесь на цифровом форуме «Хакатон», деньги Шевройла. У нас очень много замечательных компаний. Здесь более чем 25 казахстанских компаний. Здесь они соревнуются на получение приза. Здесь 3 победителя, которые получили уже контракты с компанией деньги Шевройл. The event is wonderful. It's a wonderful platform to cooperate with Tinky Chevrolet and to get access to very interesting projects. What I liked is that TCA works on a system basis, establishing the infrastructure, collecting data. We need to work with the standards. There is huge work to join also platforms. I think we move in the right direction, and we have a feedback, which is most important. Digitalization happens internally. When business units tell us what solutions they need, I think it's good.
TCO Digital Forum, and it's an outstanding opportunity for us to share what TCO's digital and technology aspirations are, to bring together our various business partners and to demonstrate just how important digital and technology are to enhancing the efficiency, the safety, the integration, and ultimately the profitability of TCO's business is. The hackathon that TCO is having and is announcing the results of today is a great demonstration of the company's ability to bring in new local partners to invest in Kazakhstani content and to develop this expertise in a sector of the industry that is growing, that is maturing, and TCO is committed to developing the expertise and the resources here in Kazakhstan to help the business deliver value for Kazakhstan and for its shareholders. So I'm very happy to be here today.
When we got the invitation to participate in the forum, I can tell you that the major motivation to participate was to see and to learn about the experience of Tingy Chevroil about digitalization, because I always say that this show is an
Сейчас заказчики идут по пути кастомных решений, и мы хотим, чтобы решение, именно IT-решение или решение по цифровизации, было разработано в соответствии с нашими потребностями, с учетом специфики нашего бизнеса, с учетом уровня зрелости.
Я хочу поблагодарить наших спикеров.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough time, less than 5 minutes, to ask questions. See, if you do have questions, please do them, or come up to us, to our stand, and ask questions. Now, the first question. There is no mic. There is no mic.
Okay. Is of Kazakh nation. I'm thankful to this company who is helping in the first years of our independence. And today is the biggest taxpayer in Kazakhstan. So my question is just how are you going to improve the position of Kazakh language in technical world, because local people usually of Kazakhs, and they graduated Kazakh school. Also, maybe they graduated the university on the Kazakh school. How are we going to support Kazakh's language? I'm after of ABCNet project. My name Janat Aymaganov. It's ABCNet project is the base on the international keyboard US. You can work in same time on the English language and same time on the Kazakhs. You can find me in internet abcnet.kz. Just my question: how are you going to support Kazakh language for local people? Thank you.
Spasiba, thanks for the question. Really good one. Many of our applications, we build it out in tri-language, right? So we have English, Russian, and Kazakh. So a lot of the tools that you've seen in the video around the KTL turnaround, all three languages are supported. So we try to make that sort of a default setting when we develop any new capability. It's important to make sure that we're addressing everybody's needs within the company. Yeah, we support three languages.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. At the same time, they all work software, work on the English and Russian. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can talk more details offline, but yeah, most of our applications have all three, so you can choose. Yeah. Okay. Спасибо.
Thank you. If you have questions, come up to us. We're here somewhere around.
Благодарю всех спикеров за выступление. Мы прервемся на небольшой перерыв и ждем вас на следующую панельную сессию «От интернета вещей к интернету всего. Драйверы реализации четвертой промышленной революции». Подключимся через 5 минут. Всем спасибо.
Глова уже 3 года работает на рынке Казахстана. Глова доставляет в 13 городах Казахстана. Глова в Казахстане является хабом компании в Центральной Азии. Курьеры Глова в Казахстане используют сумки-холодильники, изготовленные более чем на 80% из переработанных материалов. В 2022 году Глова в Казахстане инициировала обязательства перед курьерами, куда входят страхование жизни, страхование в случае болезни, выплата на новорожденного, справедливое вознаграждение, обучение для курьеров, курсы по безопасности дорожного движения. Также в этом году Глова стала частью Delivery Hero. Немецкий сервис быстрой доставки Delivery Hero оценил Глова в 2,3 миллиарда евро. В Алматы открылся Dark Store Glova Express, магазин, работающий на доставку с ассортиментом 1500 позиций.
Дамы и господа,
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you at the panel session at the from IoT to the enables of the fourth industrial revolution. Microphone. He's not speaking to the mic. We don't hear him. No mic. Do you hear me now? Good day again. Our session is from IoT to IQE, at enabler of the fourth industrial revolution. I am Diaz Asanov. I am a general director of Siemens company in Kazakhstan, and I'll be the moderator for the session. For me, it's a big honor to welcome and to present our respected speakers for our today's session. Our session will include the speakers, Vice Minister of Energy of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Zhakhmatova Zhanna Zarubekovna. She will be with us online. Then online connection with representative of the group on transformation of towns of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Jeff Merritt, and he will join us online. And I'll be happy to present Mr. Ben Griffin, Vice President on solutions of Corporation OneWeb. The next, Yerlan Minavar, Deputy Chairman of Management of Strategic Innovations, Operator of Trans Telecom. Bahidjan Ilyas, Chairperson of Association Digital Energy. And Mukhtar Konasbai, General Director of the company Connected Home. I want to start from the following words about the Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which is the host for our session. This center is included in the WTF and carries out several events in following directions. A recommendation to the government on the concept of the IoT development in Kazakhstan, preparation of specialists on assessment of the digital maturity of enterprises, recommendations in such areas as data policy, smart cities, digital trade. We are very grateful that the representatives of the center collected all of us today to discuss the major issues and barriers to IoT development in Kazakhstan and passing from IoT to Internet of Everything. I want to give the floor to a representative of the company OneWeb, Ben Griffin.
And what we know is that OneWeb is a global communications network, and it has 648 low Earth orbit satellites, which are orbiting the Earth. And the mission of OneWeb is to provide access to broadband internet to people worldwide, which sounds very, very ambitious at the same time and very noble. So please, can you share a few words about your company, most importantly, the barriers that you see towards implementing your mission, and how we together can help and unite towards that mission. Thank you. Up to you.
Good morning. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and personally my first time in this wonderful country. Thank you for your welcome and the cold, which is very pleasurable. As I understand from the introduction here, I'm here to talk about OneWeb and what OneWeb's doing in relation to the topics we're discussing here today. And as was just mentioned, OneWeb is creating connectivity for everyone, everywhere. Currently, there are nearly 4 billion people on this planet without any internet connectivity, and that's really holding people back from all sorts of things, whether it's social, whether it's communities, business, etc. So we truly believe that connectivity changes everything, And what we're absolutely driven on with our mission is to make sure we bring connectivity to every single part of this planet. Okay. Critically, it is a driver and an enabler. So what we're doing by launching 648 satellites is enabling connectivity everywhere. And we're partnering with key countries throughout the world, with key industry partners throughout the world, to ensure that they can leverage and make advantage of this connectivity and deliver it to the users that really, really need to get the most value from this. And some of these integrators and partners are on the stage now, and they'll tell you what connectivity means to them and how it enables things to their business and to their customers as well. But really what we're providing is the connectivity backbone, enabling all of these things to come to reality. And we're doing a lot of work here in Kazakhstan. Very recently, we performed some trials here. We had several hundred megabits per second to a terminal, a moving terminal. And we've had a strong relationship with the minister here in Kazakhstan for some years. And we intend to build a backbone of our satellite connectivity right here in this country. It is a very strong opportunity for OneWeb. We believe it's a very, very strong opportunity for Kazakhstan as well as a nation. And we are very, very proud for our relationship that we've had for some years. And we look forward to evolving this in the years and decades to come. So I'll stop there and I'll allow the next person to come and introduce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Griffin, for your remarks. Дорогие коллеги, напоминаю, что у вас есть возможность задавать вопросы уважаемым спикерам. У нас также аудитория, которая участвует.
Dear colleagues, you have a chance to ask questions. We have colleagues who are online with us. We shall have a chance to ask questions. Do you have any questions to Mr. Griffin?
Нет, пока что.
So if there are no questions, then there will be an opportunity to enter the discussion at the end if we had time at the end. And I'm giving the next floor to Mr. Yerlan Minavar, who is the deputy chairman of the board of directors of Transtelecom. Transtelecom was known as a communication operator. As of today, this is quite a progressive company. And the activities of which nowadays include more than communication, more than connectivity, and it carries out projects, breakthrough projects on monitoring of emissions and other very important areas. And we would like to share your experience, tell us your story, and then to answer questions as to what are the barriers today and how they should be then overcome so that IoT would become possible in this country. Welcome to this very interesting panel discussion. A few words about Transtelecom. Diaz made a little introduction. We are one of the major telecommunication operators in Kazakhstan, and we have three main areas of operation. And in the first place, which is classically that telecom operations, and then we are one of the major system integrators in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia. And we have another large area, which is cloud technologies. We are one of the biggest owners of data centers in Kazakhstan. And being a classical telecom operator, we've got more than 24,000 optic fiber lines, and then we provide connectivity services in the first place for our major client, who is the Kazakh Railway, and also for the state, for the government, and for large corporate bodies. And then we are represented in all the regions of Kazakhstan. We've got representation offices, and we provide services to SMEs. And then also we are embracing B2C lately. And as an integrator, we've been working with the major vendors, including Siemens. And we would buy software and hardware from them, and then we would pack them, and then we would provide it as a complete service to our clients. And in terms of the cloud technologies, we've been growing fast over the recent years, and we built 7 new data centers, and they are located all over Kazakhstan. And we've got 10 such data centers today, and they are not only in major city like Almaty and Astana, but also in other towns of Kazakhstan. And getting back to the main theme of our discussion, which is IoT, those components that I listed, which is telecommunication infrastructure and potentiality for system integration, and the presence of cloud technology positions our company very good for providing complete IoT services for our clients, for a big pool of our clients, and in the first place for the railway, and also in mining, and we have a large project in that area as well. Diaz knows very well about that project, and out of our experience, as for the challenges that we face or difficult obstacles that we have, technologically, any complicated project, I mean, you can view it in several layers. One is technological, the other one is commercial, and then regulatory one. From the perspective of technologies, we've got everything now in Kazakhstan. And from the perspective of technologies, we've been historically working with our vendors, and then over the recent years, we've been watching what's happening in the world, and then we are now focusing more to work with the startups as well. So we launched our own corporate accelerator, and globally we can now see that there are lots of quite interesting solutions, and they are emanating not from classical vendors, but they are coming from innovation companies. I wouldn't use the word startup. I would call them innovative companies. And then whenever we are working with vendors and we are looking for an interesting solution, the vendors would approach us themselves, and they would say that in Silicon Valley, there's a company and they are partnering with that startup, and then we are partnering with them, and in that way we are reaching some synergy. So that is what I can say on technologies. There is no problems that we can get technologies from all over the world. And as for the commercial perspective, Kazakhstan is a very good soil for implementation of projects. We've got very strong industries, oil and gas companies and mining companies, and they have hefty budgets for digitalizations. And that component, which we could push forward, starting from this forum, maybe is the regulative or regulatory layer. And we had some meetings yesterday with fintech representatives, and our regulator now works with fintechs and with banks, with seamless integration and exchange of information. So in fintechs, we have a serious breakthrough in this country, and the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center also makes some serious job these days. And then if you would prepare this appropriately, I mean the whole soil from the regulative point of view, from the perspective of regulation, then lots of interesting projects could be implemented. And Diaz mentioned that we are also on top of that the environment monitoring project today. And so we would provide sensors to industrial companies who could then use them for monitoring the emissions. And then if you go further with this, then you're going to have a more serious platform, dashboards, and even some marketplaces you would want for them. And and dealing with vendors, and also I can see lots of young people and startups, and I want to invite everybody that you should pay more attention to the IoT, where we are working with our vendors in respect of the hardware basement, and then as for software, we should further this job. I mean, we are looking for partners and startups. And Erlan, thank you very much. And your time was up, but I couldn't stop you because it was so interesting story that you were giving us, and it was very much from the practitioner point of view. And then over here from the panel, we are appealing to everybody that, especially to startups, that we should all together work in respect of resolving existing problems. And then let me give the floor to the next speaker. And
Merritt, who is the head of urban transformation platform at the World Economic Forum and also member of the executive committee for the United States. Mr. Merritt, I hope you are online and you can hear us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join you all. I wish that I could be there in person. I'm in the Bay Area in San Francisco now. It's late at night here, but I am there in spirit for sure. So, you know, most of you probably know the World Economic Forum for an event that we hold most Januaries in a Swiss town of Davos. But actually, you know, the World Economic Forum is the international organization for public-private collaboration. We've been around for more than 50 years, and we have a global team that is working to help bring the public and private sector together to address some of the most complex global challenges. In many ways that we focus on are issues that business or government or civil society could not address on their own, but in fact it requires that public-private collaboration to tackle these issues. I joined the World Economic Forum about 5 years ago. I was in New York City. I was their director of innovation, leading their work there, and came to the World Economic Forum to help build out a global network of centers for the fourth industrial revolution, one of which, as you know, is in Kazakhstan and is the host of this session. And the reason that I felt so compelled to do so is that, you know, it was incredibly, clear to us that technology is not only critical to addressing many of the biggest global challenges, be they issues of climate change or economic growth, but also that left on their own, you know, technological change does not necessarily lead to a bright utopian future. In fact, could lead much more to a dystopian future if there are not adequate safeguards and policies in place. And so much of my work at the forum focuses on cities and local economies, recognizing that cities are home to the majority of the world's population, recognizing that small and medium-sized enterprises are the largest employer of the global workforce. They represent 90% of companies around the world. And that when we look at technology adoption, we see incredible challenges in our cities and in our small and medium-sized enterprises. And so what I've been working very closely with my colleagues in Kazakhstan on is looking at how we can accelerate adoption of 4IR technologies like Industry 4.0 technologies, particularly in small and medium-sized enterprises. And what we have found is, you know, in recent years, particularly with the COVID-19 pandemic, that we've seen the barriers for small and medium-sized enterprises grow, and we've also seen small and medium-sized enterprises fall further behind. And what I mean by this is that these smaller businesses have been much more susceptible to disruption. Whether we're talking about the pandemic or if we're talking about many of the energy issues right now or economic instability, that small and medium-sized enterprises in many ways need these technologies more perhaps even than the big multinational corporations. They need these technologies as a way to be more resilient to economic shocks and other changes. However, the nature of these businesses is that it's very difficult for them to make the large financial investments, think about long-term disruptive change, because they're oftentimes struggling to make it day to day. What we found in our work together with colleagues in Kazakhstan is we surveyed small and medium-sized enterprises in Kazakhstan and countries around the world, is it found that these companies, about 40% of them had to cease operations. About a third of them had to lay off workers during the COVID pandemic. We expect that these challenges will most likely only increase in the years ahead if we cannot proactively work together, the public and private sector, to help to accelerate adoption of digital technologies. And in particular, I think what we realize is that in many ways, these technologies pay for themselves through their increased efficiencies. However, the biggest barriers are those first steps, essentially enabling these small and medium-sized enterprises to test out technologies, to understand what, for example, the benefits of predictive maintenance might be, what the financial benefits are, and begin a path to behavior change so that they can move towards that large-scale transition, if you will, towards more digital operations. What we found is that the vast majority of small and medium-sized enterprises, I'm talking about 85% of these companies, either have partially automated practices or no automation at all. And so when you think about the impact of something like COVID-19, where workers were forced to go remote, that has an incredible impact on their day-to-day business, because their operations require manual labor. Whereas many of the biggest multinational corporations, it was a much easier shift to remote work. So I'll stop there, but to say that this is a incredibly important set of work that we have ahead of us. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that the economy of countries like Kazakhstan, the global economy, depends upon our ability to see rapid adoption in the next couple years of Industry 4.0 technologies among these small and medium-sized enterprises. And I hope that all of you will join us in helping to make that possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Merritt, for your very open and very interesting remarks. And hopefully you can sense some of that warmth from the Bay Area here to Astana, because we had our first snow here last night, and we feel that warmth coming from you. I actually have a question. You mentioned that the most difficult stage for these small medium enterprise, for the startups, is the initial one. What do you think is the single most important thing that the government here can do to facilitate, to help to ease the pain for these startups without interfering too much into the entrepreneurial spirit?
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen is we work very closely with the government of Brazil, for example, to roll out a program. We initially piloted it with a few hundred small and medium-sized enterprises in Sao Paulo, and now it's been expanded across the entire country. And one of the most important parts of this effort was to really make small loans available and technical support available to these companies. We're not talking about large sums of money, but rather very small amounts of money in a very focused way that enable companies to test out these technologies on the periphery. And what I mean by that is not going and shutting down an entire assembly line and trying to transform it, but rather small little areas where, for example, if you add some temperature sensors or vibration sensors on some equipment, and you're able to detect if that equipment is likely to break and therefore intervene more quickly, you demonstrate how the technology ultimately saves money, and then you give those companies more confidence that when they make those investments, as they roll them out, that it's going to have a positive impact on their bottom line. It's ultimately going to save them money in the long term. Beginning to build that confidence and that trust in the power of technology is so critical. It doesn't cost a lot, but it does have to be focused, and government does need to help support these companies, because on a day-to-day basis, there's so many challenges that they face. It's difficult to actually think about strategic change in their operations.
Thank you very much. I'm confident that based on these and other recommendations, the Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution here, along with the business community, will certainly work together with the government to implement these recommendations and ultimately make it easier for small, medium enterprises, for the startups to break into the operations and to continue development of technologies that will make our lives easier and better. Thank you so much for connecting. It was a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Уважаемые коллеги,
My distinguished colleagues, let me give the floor to our next expert, who is Bahadjan Ilyas, who is chairman of Association Digital Energy. And please tell us about the operation of your association. And we've seen that you have quite ambitious goals, and
was created quite recently. It will be very interesting for all of us to learn more about your association and to understand how we can help you to achieve our common goals. Thank you very much, Diaz. Good day, dear participants of the forum. Yes, really. When I prepared my presentation and reports, I wanted to talk about our plans and projects that we carry out in development of twins, how we participate in projects of Samruk Energy and in technological breakthrough. But honestly speaking, after the incident yesterday, when you nearly undermined our IT forum with blackout, I decided that I should revisit my presentation, and it's better for me to talk today about our current situation in the energy sector. If our speakers talked about the future, let me talk about the present days. On the slide on the left, you see the currently used architecture. It's a linear architecture, and it assumes consumption of electrical power from top to below by the cascade of voltage, and consumers are below. Generation goes to the truck and to the distribution network, to the city, and we as end users, we are all standard users. Our pattern of behavior to consume electrical power, and if it's possible to save it, but motivation to save energy depends on the tariff or in our location in the region. This is the architecture as it is, which it was created in 90s, and we had divided here into generation, transmission to blocks, and power units and communication units, which have various types of sensors and meters. And power units are managed by various information systems. On the right, you can see the architecture of the energy system of the future, which is a decentralized architecture. Where we consumers become generators. We are generators of micro-generation thanks to the renewable energy sources, and we not only can meet our needs in energy, but we can sell what we generate to our neighbors. And there are a lot of different facilities, terminal energy routers, which ensure double circulation of electrical power, and also marketplaces. As for marketplace, it's a different story. It has been proven that the information system so the app and services changes the behavioral pattern of users. With a simple example of it, and online banking, when we have on our account certain money for a certain time, if we think that if we put it on the deposit account, we can earn something. But when we have market space, behavioral pattern of the consumer is changed, and a person will think how to, not only how to save, but how to earn selling the electrical power. This architecture is a nightmare to our energy sector because it assumes huge integration of everything. We have 5 megatrends which will have impact on the change on the acting architecture of the electrical power system, but it's inevitable. Number 1 trend, development of microgeneration opportunities. I have already said about it. When a consumer generates a certain power, which will change the chain of pricing, we shall have a big center of data processing, data mining. Of course, we cannot but agree with the argument of the object of data mining when they state that we convert coal to Bitcoin, and we get revenues for coal without having any logistics. Of course, coal is converted in kilowatts, the kilowatts and terahashes, and the paradigm is changed, and there are new segments of consumers. The third trend is electrification of transport and industry. These are big car producers. We are talking about big car producers who are already also trying to get involved in decarbonization, in electrification. And now the next trend is decarbonization. Based on the Ministry of Economy, the share of CO2 emissions is around 80%. The fifth element is a trend which ensures implementation of the trends. It's digitalization of the energy sector. Digitalization is a trend which is an instrument. Without it, all the previous 4 trends cannot be implemented. Now, talking about the situation, the current situation in Kazakhstan, on the slide you see that our networks are to have tone and wear, and in orange we show the losses, how much we lose in the network. It's all in percentage. The networks are tone and have the T and wear up to 90%. In Astana, we have maybe better opportunities, but and better facilities, but the level of losses leaves much to be desired, and we on the next slide can see why. But if you look at the consumption structure in Astana city, we can see the following picture. The 3 kinds of users are companies, individual housing, and multi-residential houses, and 9% of the subscribers of the companies, they consume 70% of the electrical power, which is shown on the diagram on the right. Legal entities consume 70%. Individual housing from 7 to 10%. Try to memorize this slide. 9% of 70% of consumption. But on this slide, we see the share of coverage by digital keeping by the class of voltage. On the top, 0.10 is the class of the voltage, which enables us to consume the electrical power 110, 220, to transfer it to distribute by the net. On the top level, we have the coverage, which is 100%, but at the level of the consumers is 41%. On the below graph, the level of losses, and we see that due to the fact that the coverage by this distance use, we lose electrical power. Normative losses can be of two kinds: commercial losses, so stealing, and physical, due to the physicality and wear of the equipment. And now we see where are the gaps. And this situation is not unique only to Astana. You can see the same picture in other regions, not only in Astana. The next slide. Yes, I call the slide this way. I had doubts, but if we don't talk about it, who will talk about it? With a non-commercial organization, we are not pursuing any commercial goals, and I call it robbery or stillage. The legal entities, the percentage of them is 7%, the 9% who consume 70% of the electrical power. And the coverage is 33% only. Why? The question arises, why? Why we couldn't reach this ratio to 100%? But also programs of the covering of metering so have not been solved. That is why we have the blackouts and we have such gaps in the energy sector. In the investment programs to cover this, even 10% of money is not allocated more, and the worst part of it is that the investment programs are not implemented. And that is why we can say that the situation is very difficult. And that is why how to talk about the twin systems, how to talk about the peer-to-peer trading, how to talk about marketplaces and in the demand response markets. So of course, we can say beautiful words, but the reality is as such. And this is a system problem and across the whole country. In some regions, the losses, share of losses reaches 15, 16%. Across the country, we lose electrical power at the level 7.5 billion kilowatt hours. If we transfer to the currently used tariffs, it's around 60 billion tenge per year. And before the regulator speaks about the changes in the model of the market, about some reforms in the energy sector, it's better to over the gaps where we lose electrical power. I'm not dreaming about the progressive systems of management, automated regimes of management. We need to fill in the gaps where the energy is lost. They say that we say that digitalization is in the energy sector is a remote future. For it, we shall need huge investments. But look here with the losses, and So there are tariffs which close this gap, and we as consumers have to pay these tariffs. And then what to do? I was lucky that I had probation courses in Germany several times. On the slide, I refer to the example of the Bahijan. Only 1 minute is left for you. We need to get the experience of other countries. Lack of competencies is a big problem. We need 3 blocks. We need to ensure the regulatory environment, the center of competencies, and give a chance to private companies to implement technological solutions in this sector. This way has been made by Germany within the last decade, and we see that I see that in the last decade they were developing, but as of today, our association is open to cooperate with the private sector, with the public sector, with the state bodies, and is ready to create the center of competences. Thank you, our colleagues. I beg your pardon. Bahidjan, thank you. You touch upon very acute problems without solving the system problems. We cannot talk about our tears, but anyway, there are optimists who are sitting here, and I hope that solutions will be found, and your association will focus on the development in your sector. You have some initiatives. Yes, we have the initiative to create the digital twin in the electrical power station. There are 3 of them. It's a mass system. It will enable to predictively analyze the work of the stations, their bottlenecks, where there can be some incident. And with the Ministry of Energy, we have a project to develop the concept smart grid and to implement the pilot project in the networks of Astana city. And also, there are so many other projects. I think that we can talk it in a different format. Now we give the floor to the representative of the company Connected Home, which was created quite recently. It started as a startup.
Известный узнаваемый бренд, который ставит здоровье, безопасность и комфорт людей.
Which puts as a priority the health and safety of people. And please tell us about your company, and we know that you also develop your own devices and also to provide the connectivity. And so you know about all that right on the grassroots, right? So thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you, Diaz, and I greet you all, distinguished participants, and so let me tell you a few words about Connected Home, and this is about smart home, and not only for the homes, but also we are in the business of installation of IoT sensors in different premises, and we launched ourselves in 2018, and we've seen there have been lots of problems in the construction sector, and Bahidjan also gave us a very good figure. So that was only for the power sector, but also the same could be said about using water and internet. And we are preaching 4 values. First one is safety. Second one is thriftiness, sustainability, and comfort. And And so over here is about the value number 4, which is comfort. And the barrier here is that IoT is mandatory because a human being also has lots of own sensors, so we can feel the temperature, we can see, and etc. And monopolies, we should be able to see everything in order to take efficient decisions. And as of today, we have equipped such smart things in 2,000 homes, and then end of the year we want to reach 3,000 of them, and we are not we are just selling the controllers, the brains, and then we would be able then to hand it over to the centers or to the cloud. And the peculiarity of our decision is that so we can see the privacy matters, and homes is a private zone, and we want to rest there. We want to spend our leisure time in our homes. And whenever you come home, we don't want to make people bother it again, inputting the names or inputting some other data. I mean, all these works locally, and nothing is conveyed to a cloud. And another peculiarity of our business is that so we were able to provide emergency signaling, so related with the water leakages and fire safety. So we are talking about barriers, and one of the very important aspects is connectivity, and that was discussed already. And thank you very much, Ben, for your presentation. And very often you get a smart house, and then nothing works because connectivity is happening periodically. There is no good connection, and this tells you what? All the data that you should get around the clock, for example, from the meters to be transmitted to the cloud, so it's not coming timely, and it's not received timely. And then this creates lots of discomfort for our users whenever they want to use happily their smart houses and smart homes. And another thing to admit is that in many European countries, and I would even say in all European countries and in US, so we call them monopolies, those who provide power, who bill us for power and water. And in other countries, they are not monopolistic because there is a kind of competition going on there. So in order for people to get uninterruptedly water, electricity, and the billing companies, the competition between them creates ultimately a comfort for the users, and this is one of the barriers that is to be removed in our country. And then I also liked as our guest speaker, sorry, Jeff, yeah, he told us that this is a separate industry that is to be funded, and this is a separate industry that allows you to exclude corruption, and this is a system which allows you to collect data appropriately and then make an analysis of it appropriately. and this is all about efficient consumption of resources, and this is to be installed not only in houses and offices, but we are planning also to provide this in agriculture for agricultural companies, and then I hope yes, one day we would even enter industries, and Siemens there are lots devices by Siemens in production, and controllers made in Kazakhstan one day would be used also in industries as well. I believe in that. Thank you, Mukhtar. Your presentation was quite interesting one, and you touched upon a matter on security of data. Without taking into account all of those things, you can't run efficiently IoT system. Vice Minister still in the lower house of the parliament, and she was apologizing that she cannot join us this time. And then we have some time left for Q&A session. And please identify yourself. I am Erhat, and ask a question. And I have a question to you, Bakhetjan. And replacing all that worn and torn power lines, how much it's going to cost, and will we be able to recoup all of those costs? This is a good question, and there is no answer yet to that question. Talking about the smart grid, ideally, this is going to be quite costly business if we want to acquire that, and development of the concept is funded by the Asian Development Bank, and today we've been able to see the first versions of financial model, and this is about huge monies to be invested. And when implementing, some parts of it could be optimized, and naturally a bank would be interested in long funding in infrastructure projects, and we have no doubt that the consultant was developing it having that paradigm in mind, and then we are thankful to our donors, and now it's still early to talk about certain figures, about precise figures, but we could assess today how much we could resolve the matter with the losses, because internationally the losses do not go beyond 6 to 7%, but in our grids we are losing up to 17% of energy. And when the concept note is finished, we will be able cascadingly then try to make the more precise assessments. I am Jasulan, and my question to you, Erlan, you are a provider. To which extent you are independent provider, and your physical or virtual lines, are they crisscrossed with the lines of other providers? As of today, for 75%, we are a private company. From the perspective of independence, one may say we are one of the most independent telecom operators, I believe. And as for the networks, and we are fixed lines communication provider, and we have that fiber optic, and then we provide broadband on them. And then there is a challenge in our country today in terms of having access to wireless in order to develop IoT. So the first step is to be to pull the optic fiber, and then the next one is how to provide an access, and not always optic fiber can be pooled or could be efficient for certain types of technologies. In order to implement it, you need a permit for frequencies, and in Kazakhstan, well, speaking about our pain in the neck, and so the situation here is that you have a large provider here who's got all the frequencies, and then Beeline, and these are B2C companies, so Kcell, Tele2, who sell SIM cards and provide services to population. And to implement IoT solutions, you gonna need an industrial specialization, and we are nowadays quite actively interacting with the regulator in order to liberalize the market of frequencies. And then we looked into experience of other countries, and in developed countries, access to frequencies it can be given not only to telecoms but also to industrial players. But for optic fiber, you are fully independent, right? You are not crisscrossing with anybody. Well, I'm sure the time is up, and we cannot go beyond our time limits. And I would like to thank all the participants, and especially the panel participants. And then the thanks should go to the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center, who enabled this platform today. And then I suggest you to continue our discussion on the platform of that center.
Я благодарю всех за выступление. Мы прервемся на небольшой перерыв и ждем вас на панельной сессии C4IR «Цифровая трансформация казахстанских предприятий посредством независимой оценки цифровой зрелости Сири». Перерыв на 5 минут.
Случайностей не бывает. Это всегда результат четких намерений, серьезных усилий, разумного руководства и тщательной доработки. Это правильный выбор из множества альтернатив. Качество – это традиция, основа нашей работы. Мы стремимся к совершенству, создавая точное производство и уделяя исключительное внимание деталям. Созданная экспертами продукция Leica Geosystems работает четко и надежно. Качество, точность, аккуратность. Мы стремимся к совершенству во всем. Мы выбираем лучшее и модернизируем его. Если чего-то не существует, мы это создаем. Для нас нет понятий «достаточно хорошо» или «почти то, что надо». Наши решения соответствуют строгим стандартам качества и проходят испытания в экстремальных условиях. Сегодня мир предпочитает количество качеству, но ведь можно получить и то, и другое. Новые возможности технологий сканирования от лидера в сфере трехмерной оцифровки реальности.
Дамы и господа,
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you at the panel session, Digital Transformation of the Enterprises through Syria. I give the floor to Holger Wilfield. Welcome. Thank you very much. I'm so happy that you were able to find time to discuss a very important topic, digitalization or digital transformation in Kazakhstan enterprises. I am Olga Wife. I am regional head for Central Asia and Mongolia of European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. I am honored to monitor. We have here Dinara Sheglova, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development, Vikram Khaton. He is the co-founder and vice president of the International Center of Industrial Transformation, located in Mike Chen, who in the same institute. He is responsible for the international relations and projects. And on the left, Kairat Kaliyev, who is the chairperson of the Committee of Information and Communication Technologies, Education and Innovations of the National Kairat. I thought I have been appointed to some other place. Kairat, deputy chairperson of the board of the IAFC. He has a title on Tech Hub and media, but it will take too long to announce all his titles. I want to thank all of us for sharing our knowledge and international experience about digitalization and transformation in the industry. Digital Bridge is the goal to connect all the Central Asian countries and CIS countries to share experience, to attract external effects and friends like our friends from Singapore, to introduce in Kazakhstan the digital bridge, and the importance of it is so high. And yesterday, President Tokayev made his speech, and he announced the common direction for us to follow. And I'm grateful that Dinara agreed to be with us, and we'll talk about the strategy related to digital transformation, and she will talk about it from the point of view of the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development. Dinara, with your permission, we give you the floor. Good day to all participants of our today's session. I want to thank everybody for taking part in this event. It's already the second day of Digital Bridge Forum, and only highly motivated and interested people are here. Thank you for displaying interest to our panel session. What would we like to say on behalf of the ministry? Ministry maybe deals mostly with building the policy of the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, how to motivate our industrial enterprises to follow the time framework to carry out the digital transformation in the enterprises. But I know a lot of heads of industrial enterprises, plants, while I work in this position, and maybe for some it's much easier to build a new plant rather than to go to digitalization and to digitalize the old enterprise, and in this way to increase the productivity, labor productivity. Yes, they say, yes, Dinara, you are a specialist, you promote your topic Industry 4.0, but you see, it's much easier to increase the productivity of building a new plant on the old place. But a few words about the statistics. according to the statistics, around 22,000 industrial enterprises in Kazakhstan are available, but the economically active ones, which have the tax record, they total to 7,000 industrial enterprises. But if we talk about the enterprises which generate 80% of taxes for Kazakhstan, they are 934, not many. But that is why at the first stage we focused and looked attentively at these 934 big enterprises. We tried to motivate them, and if so we put requirements to them in terms of the digital transformation. What we see, in fact, so what we didn't have in the past, for instance, we didn't have the ecosystem in place which will join all the industrial enterprises, institutes, research laboratories, IT companies which develop their solutions for the industry, higher education facilities. We have a big problem with HR development. The competency center by Industry 4.9, you can count maybe 25 big centers, but there is not a single platform which will unite all the participants in one ecosystem. In fact, we have never had it. We, as a ministry, decided to create a digital platform for all participants for Industry 4.0, and for all participants. We create this platform on the basis of gas industry, legislatively in the law on industry. We fixed about the national system of industry. We plan to join everybody and then to ensure the support measures to IT specialists also. And at the second stage, we collect data about all enterprises. We do passports of enterprises, and this information is available for IT companies to understand with whom you work and what are the problems. Then we see that we need to this work to join the national institutes. Why? Because the subsoil users have a norm obligating 1% should be spent on R&D. Maybe many people know about it, but for those who don't know, there is a norm. 1% of allocated sums from the revenues is transferred to research institutes. But subsoil users have a problem. They cannot establish contacts with the research institutes, or they do have their own laboratories. And that is why, for such cases, we need a digital platform. Or what has been done on top of it? So, now, in the previous years, we implemented 7 model factories. There was the errand of the head of the country. He gave the task to expand the number of such factories. And we looked at these industrial companies and selected of them the ones which are ready for digital transformation. You see, not each enterprise is ready to spend money for digitalization to become a model factory. They don't see any motivation. They don't see any sense in spending money on it. That is why, jointly with the National Institute of Industry, which is the industry, the analysis of such enterprises was carried out of the most ready from the point of view of the management readiness. We talked with the management and asked who of them is ready to invest in digital transformation. Based on it, we selected, in addition, 13 big enterprises. They implement 50 digital projects. and up to 2025. And with this, we shall never stop. We, on top of it, carry out the work to develop the digital strategies for industrial enterprises. Each year, around 20 strategies are developed by Kazindustry, and there is a plan to digital transformation passing, but these strategies are not developed independently. For it, we invite IT companies that are interested in it. We carry out workshops. IT companies jointly with Kazindustry visit regions, go to the industrial enterprises, carry out the inspection of business processes, meet the management, listen to their current challenges and problems, and based on it, they propose the solutions. And the Ministry of Industry and Kazindustry has a common telegram. We invite all companies. If you're interested to participate in such workshops, you are invited. At the end of this week, we'll go to Shymkent with the team of IT specialists in the area of light industry. We have a lot of positive feedbacks, words of gratitude. There are some IT companies which work in the industry but have never visited any industrial enterprise because, as you know, these are classified facilities. And when they come on behalf of Kazindustry and the ministry, of course, they are ever welcomed, and quite new and absolutely different relations will be built up. On top of that tragedy, we create the base of knowledge on the topics of Industry 4.0. Today, before the session, we discussed with the colleagues that, yes, digital transformation is cute, it's great, but in fact, not everybody is ready, not each management will share any cases about it. This year, we started this work. It's a development and increasing knowledge of the management of industrial enterprises about Industry 4.0. We carry out workshops, we invite IT companies, foreign companies, and quite actively, Siemens works with us. We invite vendors, which tell at the seminars about the value of digitalization or value of using the digital technologies, what you can get from it, what is the benefit of it. At the high level, we carry out the training of trainings for top management, because all changes must happen with the interest on behalf of the leadership. And already now we see certain results or fruit of it. Each year we set up a KPI relating to the strategy about the IT solutions which will be implemented by industrial enterprises. But the management of the industrial enterprises ask and request, ask for such strategies. We already developed 27 of them. Through such workshops, the interest on behalf of the leaders is increasing. But when we talk about the kinds of support on behalf of the government, we can say, yes, there are measures of support provided by the state, provided by the Ministry of Industry through Kazindustry, which is a national institute. And what did we do last year? We changed the normative legal acts or bylaws, because in the past, the governmental support to industrial enterprises saw only compensation of costs for equipment. But now we added one more area, digitalization program support. We did some preference for local IT companies. If, for instance, we incur the cost around 40% to local companies, we made it 50%. And we requested this money from the Ministry of Finance for this purpose. And we do have the industrial grants.
So there are grants for modernization of equipment, and not always that you can digitalize your old equipment. So that's the reason why those industrial grants were introduced. And there would be tax preferences for such companies. And as a ministry, we cannot impose it on somebody. We cannot impose it on industrial companies. We cannot force them to introduce the digital technologies. And as a public body, as a government body, we can actually structure some useful tools for companies so that they could have been sort of motivated for introducing digital technologies. I believe you already answered 3 questions I asked you, and thank you for your good presentation. And from this, I will take for myself management part, and this is not going to happen tomorrow. It's about long haul, and you will create a good framework, and with help also for with the tools so that to make the easy the digitalization journey of companies. And the grants and money are going to be needed, of course. And I'm going to ask. I want to give the floor to the Deputy Director of International Financial Center Astana. Kairat, if you could tell us about the center's work, and well, Dinara Rinatovna quite in detail told us about the process of digitalization and the need for digitalization. Industrial companies, industrial enterprises, those represent by themselves an area which are really having difficulties today with transformation, and it is really difficult to restructure processes. And this is all about transformation of business processes. And from one side, this brings about efficiency for the companies. They will be able to beef up their competitiveness. But for all that, you're going to need to revamp your business processes and then and get new equipment. And the ministry is trying to help them with this large and bulky work. And the level of competencies in Kazakhstan in Industry 4.0 is sufficiently high as opposed to other neighboring countries. Today at our center, we have set up an affiliated center, Fourth Industrial Revolution Center, and that would allow you to have an access to global cases and global experts and experiences existing elsewhere. And you will be able to get an access to knowledge as to how transformation should be going on in terms of digitalization. Would it be in industrial companies or in government? And this is one big global trend which cannot be ignored today. And if within a short period of time you failed to go digital, you may end up with loss of whole industries. And then the country may become incompetitive in global markets. And this is all is dangerous because it could bring about grave consequences if you didn't do it timely. And President Tokayev yesterday mentioned about this as well, and he said that one of the priorities also go digital and strengthen human capital in this country. And the biggest part of that work is going to be related with training and retraining of specialists, and not only in IT area, but also the others who are going to be involved in digitalization. And this is all which is being discussed these days with the relevant ministries, including even Ministry of Agriculture. And we, as an affiliated center, we would like to become, and we have to become, a liaison, so that to provide a connection between the local industries with the global. And as for International Finance Center, the main areas of its engagement is attracting investments. This is a regional center. This is a center intended for the region of Eurasia, and the main task is to develop financial services and attract investments. So whenever you talk about technological things, so one of the areas is attracting financial technologies, and all this under jurisdiction of English law, and we have we have an operation on structuring venture investments and angel investments. So we are building that ecosystem today, and the Industry 4.0, that's an initiative of the government, and at our center we have, as it was already mentioned, an affiliated center, and we believe that the degree of digitalization which is taking place in Kazakhstan can even be speeded up more, like Alice in the Wonderland. In order not to lag behind, we should be running. So that means that we should be in good cooperation with other digitalization centers and with other developed countries and developed markets. And then we should be in close interaction with our foreign partners. And in this panel, we have our partners from Singapore, and who are in methodology and assessment of the digitalization of companies, and they will be able to tell more about their activities. And this is one of the examples as to what we could do in order to make perhaps a leapfrog, attracting and implementing international experience to use all that in our market. Kara, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. And this is very important to carry out that transmission, attracting international experience and providing all needed foreign investments, so that to be able to get the fruits of the digitalization. So you mentioned about guests from Singapore, and I would like to invite Vikram Nasina, and he's got a little movie. And after that, there will be a presentation.
The International Center for Industrial Transformation. Please.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, dear colleagues and all the forum members. It is very nice to be here in Kazakhstan. We received a very warm welcome, and over the last 3 days, we have had the opportunity to meet several people here, as well as have some very meaningful discussions. I would like to present some details as to who are we in terms of the International Center of Industrial Transformation. So let me share some slides with you, and also let me also emphasize on some things more that you might have heard right now as to how Kazakhstan is trying so hard in terms of Industry 4.0 in the last year to improve on bringing some initial steps forward. And we are here to help take that journey forward over this year, next year, and so on. And we as an institute specialize in all that. So what I'd like to tell you a bit more about is we are an independent organization. We are based in Singapore, but our mandate is to help governments across the globe. We are specifically focused on helping governments in advanced manufacturing. And how we do this is by having collaborations with governments at the highest level. At the same time, we work with partners at the ground level as well. So to help you better understand, as an independent, non-government, not-for-profit organization, we are able to work with people with no real profit agenda in mind. And that allows us to make sure that we can sincerely hope that whatever we do helps progress the country. So from our perspective, we do this by bringing in new frameworks, thought leaderships that are data-driven. So as you may have seen from yesterday's presentations as well, there's a lot of focus on big data. There's a lot of focus on how we can make sure that the next generation can actually adapt to manufacturing in a way where it looks very interesting. I know everyone likes to be on digital platforms only from, commercial perspective and so on, but we are here to transform that into manufacturing as well. And that is what we do by bringing in the Smart Industry Readiness Index. The Smart Industry Readiness Index and our other frameworks, we help the government to develop an ecosystem here. As the legal framework has been told by AIFC, and as you have just heard our Honorable Madam Dinara also talk about, how at the executive level things can be progressed. So through our framework and through the help of change management processes, we can help take this journey forward. What I want to do is show a brief video to you in the next slide, and after that, maybe I will dive further into the framework to help show why after this I would love to hear from all of you if you want to join us in the Smart Industry Readiness Index journey forward. So,
manufacturing is in the midst of its next revolution. Industry 4.0, the convergence of the digital and physical worlds, is upon us. To help companies start, scale, and sustain their Industry 4.0 initiatives, we launched the Smart Industry Readiness Index in 2017. Across the 16 dimensions of the index, companies are able to use the assessment matrix to evaluate their facilities.
In recent years, the understanding of Industry 4.0 amongst manufacturers has grown rapidly, but the pace of adoption is lagging. To boost adoption, companies must first prioritize Industry 4.0 areas to focus on.
Therefore, we have established 4 key principles of prioritization. Today's state: understanding the current state of your manufacturing facility. Impact to bottom line: focusing on areas with the greatest impact on your profits. Essential business objectives: identifying areas best positioned to bring success to your strategic goals. References to the broader community. Gleaning insights from the best in class.
The tier framework helps to ensure that all critical considerations are assessed, guiding companies to target high-impact areas.
To translate it into practice, we have developed the Prioritization Matrix, a management planning tool that identifies the highest impact index dimensions.
Our research shows that those who succeed holistically tackle business processes, technology architecture, and organization challenges. With this logic, the prioritization matrix helps companies understand where to further diagnose, design, and ultimately implement Industry 4.0 at scale.
The prioritization matrix requires 3 key inputs. First, the assessment matrix score. This helps the tool understand the current state of the facility. Second, the facility's revenue cost profile. This allows the tool to factor in the bottom line impact. And third, the company's key performance indicators to align with their strategic directions. The algorithm references hundreds of case studies to prioritize Industry 4.0 focus areas. Manufacturers can also identify relevant digital levers to implement in their facility.
As a medium-sized enterprise with limited resources,
It is especially important that we invest our time and effort in the right areas.
For a company like Infineon that has embarking on Industry 4.0 plans, the prioritization matrix serves as a useful tool to help us review whether our ongoing efforts are in the right direction.
The digitalization of manufacturing presents many exciting growth opportunities for both companies and employees. The Singapore government is keen to partner organizations big and small to benefit from what Industry 4.0 can offer. This is why we have come up with a comprehensive framework to help companies and support them in their transformation journey. We are confident that the prioritization matrix will be a valuable tool to assist manufacturers in Singapore and around the world to not only accelerate the implementation of their Industry 4.0 roadmap, but also to extract the maximum value as they embark on this exciting journey.
I hope that video helped give some perspective on Industry 4.0. We have had a lot of success on this from government's perspective. In Singapore, this has been very successfully implemented. There are governments across the globe that are reaching out to us to implement in a similar manner. And which is why we are also here, thanks to the team over here in AIFC and others who have helped have discussions with us, and we're looking to further collaborate on Industry 4.0 here. And one of the things that I want to emphasize why it has been so successful is it is something that happens very, very quickly. The journey for Industry 4.0 assessment from Smart Industry Readiness Index happens within 3 to 5 days. Within 3 to 5 days, the framework is able to tell in a world-class manner, without going anywhere, without any further collaborations required, what are the gaps, where the improvement can be done more. And most importantly, without much additional cost. The cost benefit to make sure that it is not about bringing in only new products or new IT, but how do we help improve the change management? How do we help improve the education of the people? How do we make sure that the people who are already there in the factories, they can be part of this journey? We are not here to make sure that new ways are simply brought in without keeping the human factor not in play. So the change management, the transformation, and doing it in a manner which is very humane is core of this all. The other piece that we like to emphasize is the neutrality. So we are not here to promote any vendor, any piece of information that may force anyone to do something differently. It is about make a process of management and the team all coming together and deciding what helps them to make this journey forward. So that is why it has been very successful. And typically this happens in 4 steps, 4 small steps where we help people learn about this. The step is where the evaluation happens over 3 to 5 days. The next step is where they decide with the management team as well as the operations team as to what kind of transformation journey can happen that can help them. And then final one is obviously the deliveries. So this all can be done very quickly and easily. It has been so successful so far because when we collaborated on making this Smart Industry Readiness Index, we brought in the best minds of the world in Singapore. We brought in people, consultancies such as McKinsey, we brought in people from other organizations as well, who all collaborated in different ways to make sure this 16 dimensions of framework can be done very quickly, very effectively, and in a world-class manner. And it is a similar approach that we are looking to engage here. And the other piece of information I'd like to leave for you is, this is not just done at a government level. It is done by government as well as private partners. So it's a private partnership and government collaboration all at once. And we are really looking forward to participate in this exciting journey here. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely fabulous, Vikram, and I'm sure you're going to hand over to Mike right now. And Mike, I would ask you to be quick.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. Okay.
when people talk about Industry 4.0, a lot of misconceptions are there. People talk about digitalization and so on and so forth, but what actually is the principles behind Industry 4.0? There are two main factors that is actually the drivers of Industry 4.0. When we're looking in Industry 4.0, we're looking at effectiveness and productivity. So digital transformation is actually the outcome of getting to effectiveness and productivity. What is effectiveness? Effectiveness, we're talking about effective communication, effective process, and then what we're talking about productivity, productive manufacturing, increasing outputs, delay downtime, so on and so forth. So a typical, as what Vikram has said, a typical Siri assessment is an engagement where an assessor will come to your company or your plant, and then there's three parts there. First, the Siri assessor will actually educate the company's stakeholders on what Industry 4.0s are, what are Industry 4.0's technologies, and how to actually have the whole organization working together to achieve Industry 4.0. The second part is actually going on to the ground itself and assessing the ground, saying, look, how is your company in terms of Industry 4.0? Are you mature, or is there gaps in between that you need to fix? And from there, it goes into a discussion with the stakeholders of the company, whether be it your head of manufacturing, your CEO, your CFO, to come together as a company, together to solve those problems. And yes, as Vikram has showed, there are 16 dimensions. And SMEs all have a problem saying, look, I have $100. How do I spend? And in the prioritization matrix, it actually dictates that saying, look, these are actually the key indicators for your business. Spend on those and you'll increase your productivity and your effectiveness in doing business. So what do we do after this? So after the assessment is done, and we have actually given a recommendation of a roadmap, you are actually being able to see that how your company is against the world in your same industry, in your same, what we call the IPC, the Industrial Performance Cards. So what happens from there? From there, insights will actually really look into all this analysis over the world. With currently around 700 companies that's done around the world, we have 1,900 around assessments that's done around the world. And we are actually looking at this analysis and giving advice to companies, to countries, to subsectors, even where we're going to mining industries, going to oil and gas industries, and so on and so forth, and telling them actually what are the pinpoints, what are the pain points of Industry 4.0? Why couldn't you actually adapt to this Industry 4.0? And what are the technologies or the mindsets or the business process actually available that can help you get there? And also what we actually do is we tap a lot on the analytics part, where we actually advise countries to say, look, we have resources. This is the country's resources. How can these resources be allocated in the right industries to actually help to improve in the GDP of the country itself? So by what we're looking at, we're looking into the micro and the macroeconomics of the whole ecosystem itself. So we're not only saying that, look, in the country level, we're also looking into every single company itself and saying that how this whole transformation can help the company as well as the country. A lot of people have a misconception saying that, Industry 4.0, I have to spend money. But the thing is, what we're looking at in aiming for Industry 4.0, yes, we do have to spend money, but spend it on the places that you need it the most, and how that money can actually bring you 5 to 10 times more in terms of productivity, in terms of effectiveness of the company. I think that is essentially how Insight and also the Siri program works itself.
Can I ask a question here? So, Mr. Chen, do you think that any company, especially when it comes to SMEs, which are very limited in terms of opportunities, investment opportunities, etc. So, are they should be ready for this transformation, or they just don't have a chance not to do it? Well, how can we should convince them to make this, let's say, changes?
Yes. Okay. So when we talk about SMEs, let me bring the whole crowd to even something lower than that. Okay. We talk about some companies which even has lesser money to spend on Industry 4.0. If we're looking at Industry 4.0, we're not looking at you have to buy this machinery, this automation to be Industry 4.0 or to be digitally mature. We look into, a lot of times when we look into industries, we always think about machineries, technologies, the IT framework, and so on and so forth. But let me give a very small example, We're going into a restaurant, yeah? The adaptations of Industry 4.0, even in a restaurant, you could actually see it. Because when we were having lunch one of those days in Kazakhstan, we were actually amazed that subconsciously, people have started adopting the mindset of Industry 4.0, because then they come out with QR codes, ordering through the system itself. And when you look at it, yes, the restaurant has to pay, some money to actually do that IT infrastructure, saying that the ordering system and so on and so forth. But when you flip it into a long term, you're looking at lower man hours because you cut down on 1 or 2 waitresses, okay? Then the accuracy of the order, because then you will not have a human error that, the order is actually different from what the customer ordered, So these are kind of things that, the little things that if you actually see, okay, and you expose it bigger into in a manufacturing point of view, then it will be like a small ERP system. An ERP system actually can help your whole company to smoothen out its communications. That means your sales no longer have to write an email or so on and so forth to the next department, the manufacturing department, to actually say execute this order. The ERP process can actually bring all the accuracies of one point to the other point and at the speed of light. So that has actually got to save a lot of man hours and also a lot of discrepancies between one department and the other department. This is what we call the effectiveness.
The other thing I'd just like to add is also look at Industry 4.0 from the perspective of suppliers. Sometimes there's a large company, and the large company says, I want to improve my supply. It doesn't always mean they're only small supplier as some large suppliers. You can also do the assessments in smaller suppliers in that chain and see where are they, what help does the large company can provide to the small one so that when a crisis like COVID happens or something else, they're already prepared with better connectivity, better automation. Industry 4.0, as Mike is pointing out, is not about only IT systems or so on. When you're doing an analysis of the framework, you're saying, can you communicate quickly outside the company also or not? And this is very important when you look at the supply chain. And so as you try to improve the supply chain, it is almost like you will improve the nerves of the country itself. So it is more about the mindset change, that change is coming, and which part of change will benefit us in a very cost-effective manner. Because at the end of the day, you only have $100. $100 does not become 200. How are you going to spend that $100 wisely and compete against everybody else in the world?
I think that's a very important point to make. Thank you very much, Vikram. И Викрам тоже уже озвучил, что
Vikram has already said that there is a supply chain and that we do have supplies, we have buyers. And that is why I want to clarify with Dinara, with your permission. At first you said about the industry, about subsoil users, 934 industrial corporations which worked with you, and then around 10 maybe enterprises where you implemented certain projects. What is the vision of your ministry? Did you work with certain corporations, with a certain sector? How shall we, in fact, raise awareness of the whole sector, the whole economy? Yes, we have a lot of small and middle businesses. We are talking not only about the acting enterprises, we are talking about the 1,400,000 entrepreneurs. Thank you for your question. In fact, this is a stage of the state focus. I have already said that we have laid the foundation in the form of the state support measures, which are available not only to big enterprises, but they're available to small and medium businesses. And there is a big need there is a big need in small and medium businesses right now, and we see it in the area of robotics. There are so many professions like turners. There is a big demand in such professions, but unfortunately, there are not many turners. They are hired to highly paid positions by those 934 big enterprises, and then we don't have any specialists available for mass SMEs. That is why we developed the strategy on robotics under Industry 4.0. The first step is to introduce such robotics in the small and medium businesses, to allocate grants, and we have already the money allocated for the next year to SMEs for them to be able to buy robotics. And I have said about the industrial grants, I have already mentioned about it, where irrespective of the number of the personnel and enterprise, you can upgrade your equipment. Yes. The SMEs are not under the focus of the government. Anyway, we are creating equal opportunities for big business and for small and medium businesses, which is wonderful. It is wonderful. Let me advertise me. EBRD, jointly with our colleagues, wants to promote digital transformation not only in the industry, but in SME sectors. We have different tools like digital maturity assessment. For us is the first step to be made. And Vikram and Mike have already told about it. We also understand under the framework of strategic frameworks that we talk here under digitalization about green economy. We talk about women and business. We are talking about regional development of rural and development. We see huge potential in digitalization, which covers actually all our acute areas, and so we can save money. And if the world introduces digital transformations, we can generate $1 billion. And if we correctly plan all our actions in terms of the digital transformation, but we understand that the awareness building and raising the awareness and distribution of this knowledge will strengthen the supply chains. You have already talked about it, and that it's very important. And Vikram, you talked in detail that at the micro level, what can be done and what can be done at the level of the enterprise. How can you help with the human resources, awareness in the economy? And what will push us to we should digest all these technologies fastly? What can push us forward to take up these technologies?
So I would like to just add thank you very much. And one of the core pieces I would like to leave this all with is these frameworks and tools will help in terms of bring global competitiveness and allow it to stay within Kazakhstan. The importance of doing this approach where we are saying that first you train them locally and then bring the change here locally is sometimes if people only come from outside, they take back and then everything is lost. And how we would like to approach Industry 4.0 is everything stays in Kazakhstan and the ecosystem develops here as a Eurasian hub. So as Eurasian hub, Kazakhstan becomes the focus point, and by training people locally over the next 2 to 3 years, we hope that both in global competitiveness and otherwise, you would be giving these talks to the World Economic Forum and others.
Excellent. Спасибо большое, Викрам. И Карат, может быть...
Thank you very much, Vikram. Karat, maybe you can add what platforms can be provided for us to implement all these aspirations through your support with AIFC, with Center of Industrial Revolution, and how we shall develop our HR, and what platforms will be provided for us to introduce all this.
Well, talking about Kazakhstan as a whole, this is wider than the International Finance Center. And these days we are trying to build that ecosystem together with the ministry and with other daughter companies. And in Kazakhstan, every ministry, and there's a vice minister in Kazakhstan who is responsible for digitalization. And having studied international experience, we have seen that without this we won't be able. Well, the rest of the stuff will be of very little significance if we are not doing digitalization. And the competition today is going on fiercely and not in that level as it was 30 years ago. And that all that depend on human capital and the level of transformation that should be expected. This is not about digitalization of some data. This is also implies restructuring of processes that have been used for many, many years before. From the perspective of the International Finance Center, we are trying to become that point of internationality, if I may say so. Not only for Kazakhstan, but also for the whole region. And starting from our main area of activity, which is financial technologies, and we have the regulator, which allows quite flexible approach to technologies. So we have a regulatory sandbox as well available, and I think this one is the most successful in the region. And colleagues from the regulator, they would approach every startup and they would try to assess risks and try to mitigate those risks, and which would allow for the startup to start working without being issued the license, which is quite long and expensive. But still they can engage in traction and attracting clients, and we do the same for the regional level, and we are willingly sharing competencies with the others and with the other regulatory sandboxes. And the venture hub that we are developing on structuring startups, we have cases when startups from Belarus, Russia, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan, they got registered with our center and were able to attract investments, venture investments. So we are becoming a marketplace, and and we are helping them as to how to use convertible debts, and we created a crowdfunding platform with our colleagues from Israel. And there's gonna be systems that would allow for the others to attract technologies also in region-wide, in the region, and help them in development of the ecosystem. And then we pay much attention also towards corporate innovations. And if before the reliance was more on vendors, then vendors would impose on you or dictate as to what will be the changes, and it would have been taking too much time, and would take up a lot of time before you recoup it. And today it's quite quick, and that old approach wouldn't work before you introduce comprehensive, big and bulky story. I mean, there would be lots of changes. So that's the reason why we are dealing in the first place with the financial and I'm reminding you that time. And then as for the changes, the corporate innovations have to be done. And then this is about training people inside the company and then dealing with the startups. This is what we are trying to do. Not only attract them on our regional level, but also attract them from the global market if they are quicker and flexible and easier to introduce. In Astana, it's Astana Hub, which supporting them very, very well. And then you are quite right. Either you transform all the industries or you build a new digital business from the scratch. So in that way you are completing the loop, and then ABRR launches high potential startups program, High Ventures, and the 28th of October it starts in Almaty, and also we are working with our partners in Tech Hub and Astana Hub and with the most and with Zhanga, Kazakhstan. Thank you very much that you visited us and accepted our invitation. And we have now some time for Q&A session, and then there's a meeting hall also around the corner here. If you come out of this premise, and then so you still can discuss your matters there in that meeting hall.
Уважаемые спикеры, благодарю вас за выступление. Мы прервемся на буквально пару минут на небольшой перерыв и начнем следующую сессию «Новые возможности для женщин в новом цифровом мире». Дамы и господа, приветствую всех на панельной сессии «Новые возможности для женщин в новом цифровом мире». Передаю слово модератору данной сессии Асем Нургалиевой.
So let me give the floor to the moderator of this session, Asil Nurgalieva, and I'm sure I hope that I'm audible and very good. I can see that lots of people stayed and they joined our session, and we already call it not an NGO, we would even call it a movement, and it now embraces more than 500 ladies. And these are directors of IT companies and the ones who represent the fintech and the quasi-government sector. And if you wish to join the social movement, you can apply to us because this movement is about supporting us and each other. And today's panel discussion is dedicated to what? So we got 15 minutes and we could discuss those possibilities that digital economy opens up for us, and we could talk about the vision, how women have a vision about it, and we have a very good set of experts today, and we've got some announcements to make, and we will touch upon, to some extent, educational matters as well, and let me introduce the participants. I'm Asil Nurgalieva. I'm the director of the First Credit Bureau, and I'm the TV anchor. And Asem Kenjebek is investment banker and entrepreneur, and I will be talking in the order of the line, and then Aziz Sujaziva is the president of the digital centralization, and Aynur Temirkhoze is the founder of the IT holding company, and Marina Dusman-Getova is the deputy head of document lock, and Rachel Skimbaeva is the director of the institute. So let us greet then the participants of this panel, and I would like to express my separate gratitude to all the men and young and youth. So we got a huge support from the side of the IT specialists, and then the gender diversity in IT is very important. But we're gonna talk not only about the gender equality, but we're gonna talk about the digital economy and about the goals of digital development. Sam, could we start with you? So what would be your vision for this, for providing sustainable development and good public administration? So what you can see in this? Thank you. I had different thoughts as to what I was going to talk today, but the main line was that my view on IT and related things, I have an eye as often an investor, as an investing entrepreneur. So whenever I would assess it, I would proceed from the trends, and I'm joyful to the fact that there is a trend of more and more venture funds, and if you would have a look at the fundraisings and the pitches, so you can see invariably that the ratio of women grows, and I made a little analysis of mine as to with what it could be connected, and the transformation always goes hand in hand with another word, which is sustainability. And any economic development is structured on two hierarchies. Perhaps you heard about them. So there would be invariably a horizontal hierarchy and vertical hierarchy. In case of everybody, would it be company or country? The horizontal one is believed to be feminine. And the vertical hierarchy is called to be masculine hierarchy. So men, they would altogether go for hunting, for fight, and they gonna need just one leader to implement that task, and that's of course awesome. But sometimes there could be another side of the medal, a coin. I mean, on the top of that hierarchy, you would have a good-for-nothing person as well. It happens, and we have examples even seen today in the world. So. And then what can we say about the females hierarchy? So whenever men leave for a battle, the females, they would, sit themselves in a circle, and then so one lady is good at sewing, the other one is at cooking, and one lady is very good for lactating, and and then this is maybe more suitable for IT sector work because we are in that horizontal hierarchy, and it's just a kind of a little homework for you. Just have a look at that. Not only unicorns. If you have a look at Mars and others, I mean, if you would have a look at how they structure their work, all that will be in terms of horizontal hierarchy, and that's very comfortable for females, and psychologically for them it's most acceptable. And in IT, if you've got skills, not there would be nobody else who could do it, and then IT specialists, they can easily divide themselves into areas of specialization and work together. So, and then it goes without saying, IT area and digital economy is very much suitable to accept and embrace females, and for them it's more suitable to go and work there. Thank you. Asim. And my question goes to the audience, and please raise your hand if you are on executive on managerial positions in technologies and IT, please. See? I think that was about 15% of the audience who raised hands, right? And unfortunately, the figures, statistical figures demonstrate that very few women still in managerial positions, and Asim talks about what? She talks about the need for diversity in top management, in the horizontal model of management. So they proven to be very much successful. And the next floor is to be given to Aziza. And Aziza is going to talk about strengthening of corporate management from the perspective of women.
Please place the presentation of Aziza Shusheva. No, we don't hear her. I want again to support those men who have joined our session. Let's applaud all of them. I think it will be very pleasant for them, because really support to IT ladies who work in the areas of technology is maybe it's vivid versus all other sectors of industry. That's why we need to value our men. I want to start my presentation with the introductory part about the techno women community, about our community. So much people say about our community, but nobody understands what we do. But our major mission is in that we got united to open new opportunities for young ladies and women in the digital world. And each of us can reveal new opportunities for new generation of Kazakhstanese ladies. It's a big mission. If we all get together, I think that in the digital economy of Kazakhstan, we shall have a powerful breakthrough and a powerful growth. Now let us look at the development of women, but from the point of view of the economic resource. Kazakhstan has always been proud of its raw. Our rating is very high. We have all the minerals of mentally stable, but these are the old messages. We live now in a new world, in a new age, and that is why now the major resource is human resources. And women are a very important and valuable resource for our economy. Why? Because we are more in number. 52% of the country population are women. Women are more educated. We have more women with a higher education diploma, more women with the diplomas, with a master's degree, and you see 58% of women of those who have PhD degree. If we talk about the intellectual potential, so then it's very high in respect to our Kazakhstani women. Although our women intellectually have all preconditions, we have a huge potential, then we say that they are lost somehow in the world of economy. They get lost during the pregnancy vacations because they are responsible for maternity. Kazakhstani ladies go to the low marginal spheres, micro, macro services in the servicing area, to trade, the sphere of services. They go to the red ocean. We Kazakhstani ladies, while having a high level of intelligence, we go to the red ocean where we work too much but earn less. And these are the sectors where we cannot have any opportunity to earn more. We are all in the red ocean, but next to us there is a blue ocean in the form of the IT market growing digital sectors, digital education, health tech, electronic trade. We are not looking to that side because in our mindset, we are dealing with feministic businesses and occupations, and we're in this business. But Kazakhstan has a huge potential. We rank 29 by electronic government, 11 in the rating of online services. For Asia, we have the e-commerce market developing fastly. We have a deficit of HR for digital economy, where salaries are quite high versus the average across the whole country. In fact, for women, digital economy is new opportunities. And now I'll talk about major opportunities for you to understand how, through support of the skills and instruments, you can realize yourself in the digital world. What is a must-have for all Kazakhstani women? Improve your digital literacy, then you will be higher versus other specialists in your industry. If you're a pedagogue and using your competencies, you can create a digital content, you will earn more. If you are a doctor who can use contemporary digital technologies, In healthcare, you will be in high demand and you will earn more than other doctors. Number two, female entrepreneurship. Today, anybody, any lady can come to the IT entrepreneurship. We have a lady, Sabira, who is an OBGYN specialist who has a PhD degree. She opened today an online school for pregnant ladies, and she has become a digital IT entrepreneur. Look, in any industry, you can join this sphere. It's a Klondike which grows. The next, e-commerce. It's a huge potential for economic independence for ladies. What you need to have is just a product. While sitting in Kazakhstan, you can sell it at big marketplaces to have revenues and to become #1, maybe worldwide. It's a trend, and our ladies who are in small, medium business must go there. Those who sell their goods come to marketplace and realize yourselves. 30% of quotes for women. It's our best tool. Thanks to this 30% of quotas, women will have social lifts. The process in Kazakhstan has started. So changes are introduced in the legislation so that everywhere at the level of the BODs, management boards, we will see women professionals who will manage the corporate sector. If on top of being a professional in the accounting, finance, if you have on top of it the knowledge and skills in digital transformation, if you have high digital skills, nobody can catch up with you. You can be in BOD, you can manage big business, and you will become a new role model for Kazakhstani ladies. And we shall introduce the function as the women's HR reserve. We shall choose the ladies for the high positions. But while we have 30% of the quotas, why not to use these quotas and try to join all the managerial boards? The next slide is the last one. I want to say that, ladies, let's join only together. We can support each other and promote each other. In Techno Women, we have girls with different projects, and we have already collaborations going on. Some said it's a horizontal structure, but I have a feeling that the digital world is created for us. Really, we are here and we are the beneficiaries. That is why join our movement. Techno Women, you will get social capital. You will develop links, connections through networking. You can exchange. You can have a social lift. You can establish contacts, and you can be at the level of BOD. And you will be happy because you will have money and you have the peers, colleagues. I say thank you very much. I feel big experience in public speeches. I have already watched this presentation for 10 times, maybe. We started with this presentation, a meeting with Zaida Galaeva, which was at the level of the state bodies. It was initiated by the National Commission on the Women's Affairs, and we have quite a good support by the government in terms of supporting women in technological sectors of the industry. When Aziza talked about the female energy, I recall one thing. We know that when you come home, the mother comes back home in bad mood and without in bad spirits. If the mother comes in this status, the family will feel the same energy. The women's energy has a serious effect on everybody. If mother is happy, children are doing their class works in internet, everybody is happy. We're talking about small and medium business. We think that these are small shops, small kiosks, and we say that it's an offline business. But quite recently, we looked at the studies in Kazakhstan, and we see that and around 80% of representatives of SMEs state that they are not in line with technologies. For them, technologies are priority number 2. But we should look at this issue from the other point of view. We're all consumers of services and mainly of digital services. But now the major suppliers of digital services are big corporations, banks, the government. Yes, we have accustomed to do everything. The apps, there is a social order by customers. It's so high that SMEs have to be digitalized. And if women who are the entrepreneurs, individual interpreters, the percentage of them is more than 50. If you think now to make your business technologies, you will occupy a big niche. So men that listen to us, women act. Why not to use this opportunity? In order to go on with our discussion, I have the next question to Madina. Now we are talking about what the Kazakhstan economy will benefit from digitalization and what is the impact of digitalization on the economy. It's not an interview. You can speak up freely. We have quite an interesting JQ. What is the role of women in Kazakhstan? Thank you. I welcome all guests, participants. Thanks for participating in our panel session. We have come from Almaty, a delegation, to talk to you as how the digital economy affects the life of each citizen. Digital technology penetrates in all areas, change our economy qualitatively and structurally. We see we have the digital mortgage, digital crediting for procurement of cars. All the services are provided without any paper involvement. Yes, digital technologies have an impact on each citizen. What comes out of it? I want to say what has not been said by anybody. The tempo of our life is going fast. We are users who cannot tolerate 5 seconds if the page is not loaded. Then we express our impatience. We have got accustomed that services are provided right this second, right here and right now. We are talking so much about automatization, informatization. Yes, 97% of services are automated, but I want to say that there is a challenge not only to provide the service, it must be very fast, very prompt. But who provides such services? IT companies like our company. The number of such economic agents must increase. What happens? Now we have a huge deficit of IT specialists in the market, and each IT company says that there is a deficiency of IT personnel. But the deficit is a huge opportunity for women to come to IT, to stay there, to work in IT for long, and to earn much. And you can increase profits of your family. That is why the president said yesterday that by 2025 we must develop 100,000 IT specialists. 50% of them must be women, not 30, like in the quote, but 50% of these 100,000 should be women. The second moment, now we are going through integration. Everybody gets integrated with everything. Now the user chooses an app, and in the app there will be all services, and the user will choose the application which is the most comfortable. As for apps, the companies need to understand that gender parity is not that an ethic or moral aspect. It is beneficial for business. I looked through the figures and I prepared these figures based on McKinsey data. The global GDP will increase if the gender equity will be ensured. Each successful company will for 21% effective, the one which ensures gender diversity in the teams. IT teams which develop products and services, they must be comprised equally of men and women, because the people who use such goods are we, and the bulk of the services are consumed by women, and women must think how to promote the products and services to the market. Our company also goes this way. We have 30% of women who work in the company. We have a girl, the QA DevOps, who develop auto tests. The girls, if you do have QAs and beginning developers, welcome. We need such specialists among our clients, and we have more than 100,000 clients. 45% of the heads of these companies are women in small and medium business. 45%. And if we have business which wants to be more technological, will pass over to the electronic electronic document turnover. Please address me. For you, we shall create special conditions. Address us, those who are looking for jobs. Women, we need to develop and uplift our IT sector. Yesterday we had less than 10% of women when the president talked. When we went to Forbes Women, they were only women. But no IT specialists. No, we are the only ones who have come from the world of IT. So you see, this is the situation, and we must change the situation. My Dina, let me add, among our community women IT, we have a motto that for a woman who is not ready to support the other woman, there is a place already stored for her in the hell. Yes. If we talk about 10% of women, there is a filter. it works. So in but at the entrance point, when you want to get to the state body to be enrolled, is less and less girls, and even for high positions, less and less women. That is why we need to do something. The girl DevOps is as a museum item or a museum. That is why we need to listen to this observation. Now the floor is given to Raisa Kabievna as the founder of IT. Maybe it will be convenient to talk from here. Director of the Institute of Automation of Information Technologies. Good day, dear colleagues. Today we have a very interesting discussion. Those who are in the room, they are educated people, knowledgeable people, but I'll talk about the objectives. I call my speech Overcoming the Gender Digital Gap through Education and Digital Skills. We are in the age of digital technologies. We talk about Industry 4.0, and we say that education is a traditional area. No, it's not so. Maybe it develops faster, or maybe lagging behind. So there is a history about the development of universities. You all graduated from the universities. We are now at the stage when we have the 4.0 universities. What is it? How the university participates in development of digital specialists under the task 100,000 specialists. Who will develop such specialists? Of course, the university. How the university will do it? And how do we refer to the issue of gender equity or inequality? How the problem exists and how the problem is solved, and at the level of universities in the age of digital technologies. The difference between female and male genders is disappearing. Technologies are rooted deeply in our life, and we don't need any physical force which was required for engineering specialties. We need the force of brain, and which must be developed. But universities do not develop special programs especially for girls or boys. As for professor, for me, it makes no difference. Is it a girl or a boy sitting before me? But we take into account the gender difference.
Therefore, in the university, well, there's been a lot of talk. I mean, the previous speakers talked about this, and we engage in our own analysis as well. In respect to our graduates, when we deal with the ones who would like to get enrolled with us, and when we then do make up enrollment center. So we engage in both type of analysis. They would be qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. And on Satbayev University, you can have a look in respect of your majors. So we don't call them majors today, we call them educational programs. So have a look, what is the percentage? The pink one are girls, presence of girls, and then the blue one is for boys. I think it goes without saying. See how we lag behind, and it's quite interesting that if you take a an example of a little university. I mean, it's not little anymore, and now we train more than 1,000 IT specialists and also other specialties. And so as you can see, it gets coinciding with the data that comes from UN, and the average figures are almost the same as the ones that comes from UN. And since the problem is there, we have to resolve it. And how to resolve it? And this is how we suggest to resolve it. And the university deals not only with that audience that applies to it, and we work with those who are thinking about joining us and about with graduates. And we are trying also to give a thought to their so-called digital trail. If our government is not yet ready for entering the digital world, then that means that we won't be able to enter it. And also there is a contingent. I mean, there are some youth who are off that education opportunities, and what we suggest is, and it's not the suggestion of our university only, and naturally we've been discussing it with other universities as well, both with boys and girls. And on the basis of Techno-Woman, we could create a sort of a hub that could deal with that part about which is between 40 to 50% with whom you have to deal. I mean, the ladies for whom it's inaccessible. I mean, education and digital competencies. And if we set up such a hub, maybe that hub could help us at least to address that problem, if not fully, but at least partially. And this institute implementing its main mission of education, mission of training, mission of introducing knowledge to the wide masses of society, will be able in that way to implement that task which they in their hands, which they will be able to implement. And then talking about preparing them, and then how to prepare those large masses so that to see the advent of the digital skills. And the universities, society works all the time over that. Universities, community works all the time about that, drafting new programs, the programs that would meet the demands of the day. And I'm the author of that methodology, and it's quite more than one. And then in these 4 circles, we were able to depict how your professions may look like in the Atlas of Professions. IT education consists not only of the IT trends, and it gets developed as well, and the new education technologies are emerging as well. If we are not taking into account trends, then where that person is going to work and in future. And today we are not talking anymore about mass education. Education should be pinpointed against the needs of the market. And universities, they offer special grants for girls, and they would even decrease tuition fees up to, I mean, by 5 or 10% even, to create conditions for career growth. I mean, to support some success stories. And I believe you have to support us, and you have to get involved themselves in the discussion of all these actively. what we suggest now, it's not news. And this is something which exists in many countries. Such programs exist in many countries, which is about supporting wide masses of women. And the digital century brings about a lot of benefits, but at the same time, it may bring about a gender gap. And technologies are changing very quickly, and then if we are not addressing it, then we end up with even bigger yawning gap. So that's the reason why our community, our techno-woman community, is poised at trying to resolve all these problems. So we are starting to work over the program that we have entitled Future Female. And I suggest you all to support this. And I think my time is up in just 1 minute. Just give me just 1 minute. And this is going to be just 2 to 3 months program. I'm not going to read it all out. And this would allow for those who do not have such skills and education, that they will be able to acquire those skills. And Satpayev University wants to become a platform and resource center for this program that we entitled the Future Female, for SU and Techno Woman Hub. And this could be then scaled up, and it could eventually embrace all the regions in Kazakhstan. And in all regional centers and the universities, it would have been possible to set up such centers. And the IT community, both females and males community, I mean, we would apply to them to support this resource center with technologies, master classes, and so on. Thank you. I would like to say a few words in addition. My daughter is a second-year student, and we were looking for this specialty. I mean, she's in aerospace industry. She wanted to become a specialist in the aerospace industry, and it would have been nice that in Kazakhstan we could acquire this, and so we have really in Kazakhstan where it could be implemented. And then continuing with the digital economy theme. Digital economy consists of digital products. And Ainura Temirhan Kızı, she is a global capital company, and this is about Freedom Bank's digital mortgages, and also we have the chairman of the board of directors of Odbası Bank. So she is with us here present, and she is sitting in the floor and among the audience. And then, according to the reports of the credit bureau, so the main initiators of the mortgage loans, I mean the ones who would like to get the loans, are women. They are sitting at home, and they are the ones who would be all the time prompting to their husbands that we need a loan to improve our flat, house, or lives, and so on. So I think I have just 4 minutes, right, left for me to speak. Am I audible? Can you hear me, right? I was prepared to give you quite a big and serious speech, and we have 125 members of staff. I'm a counselor of the Freedom Finance Bank and on digital products, and so the mortgage loan. The other one is the loan for buying cars. Both of them are digital, and I was managing those two lines of business as well. And then talking about the digital economy matters, it is based on what? It's based on information and basic digital technologies, and information is the strategic resource of the digitalization. Yesterday, at the president's presentation and Mr. Musin's presentation, we heard a lot what the government tries to do in this area. And the digital mortgage and loan for cars. So this is what the government does, and we are on 28th place, and so we made the progress for just for one position, and this gives us an enormous opportunities to create such products. And then if you look at what we have now, 80% we have cashless transfers, cashless payments, and then the economy is ready to accept it. And this is a basic foundation to go and start with this. And then talking about the digital mortgage and about the loans to buy a car. So this is what are the benefits here as opposed to other banks. It could be done just in 2 hours, and then the two pillars to that. So we have looked at the experience of Dubai. So the economy is enormously digitalized, but at the same time, you cannot get a loan on just one indicator, and they still have some requirement that they should go to a bank and get information from bank. And then the other one is KOC here, and we can make an identification of the personality. So through biometrics, you can identify a person immediately. There is no need to go to bank, and then you may also pay using your QR code, and then there is no need for electronic signature, and then you may use your phone to sign it, and then you will get the registration plate and technical certificate or technical passport of your car when you buy it for your loan. And most probably this is a field for us, not only for ladies, but for the economy of Kazakhstan to create breakthrough products. We have everything for that. And in the coming years, we will be seeing more and more innovative products in the market. So just 7 seconds left for my speech. At the end, I want to say, as related with the females topic, I can see no impediments and barriers for women to do all this. And personally, I can say for myself this year, thanks to creating those products, thanks to that possibility that we can create it, we got a nomination as a Chief Digital Officer on IDC. So there is a trust and confidence for women in this country, and we have all possibilities to go forward. And at the end, I want to say that everything is possible in Kazakhstan, so go ahead and take it. Ainura, indeed, we have not much time left for this meeting. If someone wants to ask a question, I mean, let us get down to Q&A session. I can see over there there's a raised hand, so that's a male. Okay. Thank you very much to everybody. I'm Sergey Tian from JetPay company. My question is not maybe about digital matters. Madina mentioned that she stands for gender parity at managerial positions in IT sector. That's a cool idea. That's an awesome idea. What shall a man do sitting at home when wives are at the job and all that in conditions of horizontal hierarchy? I mean, when that learns how to structure partner relations with true partnership relations with your wife, then there won't be nothing bad happening. And then the women should also learn as to how not to come back into the family conditions with the moods that she acquired back at job, even though it was a stressful day. The women, they should learn how not to bring it back home, and the ladies also should learn how to delineate clearly what is job and what is home. And I think everybody got something to know and learn about all this, and there are some opportunities yet to be pursued in business sector and in government sector. And then, if you want to be on the position of an independent director, so there are some quotas available. And when you're on that position, ultimately, you are on equal footing basis with the other members of the board of directors, and all that is going to be about your skills and about your attitude to job. And this is as to about the possibilities they have in the business. And so we talked a lot about e-commerce and about digitalization, so we should go there. And you are all future mothers, and you should be at maximum involved in bringing up your kids so that the kids would not be scared of technology specialties, both for boys and girls, because there is a huge demand. And as we can see that universities today, they actually provide not bad infrastructure for doing so. And our digital economy will happen, and there is no doubt about that. Looks like that everything goes towards there. So that's the reason why we should suit it. I mean, at the end, I want to say that in Techno Women, we have a feature. There is a legend. Everybody who are between Elmira, between these two nice young ladies who are responsible for digital mortgage from Elmira and further, you all gonna get some piece of real estate. So we've got different features, and they really work. They're all tangible. So I feel you. I wish you all to be financially and economically independent and be able to acquire and possess your own apartment. So let us have a group photo, and then let us leave the podium.
OTS.
This gives rise to new technologies that change us and our life, profession, work, culture, education, science, sports, and entertainment. Technology emerges as the essential factor for success in terms of adaptability and sustainability. Artificial intelligence, Web 3.0, and blockchain, data-driven government become indispensable tools in the development of countries. Technological advancements and digitalization serve as more than just a lifeline in times of disaster, but they also become key points of economic growth. They also help protect the environment of our planet. Kazakhstan is increasing the pace of digital transformation, development of the economy, and improvement of the quality of life of the population through the use of digital technologies is the highest priority of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Today, Kazakhstan is leading in several indicators: digitalization of the state, services, process re-engineering, smart city, banking services, and infrastructure. Kazakhstan actively develops the space industry and plans to become one of the leading space powers by 2029. Pays special attention to the development of startups and IT business. Astana Hub is a rising star in the international IT ecosystem. Today, more than 900 IT companies are operating, with revenue growing exponentially. Astana Hub has created a modern environment for innovation development, attracting talent from all over the world. But it's time to go to the next level, and we can do this only together. We are creating a new force in the global technology arena by connecting markets from the Bosphorus to the vast steppes with more than 400 million people. The goal is to improve the welfare of the globe. Central Eurasia will become a new region of economic prosperity through digitalization, science, and innovation. That is why we are here today at the Digital Bridge 2022 Forum with the idea of Central Eurasia as a new tech platform which connects Europe and Asia, where leading experts from large technology companies, startups, investors and entrepreneurs, technocrats and top managers have gathered to integrate and cooperate.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our session is about to begin. Please, have a nice seat. Thank you for joining us. My name is Aidana, and I'll be your host during the session. The main topic of today's session is Innovation and Startup Ecosystem, Enablers in the Member States of the OTS. Please welcome moderator of the session, Farukh Jumayev.
Dear participants, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to take part in today's meeting and the panel session dedicated to innovations and the startup ecosystem enables in the member states of the OTS. My name is Farukh Jumayev. I'm a project director in the Secretariat of the Organization of Turkic States in charge for economic issues. So I would like to welcome all our speakers, our guests, participants on today's panel session. So I want to talk to you about, today we're going to talk about the importance of the innovations and the startups ecosystem in the global and regional base, and same time in the region of the Turkic region, same time. So as you know, today's innovation and integration and to digital markets offers a huge opportunity to improve our daily life. And that digitalization is fundamentally changing the global system, and new smart digital markets networks are emerging. Embracing digital transformation and efficient size, the potential offered by new technologies will help to maintain and innovative and resilient development base increase the overall competitiveness and sustainability of our economies. Definitely, innovation is considered as a key vehicle for the development and growth of society. It emerges as a necessity not only for private organizations, but also for public agencies and universities. Although such of these organizations has its own innovative initiatives, it has been shown that the combined efforts of all three generate better results in a model known as a triple helix: university, government, and business. Innovation ecosystem become more dynamic. Leaders are seeking to create an integrated landscape that helps startup grow, enables corporates to invest in talent and research and development, and attract other stakeholders to effectively participate in collaborative environment. But however, this question remains that what makes or breaks an innovation ecosystem that builds sustainable businesses and stimulates economic growth. The global social, environmental, and economic challenge urge firms to find a way of generating sustainable innovation to improve or maintain their position, or failing that, to ensure their survival. The ongoing business in dynamics showed that two particular aspects for generating innovation. First, the need for integrating the different actors in the innovation process, and the second one, the predominant role of new enterprises or startups in addressing disruptive innovations. The cornerstone of innovation ecosystem is the connection and collaboration fostered among key stakeholders. Competitive advantages can only be achieved if culture of collaboration and interdependence are encouraged to support innovation. The best ecosystems are also those where entrepreneurs are actively invested in giving back to the startup communities through mainstream initiatives. I strongly believe the established entrepreneurs should pay it forward to ensure that early stage startups avoid making the same mistakes as them. Therefore, we believe that the development of efficient government and university business collaboration and integration in the OTS region will contribute to strengthening the development of innovation and startup ecosystem for the parties. National innovation capacities and policies play a dominant role in the adaptation of countries in the global system, competitiveness and the production of new technologies today. And technoparks and IT parks that created in our member states, this is one of the main important actors for the national innovation system, have become a fundamental technology policy instrument to the creation and diffusion of technological knowledge. As you know, yesterday we signed the memorandum of understanding between the IT parks and technoparks of our member states. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the first establishment platform that we created during this Digital Bridge Forum 2022. I would like to, in this occasion, to invite all our panelists for today's meeting to the stage. First of all, Marjan Madiyev, General Director, Astana Hub, co-founder of startup Naimi, KZ. Mr. Ahmet Serdar İbrahimoğlu, CEO of Birleşik Maddesi Technopark Türkiye. Mr. Faruk İnaltekin, General Manager of Bilkent Cyberpark Turkey. Mr. Chubak Temirov, Executive Director of High Technology Park of Kyrgyzstan. And Mr. Farhad Ibrahimov, CEO, IT Park Uzbekistan. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to this, and thank you for getting our invitation and taking part in this panel session. First of all, I would like to give the floor to each member of today's panelists, or short introduction about the institution, the IT Park, or the institutions. Mr. Marjan Bey, please.
Thank you, Faruk. First of all, I would like to thank my partners for coming. You know, we're discussing a very important new vision of the integration between our countries among the Organization of Turkic States participants. So just in May, we have visited Turkey and proposed this idea the first time. and it was very warm, welcoming support from our Turkic partners. We have visited Bilkent, Vadisim Tbilisi, Cyber Park, and so today it's kind of follow-up of our meeting for the second time. And yesterday we have signed MOU between our tech hubs. So we are continuing our integration not only at the political level, but also at the business level, at the innovation level, between our technoparks and startups. So just recently I took my partners to Astana Hub and I showed all our programs and tools and infrastructure, and we had a very good, interesting conversation, exchanging ideas, exchanging our vision, how are we going to support startups, and what we told, what unique preferences of Astana Hub was presented by me. For example, we have discussed our Google for Startups program. So you know that Astana Hub became a Google for Startup partner for the Central Asian region, plus Azerbaijan, plus Mongolia. So we have 30 startups in 2 batches participating currently in this acceleration program. We are achieving very good results. For example, one of our participants has reached $10 million valuation just during this 3 months acceleration program. Another company has grown from $40 million valuation to $100 million valuation. And all of the reason why they have grown so much is because of the community, because of the networking and joint intense training program within the acceleration program. So also I would like to thank Google for Startups division in Turkey, because Google for Startups believed in Kazakhstan, in our region, because of the help of the support of the Turkic side. So we are very thankful, we are very grateful for this. And even yesterday, our president, during his speech, mentioned this program, and very recently he has visited UN General Assembly in New York, and he also mentioned that Astana Hub launched joint program with Google for Startups, and he was very grateful for the Google side. So that's our brief results. For today we have 900 IT companies as our residents. Last year the total revenue was up to almost $400 million, and this amount is growing very fastly. So this is a brief results and brief vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahdi, for the briefing about the current stage of the cooperation and at the same time activities of the Astana Hub. That you mentioned that you have a big experience in the education and the capacity building of the IT specialists, and at the same time the support to the startups, or not only the Kazakhstan startup, at the same time the regional based and regional cooperation is really one of the key elements of the cooperation within the Astana Hub. So you mentioned about the memorandum of understanding that we signed yesterday. Exactly, this is one of the starting point of the cooperation within our TS region on the cooperation on this field. So the memorandum of understanding will have a pretty wide scope of cooperation, and the parties will closely work on them, strengthening relations among the members of the technoparks, and the development of the startup ecosystem, investment, attraction, capacity building, creating and providing innovative programs and facilitation with research and development. So in this case, in the memorandum also mentioned about the intention of the considered implementation of the digital nomad IT residency program and Turkic IT house based in San Francisco, USA. So could you elaborate the main advantage of these initiatives for the IT startups of our region?
Yes, our ministers our ministry idea was to launch joint startup house for our representative with all our partners in Turkic states. So the main idea is when we are going to Silicon Valley, we are representing very small markets. But if we will launch it all together in partnership, we will represent a new force of, we call it Central Eurasia, from Eastern Europe to Mongolia market. So it's already more than 400 million people market, and I think it will be very important for us to collaborate in such advanced industry as Silicon Valley. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Madiev, for the answers to explaining the question on the importance of this collaboration. And we have, of course, we'll extend this number of the projects. We'll have some action plans for the implementation of such incentives and initiatives within our region. Now I would like to give the floor to our next panelist, Mr. Ahmet Serdar Ibrahimoglu, for the introduction and the briefing about the activities of the Bilişim Vadisi Technopark in Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before my introduction of Bilişim Vadisi, I would like to thank many thanks to the organizer of this program, because it's interesting stage, I think, because 5 countries in here, and they met us in here. So I would like to thank the other organizers, I think Turkic States Association. So thank you very much, Faruk Cumaye. And thank you very much, Magjan Madiev, and the other participants of Technoparks, Uzbekistan Technoparks, IT Valley, and Kyrgyzstan Technoparks, and Cyberpark Technoparks. This is very important for us, and I would say especially yesterday we signed an MOU. This is the first stage for us. This is the first stage for us making mega technology corridor platform. Because in the world, research center or technology centers are out of mind. In this, at that reason, or currently, we say about corridors. Istanbul to Baku, to Astana, to Bishkek, and Tashkent, Samarkand, for example. If we make a collaboration and make a technology corridor, our know-how transfer, our technologies are transferred, our strongest sites transfer. This is our purposes, and we believe this idea. So we are here. We are in this stage. Then Bilişim Vadisi, but thank you very much to listen us audiences and participants. That you are here because. And Bilişim Vadisi, what does it mean, Bilişim Vadisi? Bilişim is a very Turkic name. Is not translate in English, almost. Informatics or information technology not translate all, not mean all this Bilişim. Bilişim is communication, and Bilişim is technology, Bilişim is software, Bilişim is informatics technology. So especially we call this Bilişim Vadisi is a specific name and this is the Turkic name. Bilişim Vadisi we established by the government. Bilişim Vadisi is established by government. Its owner, Turkey's Industry and Technology Ministry. But it is not a non-commercial organization. This is private organization. This is a corporate. And we have corporate venture capital investment fund. We investing our startups, not only in Turkey startups, but also the other abroad country startups, we invest them. But especially, I mentioned about Bilişim Vadisi. Bilişim Vadisi work on civilian technologies, only civilian technologies. First is mobility sector. I think you are aware of our National Electrical Vehicle TOG. Researchers and developers are in Bilişim Vadisi. And over 100 company, they are working on, they are researching on mobility sector in Bilişim Vadisi. Bilişim Vadisi has over 300 company working technologies, 6 verticals, in 6 verticals. What are verticals? First one, mobility, the other one, connectivity, third one is design technology, fourth is gaming technology, and the last one, cybersecurity. We, in Bilişim Vadisi, we make an air taxi. Its branding name Air Car. It's flying car for the smart city solutions, delivery technologies, bigger than the drone or smaller than helicopters. We make it. Then we make a project, smart city project, a burning smart city. 2 million meters square in a whole empty area. We design it. We make some verticals, 80 verticals, health, security, mobility, and the others. And architecture. It will be in Istanbul. And 300,000 people will live in there. Its name is Pomegranate Smart City, Innovation City. Pomegranate. Pomegranate mentioned about like startups. If you crush the pomegranate and 1,000 pieces, like a startup. We imagine it. If we create these smart cities, if we create these technologies together, we will make this corridor and we will share our know-how. I think it is enough. Many times I speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahimoglu. Definitely, you mentioned about the very important actual aspects regarding the cooperation, the regional cooperation that you mentioned about the corridor. So this is like if you talk about the corridor within the East and West, between Asia and Europe, we're talking about the restoration of the Silk Road. Yeah, because Silk Road has many dimensions, many sectors. We're talking about the transport, we're talking about energy. Now we're talking about the digitalization and the IT transformation from Asia to Europe and from Europe to Asia. So this will become maybe a digital Silk Way. So you mentioned about the corridor that we establishing through the Trans-Caspian corridor, like we mentioned about the energy and transport issues.
Maybe. Maybe I would say about something, if you permit me.
Sure.
Allow me. In Turkey, we have not called Technopark because Bilişim Vadisi is a platform of technology development zones. We have 3 development technology zones in Istanbul, in Izmir, in Kocaeli. They are all industrial cities in Turkey. Industrial cities, software engineers, they are living in there. And 3 cities, we manage them, we manage all of them, not mainly centers, areas. Their operations in these centers, but we manage them in a cloud system, a software platform. And I must say, 5 countries, they announced their digital transformation strategy. For example, USA, they tell about us manufacturing USA. Japanese 5-0. In Germany 4-0. Korea and China 2025, we will say our technology, digital transformation strategy, national technology move. So we are working based on our national technology move. This is not for us only. We will share this strategy all of our brother countries. And the mega technology corridor is not only a physical road or physical railway. It is a software like a digital transformation strategy. So I am participating your idea, but not only name.
Thank you. Ibrahim Alba. Thank you very much. Regarding to the international cooperation, so Bilishim, Vadisi, Technopark, and they have a broad range of the, arrays and types of the cooperation. So with regard to global and regional cooperation, do you have any kind of the cooperation with the Turkic states, member states, or with other countries will be experience for the in the future that will be used for our region as well?
If I understand correctly, venture capital investment fund.
Venture and all the, the range of the activities that we have.
For example, we make an acceleration program, 2 programs. One is mobility acceleration program, and we combine, we announced all of the countries, and we sent them invitation to participate this acceleration program. For example, in this year, 800 startups participate our acceleration program, and we can we will choose we choose them 45 only, 45. We choose 45, and some give online program, then make a demo day. Demo day, I tell about our investment fund, but not only our investment fund, but also the other investment funds are coming in there in our acceleration programs demo day. For example, we in this year only June, $1 million we will investing. For example, Baküs company, Azerbaijan, they are working in Azerbaijan company, one startup. We will invest them. We invested them. Why not Astana Hub startups coming there and give us an investment? And the other acceleration program is gaming program, DJH, summer camp and winter camp. We will organize this acceleration program. For example, in DJH camping program, 10,000 people benefit our acceleration program. They came our camping areas 10 days in a camp tent. They live in camp tents, and we will give them educational programs, some mentoring programs. 10 days they made a project, a gaming project. Then we invest them $2 million. We invest them Sweden company, for example, European companies. We invested them. Why not Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan startups? We invest them.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Of course, definitely the financial resources and the support of the startups is very crucial for today. That's why to have some results on the implementation of the ideas and some innovations that they're creating. Thank you once again, Mr. Ibrahim.
Maybe we will make exchange program with technoparks.
Definitely, we're going to work on this within our cooperation platform. Definitely, we'll add all these initiatives and ideas that
we will support their visas to coming to Turkey or coming Kazakhstan or the other countries.
Thank you for sharing with us your ideas and the proposals on the field. Thank you, and I would like to give the floor to our next panelist, Mr. Faruk Inaltekin, the General Manager of the Bilkent Cyberpark Turkey.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. Speech is given Faruk from Faruk. And I am very excited and happy to be here. Yesterday we signed an MOU, and I believe it's just the starting point of our collaboration, and we have already started actually. Before that panel, we have visited Astana Hub, and I have taken many notes. I've learned some new things from them. I believe that we all learn from each other. I am the General Manager of Bilkent Cyberpark. Together with that, I am the Chairman of Turkish Technoparks Association within Turkey. So when I return to Turkey, I will try to spread out that issue to all technoparks in Turkey, so that as a wider perspective we can touch the issue, we can start changing information, changing experience, and it will be more beneficial to both parties. It's my first time here. And also I need to mention that I am very impressed what they are doing in Astana Hub there. So I thank you again. And when it comes to Bilkent Cyberpark is one of the first and biggest technoparks of Turkey. This year we are celebrating our 20th year. And as of today, we have 250 high-tech companies. Around 50 of them are incubation companies. I think we all know that technoparks have two business lines. One is the facility management side, contract management, cleaning, gardening, security, the other stuff. But when we are done with that, we are all having good business centers. The second business line of technoparks are creating the real technoparks, which are actually the value-added services that we provide. Those are trainings, mentorship, counseling sessions, international activities, accelerators, fair joinings, and many other events or business development activities for our entrepreneurs. And Bilkent Cyberpark's most powerful side is those value-added services. We are a very international technopark. We have an accelerator, which is aiming USA, for example. I think I will be talking about more, which is selected as second worldwide by IASP, International Association of Science Park. We have an international business-to-business matching methodology, which also awarded first, again worldwide, by IASP. So we have many more other programs which are focusing our entrepreneurs, commercialization, or for their going international activities. I think it's enough for starting, or should I continue? It's up to you. If you give the floor, I can talk more and more, but I don't know, it's the entrance or...
Thank you, Mr. Faruk Inaltekin, for the brief introduction of the Bilkent Cyberpark. Actually, well known that Bilkent University is one of the top high-ranking education institutions in Turkey. So now you're working on how to collaborate with theory to practice. So this is a cyberpark that you created within the university. Yeah. So you mentioned that you start to implement, to realize your inventions through this cyberpark. May I ask you, what's the role of the technoparks in the development of human capital, and how can it be applied for the OTS cooperation?
Actually, as I mentioned, it's just a starting point. In the terms of training side, we have many different programs. Actually, those are not only trainings. Those are mainly part of some bigger projects or some big programs. For example, if we are dealing an accelerator aiming USA. If you are going to Silicon Valley, it's a highly saturated environment, so you cannot sell something, honestly speaking. So the aim of going there is to get an investment, evaluating your business idea, learning the culture, and a real motivation. So when we are running such a program, our trainings and mentorships, all the other sessions are focusing on that 4 articles. And when we are turning some other country, let's say UK or some big country in Europe, we are focusing on investment and some kind of commercial activities. So our focusing at that human resources side is focusing on those areas, and we are teaching our entrepreneurs on such issues. For example, at some cultures, giving your business card, delivering your business card to your counterpart is some kind of a cultural issue. You may create some kind of problems if you deliver your card in the wrong way, or some kind of colors on your clothes is different issue. We are working on such issues, actually. We are starting from those cultures. Even those small issues are some kind of, at sometimes, getting some kind of trouble for our entrepreneurs. So we are trying to prevent those and trying to get the most of what we are doing. And when we turn to OTS side, as I mentioned, we have just started, but before that starting point, we already signed an MOU with Astana Hub, and currently we are working on a business forum in Kazakhstan. We are trying to learn the issues here, how the things are going, which sectors are coming in the front line, and we are also evaluating our companies which are mostly more useful to take place in Kazakhstan and Astana Hub. And we are starting at that point, and we hope to start it very soon, because we have a business model of forums worldwide. So far, we made those business forums in Malaysia, Ethiopia, Azerbaijan. We already made it 2 times actually. In Germany, USA, UK, Estonia, Portugal, Spain, USA, and many other countries that I cannot remember right now. But we have, we have a good methodology to match the companies, match the entrepreneurs with their counterparts. They will seek for maybe learn each other. They will be seeking for distributors or joint development activities. They will learn whatever they are seeking for. It will be the main focus. Hopefully, our efforts will be on a wider perspective, and most of us sitting in this room will be get benefit of all of our efforts from the OTS countries, and I am very happy to be a part of that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. We hope that this wide world collaboration with other European and Asian countries will be starting point for the exchange of this knowledge with the OTS member countries, and they will benefit for all the stakeholders, like you mentioned, for institutions, for SMEs, entrepreneurs, and startups, so on. That's where your ideas and brilliant actual proposal will be using within the cooperation platform. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we'd like to give the floor to Mr. Chubak Temirov, the Executive Director of High Technology Park of Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll try to be short, just not to be a monologue, more like a dialogue. Yeah. So my name is Chubak Temirov. I am the CEO of the High Technology Park of the Kyrgyz Republic. We were the first Central Asian IT park in the region. Just a few numbers. We are highly export oriented. We have a special law on the high technology park, which is a special legal tax regime. 97% of our, the income of our residents come as a result of export. So as you can see, we are highly export-oriented, let's say, agency, the government agency that is created by the government but financed by its residents. So we are unique in this term, I guess, because we don't get any money from the government, but we actually have a special legal tax regime. We require 80%, but our companies do 97% of exports, which is really cool. And the half of the market, which is about 40%, is US market. And second place, we also have in top 6, UK, Japan, Kazakhstan, and Russia. Yeah. Also, now we have, it's not about numbers, it's more about quality. We have about 200 companies. We also have, like in our neighboring countries, many expat people from other countries. And hopefully, with this situation will end soon. We are just providing a space so they can work and continue at least work with their partners from other countries. About the forum, in addition to the worlds of Marjan, I would like to add, so Marjan mentioned about idea of creating so-called sales or techno house or startup house in the US, right, in Silicon Valley, San Francisco. I'd like to add to that with the OTC countries to have Expo, which is similar to Digital Bridge, but in Silicon Valley, because that is our target. We have to be there to tell about our, let's say, opportunities. We shouldn't draw us as a resource, the country for resources. We should also claim that we are a country of opportunities, that they should come to our countries and learn more about. So as you know, this is a very unique. Recently, we already have a good partnership with our neighboring countries, with IT Park from Uzbekistan and from Astana Hub. They did a great contribution and help in organizing the first Central Asian IT Forum in New York. Just recently, we had a big forum in Cornell Tech. Probably you all know this great university. And we had that first Central Asian Forum telling about opportunities of Central Asia. So we brought startups and companies from Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan. And that was already a good start. Yesterday, we had a first memorandum of understanding between wider, let's say, audience between OTC countries. And I think this is a great initiative. I already told in media that this is a first start. It's all about cooperation and collaboration, not about rivalry or competition, because our markets, from in separation, let's say Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, or Kyrgyzstan, not that big markets, separately, but as one region, as a OTC countries, we are a huge power, like it used to be in many years ago. And now I think it's a good time to reimburse and tell to the world that we are tech, let's say, digital nomad countries, so-called. Because we had a very good example of digital nomad countries. We brought attention of the world to this. And by continuing, it's all about marketing, right? Right marketing can bring benefit to the country, and it can have a multifunctional effect for all the markets and participants. And by continuing that idea, we can be that digital nomad countries, so-called. Yeah. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Tamirov, for your ideas and proposals and comments regarding to the collaboration within the OTS region. And of course, each of the OTS country has its potential. And we have to use this potential very properly in a right way. So we have in Kyrgyzstan example, we have human resources, we have natural resources. This is our best destination of all the fields that we mentioned. At the same time, I hope that within this progress, we'll see another potential of the Kyrgyzstan, like a IT hub and in the region as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I would like to give the floor to our last panelist, Mr. Farhad Ibragimov, CEO, IT Park, Uzbekistan. Mr. Ibragimov, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Farouk. Thank you very much for the hosts, for Kazakhstan side, to make this wonderful event, for invite us. And it was very warm and friendly hosting. I feel it. Thank you very much, Magjan, and to all of your team. It was very complicated, very short call during this period of time. It's not easy. We know so big event to organize that. Thank you very much. And I would like to focus on the two issues here. First, briefly, I will let you know about what's going on in Uzbekistan for the development of IT, and the second, our proposal from our vision of view, how we can collaborate each other. Uzbekistan, this is in the middle of Central Asia, and annually we are growing for over than 600,000 newborns. This is compared with China as example. It was 400,000 last year. So this is very fast growing, and in the CIS countries become the second country with the population. And now this is strategy of development of Uzbekistan is when we call the IT. It is mostly focusing on outsourcing because you know, newly emerging market, a lot of young people are looking for the new job opportunities. So from our point of view, the fastest way of finding them these opportunities, this is provide them outsourcing services. So we are starting make it in 2019. Now we have very near 900 companies registered in IT Park. You can be located wherever you want. It is very similar in Kazakhstan. And the important thing is that previously it was almost no companies in the regions. Now it is over than 200 companies registered in the region. An important other thing is that 250 companies working exclusively on outsourcing. 80% is going to the United States. The amount of outsourcing is not high if we compare with the other countries, but 74 million, it is on September, 74 million, but we are expected to have over the 100 this year, and 200 next year, and till 2080 probably it will be that over than 1 billion. And why it's become the 1 billion? This is many ways of development. First of all, we pay attention to the human capacity. This is very important that we are launching the program 1 million Uzbek coders. It is over than 2 million young generation people, mostly who study on the graduate school. They are the graduating, getting the license of this program. This is Udacity program. Full stack, Android, data analysis. And this direction make us a lot of interesting from the school boys, girls and boys. So now over the million of them, they got the license, registered and got the license. 2 million of them is studying there. What does it mean? It means that next 3 to 5 years, we'll get, we hope that over the 1,000 over the 100,000 during the 5 years, new coders. But if you pay attention to the region, we are mostly focusing on the coders first of all. This is one disadvantage, what we have that. Focusing on the coders because these problems that unfortunately, we couldn't make the good advertising of our project or our services if we compare with the other developed countries. So there is no still like namers made in as example, OTM countries or the Central Asia. There is no that kind of brand name yet. So we should work under this. This is what we are focusing, what we are thinking about. But before that, we should prepare that army of the developers. So this is what we are thinking about right now. And second issue is what I am thinking. First, I think that your organization, Farouk OTM, should be the focal point of all of these countries. You know, all the technoparks, they have their operational activities and they are mostly focusing on their countries.
And if you gather all of us, if you provide us, I mean, it could be quarterly, it could be annually, this kind of meetings, and we can have the goals. And one is a big advantage of us, it's that language is common, very similar language, and we can talk each other. And Turkey has, if I'm not mistaken, over than 80 million population. Central Asia jointly, they have over than 70 million. Then this is a market. If you take about the startups for Kazakhstan, if they have a market, but if they have access to the other countries, nobody say no right now, but if we can jointly programs, if we open all opportunities, if we take care of the Kazakh startups, if we take care of Uzbek startups the same way, that will make sense. The same with the Turkey. Turkey is very big market and mature market. This is very complicated to work in that market probably, but anyway, our gate is open for the Turkey startups as well. So this kind of collaboration could make sense, and we are ready to provide the services. With the cheap labor cost with our neighbor countries, as example, that we're providing for the fleet management in the United States, a lot of truck drivers, they provided services by Uzbekistan. Over than 10,000 people working on it. And we know that logistics service in Turkey is, as example, very, very big. And we can also work under this, and we can decrease the cost of the companies. So our suggestion is that provide the services between the countries, inside the countries, as they provide the services and to provide the best opportunities for the startups. Then think about jointly to go for the mature European market or North America, I mean Canada, United States. This is, but we should be ready for that. It's just to have an intention on that. Could be not enough for that. That's work on the other market. It is easier. Then think about the mature companies in our countries. They work, but if we make the strategy, that could be easier, but it takes time. So advertising, we should pay attention on that, and that should be attention, not the country separately. All the countries in one should take attention that this is made in this region. That could be name of this region. So this is my short proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahimov, that shared your vision and your strategy for the joint collaboration. So starting with the single point, single market for the IT industry with technoparks that you mentioned. And you mentioned about some main important focuses and advantage, and at the same time gaps and advantage that we facing right now in this field. So we'll take the notes, all your the suggestions and your vision that you mentioned right now regarding the focal points on that field will be established within our platform, within our working groups, meetings with our specialists and IT specialists on this field. This is a starting point, and we'll continue with such collaboration. And we mentioned with the main sector that we have to have a potential and opportunities, like the transportation we mentioned about. And I want to mention that the total the population of the Turkish world is almost 200 million people. Almost 200 million people. So this is a big, actually, market, same time, big territory from the China to the almost Europe, including the Budapest. So we have a potential on this, and we're going to use our European office in Budapest for the opening our IT specialist, IT market to the European market through the European Union the platform as well. So this is a starting point as well, and we'd like to thank all our panelists for the discussions, for the ideas that you mentioned. And I would like to success for the future collaboration, and this is will be the next meetings will be inshallah in the
That's one I would like to take the opportunity on behalf of the Uzbek delegation. We would like to invite everyone to the Samarkand. In October 24 till 27, we will have the ICT week. This is a very similar event as here. We'll be very glad to see everyone. You're very welcome to Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an interesting discussion. Dear friends, now we're going to have a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll continue with the next panel discussion, which is development of innovation ecosystem as a driver of the economic growth. Please stay with us.
Мобильное суперприложение Kaspi KZ – самое популярное приложение в Казахстане, которое стало неотъемлемой частью современной жизни казахстанцев. Все наши сервисы созданы с одной целью – улучшать жизнь любимым клиентам. С помощью суперприложения Kaspi KZ уже более 12 миллионов казахстанцев делают платежи и переводы, управляют личными финансами, покупают авиа и ЖД-билеты, пользуются самыми популярными государственными услугами и совершают выгодные покупки онлайн с бесплатной доставкой по всей стране. Мобильное приложение для бизнеса Kaspi Pay от Kaspi KZ помогает казахстанским компаниям расти и развиваться. Большинство партнеров Kaspi Pay – это компании малого и среднего бизнеса. С помощью Kaspi Pay предприниматели по всей стране, принимая оплату, увеличивают продажи и создают рабочие места. Сегодня уже более 350 тысяч предпринимателей Казахстана подключены к Kaspi Pay. В 2020 году Kaspi KZ разместила акции на лондонской фондовой бирже, став крупнейшей по капитализации компанией Казахстана. Kaspi KZ. Сделано в Казахстане.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Hello, everybody. We're running a little late, so I want to get started as soon as we can. There we go. So everybody, my name is Mike Fisher. I'm the moderator for today's panel. I'm a professor at the University of Southern California's Interactive Media Division. But prior to that, I was an executive at Amazon, Microsoft, and I also worked at Epic Games on a product you may know called Fortnite. We're here today talking about what I think is a very important topic, which is the innovation ecosystem. I've been part of several discussions during this event where the focus was really on venture capital, and with some degree attention also paid to incubators. Are we playing?
Sorry.
No problem. When the music stops, take a chair. What? we'll make a it's a smart crowd. So while it's very important to have venture capital as part of the equation, developing an ecosystem, particularly a robust economy based on innovation, takes a lot more than that. So I actually looked up a definition of innovation ecosystem as we got started. And it says here the innovation ecosystem includes universities, government, corporations, startup accelerators, venture capital, private investors, foundations, entrepreneurs, mentors, and the media, each one with a different role in transforming new ideas into reality through access, education, and financial investments. So what we have here is a panel of people who are doing much more than just promoting investment. We're looking at that entire value chain. And we're lucky to have guests from a number of different backgrounds. So I'm going to ask each of you to take a moment to not only introduce yourself and your title, but tell a little bit about what you and your organization do. And Alan, since you're on my left, I'll start with you.
Hi there, my name is Alan El-Kadi, and I'm the director of an organization called Gaza Sky Geeks. So you're quite right, I'm working in innovation ecosystem, which is a little bit unusual. I'm working in Gaza, in Palestine. And you may know a little bit about Palestine and the situation there, and some of them weren't aware I was just mentioning it. I'm in a situation where there's 2.2 million people in a very small strip of land, 5 miles by 20 miles, and it's basically a big jail. Nothing goes in or out without Israel permitting it in and out. It lives on, most people are unemployed, 70% unemployment, and it survives on humanitarian aid, and it's a young population. So I'm there trying to develop, and there's no industry. So what they do have, though, is the internet and young educated population. So we're putting those together, and we're trying to create an innovation ecosystem by working with the universities there, with the young people, and we do tech training. And we train people so they've got skills that they can work online and generate an income. We have a startup incubator, and we try and help those young people to create startups. So I'll keep it short, but that's the environment I'm creating an innovation ecosystem within.
Great. Let's go down the line.
Thank you, and I'm glad to be here. I started my journey in innovation field in 2013. Then I worked in the government, and I made the reform in Georgia for the creation of a new agency called Innovation and Technology Agency. It was one of the most successful reform in Georgia. This agency created the first tech parks program, Startup Georgia, and other initiatives. And after a long period in government, I moved to the private sector and created a future laboratory company, which is helping the ecosystems in the region to develop the innovation, the startup ecosystems, the infrastructure for innovations. And one of the most important initiatives, I think, that for the region we are developing with the support of International Telecommunication Union. ITU is the platform startup Central Eurasia. I think it's like initial point, and I'm glad that this forum is continuing this idea now. This platform startup Central Eurasia helping government in Central Asia and other countries to develop the ecosystems. It's providing different tools. It's providing tools for the startups and other elements. And I'm glad to share my experience in from my previous job there. I was on the governmental position as ecosystem builder, and now in the private sector with working with regional ecosystem builders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm definitely not Alexander, and I'm in fact not that person over there either. My surname starts with a C, and actually last surname starts with a C, with a G, so I'm Lale Can Gözübüyük. As you can suggest from the name, of Turkish origin, I'm Turkish. I'm coming from Istanbul, so I'm very pleased to be here. Well, in terms of a quick background information about me, I'm a regional director at Plug and Play Tech Center. Prior to Plug and Play, I started in one of the biggest AI firms, Turkish office. I grew it from 2 people to over 100 people in Turkey. And before that, I have a career in finance. I used to be an investment banker in London and in Switzerland a little bit. So if you include internships and everything, I have almost 10 years of finance career before my more than 5 years of tech career. I have an undergrad from Oxford in economics and management. And I have an MBA from INSEAD, France and Singapore, both campuses. Just a quick information about Plug and Play. Well, it's known as the biggest innovation platform in the world. We're based in Silicon Valley, but although Silicon Valley is the oldest innovation platform ecosystem known out there, it's grown out of there. The world is evolving so much. Right now, in parallel with that, we have 47 offices in some of the top ecosystems all around the world. So started in Silicon Valley, right now we have 11 offices in China, 4 offices in Japan, etc. So what does Plug and Play do, and what is an innovation platform? Innovation platform is basically, you can think of it, I think, as an exclusive innovation club. We have more than 500 corporate partners all around the world. So some of the names you will know, like from Mercedes to Porsche to Procter & Gamble to whatever, you would know if you go on our website and check, you will know most of the names are listed out there. And we have more than 40,000 startups in our ecosystem. We support them from A to Z, and we are an investor into them as well. So we are a venture capital firm as well at the same time. But what occupies most of my time is actually the corporate innovation side. So we match corporates with startups. Not just with startups, we have a huge ecosystem. We match them with mentors. We also work with governments. We match governments with startups. We match, mentors with the network. So it's a fully functioning ecosystem with many parties. It's a very new business model, done pretty well so far. And just a quick last thing, actually, we have had 35 unicorns in the portfolio. If you put it into perspective, if you compare to, for example, there have been 4 unicorns out of Finland, 11 unicorns out of Spain, 35 unicorns out of Plug and Play. So just to put it into perspective, it's a big organization like that. Thank you very much. Very nice to meet you.
Alexander? Sorry, I want to speak Russian. It will be more fluently.
Я буду говорить.
Да, вот меня зовут Дорошенко Александр.
I am Doroshenko Alexander. I am a founder of Telecom Valley project on development of ecosystem in Karaganda city in Kazakhstan. And I started as an entrepreneur 10 years ago with my partners. We set up a company called VPay, and it is one of the major companies, fintech company with the dozens of $1 million of turnover. And I always had an idea of using the human resources of Karaganda, and it was an exile place at Soviet times, and thousands of people actually were spending their time in exile in this city, and And many of them had entrepreneurial and after the fall of the Soviet Union, after the disruption of the Soviet Union, many people started to leave. And they would leave for other cities, and there are many former Karaganda dwellers in Astana and in Almaty. And my main office in Karaganda, and it employs 150 persons. And then what to do in order to waste that cultural phenomenon? And this miners city, it should change itself, and it should get boosted, should get a new energy. And then we decided that we should create an IT cluster. And we wanted to make a first milestone of 10,000 people working in technology companies, and we embarked on that mission in 2018. And then we went with that comprehensive task further, and we studied a lot of information how these creative industries are to be developed in other countries. And so there's a term like Rust Belt in the United States, where technology, formerly technological cities, because the economic ties changed, they had to change themselves as well. And then it was noticed that you should be adding some science and research and setting up hubs. And then, so we decided to do the same. And then we actually acquired in the downtown some premises and created an accelerator function there. And I worked in as a tracker in the free venture fund, and having my own entrepreneur's experience. So we were able to build our own approach for acceleration and incubation, and we at the beginning were even helping Astana Hub when they were organizing themselves. And then we entered a long-term agreement with the government of Karaganda city, so that to have funds. And then so now we have a lot of people sitting in co-working, and weekly we would have a lot of events, and then and several times a year we will have acceleration and incubation programs. And then very soon we are launching our own venture fund. Thank you for your attention.
Most interesting people I've ever met. That's remarkable. And I worked with Michael Jackson, so the bar is high for me. So, the first question I have for you is very general. So feel free to interpret it in a way that's just relevant for you. But the question we have is simply, how does the innovation ecosystem affect economic development? One example that I have is not even on the list of what is an innovation ecosystem, which is creative destruction. One of the most influential companies in the video game business is Finland. Very small country, but on a good year represents 5% of all revenue on the App Store for games. And that ecosystem developed because Nokia went bankrupt. And all of a sudden there were thousands of engineers with no job. The only thing that they knew was mobile phones. And many of them started making games. And as soon as they were successful, they took their money and invested in their friends' video game companies. And now it's almost like a brotherhood, but it all started from a very negative event. But I want you to, again, interpret this question completely in your own way. How does the innovation ecosystem affect economic development? So, Lale, I'll start with you, and we'll just come this way and rotate through.
Sure. I mean, I just said that, I have a degree in economics. It's actually one of the first things you start discussing. Growth is like very important for all of us. It's going to be a little bit technical to start with, but how you define growth is that, there's a potential, we call it the production possibility frontier of growth. In every country, there's this potential, your potential growth. The fact that with just normal GDP growth, with the optimal use of existing resources in the country, you move towards that capacity. It's called, PPF, Production Possibility Frontier. What happens is that the only way for the PPF to shift to the right is actually via innovation and technological breakthrough. That's the only way. So it's not actually how does it help, and it's pretty much if you want to shift the potential of the country, it's the only way to shift the potential, productive potential of the country. And we've seen it, I think, over the recent years a lot more. The reason why we've started to talk more about like sustainability, etc., is I think it's one of the biggest reasons. Of course, like we care about the environment. Is also a lot of the countries are close to their production possibility frontiers. So, given the existing resources, we're very close to being at the top level of GDP growth. So, right now, technology comes here. Like if you talk about, for example, numbers back in 2012, there was I think Statista said 350 billion. It was the worth of $350 billion worth of the entire software market. And take it now, 10 years later, $1.7 trillion of investments into the industry. Right now, thousands of more than I think 1,000 unicorns all around the world. So 10 years later, the number, like is so much more than that. And back in 2012, I think in the Fortune magazine, only one tech company was there in the Fortune 50 as a Fortune 50 company. And right now, I think 7 or 8 out of the top 10 companies are technology. And in fact, I'm saying technology because technology comes out of innovation, and innovation only happens with an ecosystem. So, because innovation has lots of parts, it's a multi-part thing. So innovation, the biggest source of, probably the main source of innovation is diversity. You need to have lots of stakeholders to really have breakthrough innovation. Let's talk about the vaccine example, for example. The reason, probably one of the biggest reasons why we can gather in this room is there was this vaccine that was found, and then COVID is hopefully, inshallah, out of the way, and then we can gather back in conferences again. How did the COVID vaccine how was it produced? There was a startup company that had been working, like take Moderna, for example. I think it was in operation since 2012. And then risk capital came in, invested money into it. Government funding helped. Governments help with research and infrastructure and other resources. And there was corporate help. I think Lonza for Moderna, Swiss company. So loads of stakeholders. They help with supply chain, distribution. Many parties came together and brought this final innovation into reality. So this is a job of an ecosystem. So just to sum it up, the only way to actually grow, to have sustainable growth, is actually via innovation and technological breakthroughs. And for that to happen, you have to have ecosystems. This is not something you can do on your own. And if I have just one more minute, I'd like to summarize like how we work with innovation and ecosystems at Plug and Play. As I said, Plug and Play itself is just the entire mentality is based on innovation ecosystems. We started in Silicon Valley, where it all started, but we saw over the years that innovation ecosystems are spreading all around. Silicon Valley is not on its own anymore. So we help corporate partners with their innovation potential. You cannot just sit on your own in your room as just one company and try to innovate stuff. You need help. And this DNA of a big corporate is very different from the DNA of a startup. It's almost impossible, I argue, I call it, the corporates have the worldly DNAs and the startups have the alien DNAs. It's almost impossible for a corporate to produce a startup from itself. Because even if it produces, it will probably, given its boundaries and structures, it will kill it at some point because there's so much hierarchy, there's so much planning. Let's say it can consider, obviously, investing into a startup, but then there's a lot more to do. The name Plug and Play suggests there's this huge ecosystem, you plug into it, and you can meet 40,000 different startups from all around the world, from Israel, from Germany, from Silicon Valley, And you don't need to buy them or invest into them. You just work with them. You buy their product. And it's a very quick fix. It's a very quick way of working with technology. And since most of the innovation, I think according to World Economic Forum, I read it recently, almost 70% of the innovation is to come from startups over the next 10 years. So you have to work with startups. You don't have a choice. It's not a choice. It's a must. So that's plug and play in a nutshell. Thank you.
Just really quickly, how do you identify the startups that you partner with? Do they come to you and pitch, or do you seek them out proactively?
There are a lot of ways. Because we have this huge network, we get a lot of applications. I actually have my colleagues in the audience here as well. They work very actively with startups and startup selections. We have, like Mika and Jaina, a huge resource from all around the world that actively seeks out specific solutions for corporates, and through that seeking, they meet the startups. But also because Plug and Play is one of the oldest companies that started this innovation ecosystem, and in fact, it's like one of the first indirect investors into Google, PayPal, Logitech, Dropbox, etc. So they find us as well. We have a tool, for example, called Playbook, where we maintain our database. As a corporate partner, you can log into it and see all of the startups that are in the ecosystem. So they apply to be part of Playbook as well. So both ways. Quick answer to your question. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to speak about some sad reality, which is in our region. It's that unfortunately the governments and administrations responsible for the sector of startups and innovation, and also that it was at an initial point in Georgia also, that they're trying to develop this outsourcing programming, the IT specialists, and to grow this number. But currently, the IT specialists and IT outsourcing and BPO becoming the commodities. It means that it has a high speed of migration. One day you have some good contracts with companies, but tomorrow it might be moved to Mexico or China or any other countries. And that's why, to make the main accent on IT outsourcing, I think it's not right. But of course we should develop our task force, we should develop our IT specialists, but we should create the environment to integrate these specialists to the creation of innovation products. Because see, what we are using today, most of these products are coming from abroad. The services, hardware, software, it's everything coming from abroad. And these people, these companies, and these startups, which are moving, all of them are moving to the Silicon Valley, and we are subsidizing this Silicon Valley. The governments of our countries subsidizing Silicon Valley by growing the startups which are continuing growing in the Silicon Valley. That's why we should unite our forces, and there was a discussion in the previous session, and the initial point was of Startup Central Eurasia platform, because we can't develop our innovations without joint forces. For example, Future Laboratory is cooperating actively with UC Berkeley, and we can't compare the infrastructure with any university jointly in our region, because they have a huge they made a huge amount of investment in infrastructure for the R&Ds. They have a great specialist, and to compare again, the startups, the university-based student startups, unfortunately has a more quality of products, of the presentation which the most advanced startups in our region. It means that we need to invest more in our education, and not only in the university education, we should support also school-based education and promote new type of and methodologies of teaching, which are developing creativity, critical thinking. They are teaching by project-based methodology and not teaching the memorized facts. It's a complex problem. And then we are speaking about the innovation ecosystem and its impact on economic development. The COVID is the best example. In one day, a lot of companies in Georgia stopped their functioning. I think the same was in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan, and other countries. And only the companies which adopted themselves to the new reality, they changed themselves, they changed their operation model, and they used the technology, and this is the innovation. Then you are improving and you are ready for the changing and starting the changes. That's why if we need to survive in this fast era of changes and economical, political, and etc., we need to start innovate, and we need to spread innovation in all sectors, will be it corporate, will be it in the government, and etc. But not only to become the one more place which is working on innovators from abroad. We need to take more joint forces to create innovation inside our countries if we would like to survive.
Yeah, so we're really talking about how do we build an economy, the economics around innovation. And if you look, there's certain things that you need, and they've mentioned many of them, but one of them is actually you need money, you need investment, you need educated people, you need universities, things like this. So what's really interesting for me is this is my first visit to Kazakhstan, first visit to Central Asia. And what's so impressive with this country is that you have, or Kazakhstan has, huge amounts of resources, of oil, gas, and minerals. And those resources are funding this event. Those resources are building your industry here. And it's amazing what I've seen here. And you're using those resources to invest in the future in an innovation ecosystem, and you're accelerating it using the funds, which is really impressive. If you look at somewhere where I'm working, and as you know, I'm running this project in a war zone in Gaza and in Palestine, they don't have any resources. So they don't have any oil, they don't have any gas. It's equivalent of a jail, as I mentioned. But what they do have, luckily, there's an internet, and they have educated, eager young people. So that's what we have to build it from. The other thing is to build an innovation, and we have some universities, not the top-class universities, but at least they're generating people with a university degree, which we can build on then. And we're focusing on building an economy around startups, admittedly, but again, startups generally need certain things to be successful. They need those people to have domain expertise. But if you only get domain expertise if you work in an industry and you learn about that industry, and then you can build a startup that's going to improve it. Most people in Gaza have never worked. There are no industries there. So what we have to do is focus on this situation that we're in, which is we've got intelligent people. Let's teach them to be coders. Let's teach them to be graphic designers and things like this. And then, similar to what you're talking about, where you are, you can create perhaps startups with products. We're unlikely to succeed with those. And secondly, we won't get very much venture capital going into Gaza. So what we're trying to do is create an environment where there's a large pool of people who are specialized in certain technical skills rather than being generic. So we try and focus them on specialist high-value things such as cloud computing, data analytics, AI, and then using the internet, enable those people to provide services to your startups overseas. Or I know in Kazakhstan, you're growing so quickly, there's a shortage of tech talent. So what we're hoping to do is say to the companies in Kazakhstan, we can provide you with tech talent that can work remotely to help your startups. And we've done that very strongly with Google for Startups. So we're one of Google for Startups partners. And that's how I'm here, actually. I met the CEO of Astana Hub in a Google for Startups meeting just 3 months ago in Spain, and he invited me to come here. And we worked with Google for Startups, and they're funding startups all over the world, and those startups need good technical people to support the development of their products. And through Google for Startups, they've connected the Palestinian developers with their startups, and that program has been going for about 4 or 5 years, and it's growing and growing. So really, in summary, I'd say that you've got to work with what you've got. And we're in a different situation to others. So what we're doing is working with, really it's human capital, and giving them training in tech skills so that they can be of service to perhaps the startups and the innovation ecosystems that you're creating outside, around the world.
That you make me think of the famous quote that talent is equally distributed around the world, but opportunity is not. And you're trying to simply match that opportunity to that talent. Okay, Alexander.
Yes. We have analyzed how to develop our ecosystem. Frankly speaking, it's difficult, but thanks God, maybe our situation much better than in Gaza. But our talented guys wanted to move to the best places, to comfortable cities. In Karakdan, we have 5 big universities, strong colleges, and if we talk about school students, maybe 50,000 school students finish school. We have a lot of students from India, Pakistan, who study in the medical universities. We decided that we need to choose only maybe one focus, one direction, where we can develop the projects, and we can add new experts and share new information. And for this year, for the next year, we decided to make a focus and to spend more efforts on the medical tech, medtech projects. Because if you look at one place, at one area, of course you can discuss outsourcing stuff with the big players, but we have big clinical facilities where we can carry out tests. And when the projects are tested, it's much easier to achieve the pre-seed investments. Of course, we'll work with marketplace, fintech, in metallurgy. We have this in the pool of our projects, but now we focus on medtech. I hope everything will be good. Thank you.
And then one other comment that I wanted to add was also the importance of diversity in development. I work, most of my career has been in the video game industry, mostly in Japan and the United States. And it is dominated by men, and in the West, mostly by white men, which is a problem for our industry because we're a creative industry that needs to make product that appeals to all kinds of people. And when only a small group is dominating that content, it's a problem. So what we're trying to do at the education level at my university is actually create a talent pool that's a little bit more diverse that over time will hopefully influence that industry. And I think one of the things that sometimes is very easy to overlook, particularly for startups, is that lack of diversity. It's been actually refreshing to see here at Digital Bridge, I think, a much more diverse group of people than I'm accustomed to seeing at these events in the US. Now, I have a suspicion that you have more interesting questions to ask than the organizers gave me to ask. So, but I want to make sure that you have questions. If you have a question, can you raise your hand? Okay, so we have at least one question. Only one question? Well, I have a few. Okay, let's go ahead. I'll start with you. Let's use the rest of our time for your questions.
Sure.
Ask
hi,
who you want to direct the question.
Of course, yeah. My 2 questions to Alan. But first of all, I would like to say thank you for the job you are doing in the sector Gaza. So my first question is, how do the startups get investments, since it's like quite a closed territory? And the second question is, to reach vertical industry, startup solutions are more focused in Gaza. Is it social or like sustainability, or which industry that, like fintech maybe?
Thank you for that. Just before I answer those questions, like you mentioned diversity, I just want to touch on that. That's something that I think you'll be interested to hear. So that's a really high, very high importance to us in Gaza Sky Geeks. So 50% of the women, 50% of the participants that we train, and we train about 2,500 people a year in coding and in different tech skills. 50% of them are women, and also we've got to focus on people with disability. So we're in an environment where there's quite a lot of young men with no leg, or one leg missing, or two legs because they're shot. So we've got a big focus on disability as well. So just bringing in that diversity. We're trying to create diversity within this strange environment. And also with the startups, it's a little bit harder for us. We try and have 50% of the startups having female founders. But actually we're struggling with that, so we're about 30%. But we do have a focus on it. That was a good question. How do they get venture capital, and where do they focus on the startups? So, like I said, our primary focus is really on building the capacity of people to work as what I'd call offshore services, both as companies and as individuals. Individuals working on things like Upwork, and then what we do also is we help to create or to grow outsourcing or offshore services companies, because they're easier to build. Your question knows about those startups and how do they attract money. It's very difficult. First of all, the startups themselves, I've shifted it to give them more chance to succeed. So what we do now, we very much focus on startups. They're not going to be unicorns, we recognize that. What we do is try and focus on startups which can do a service locally, first of all, so there's a local market. So I'll give you an example. We have a lot of small little medical centres, you know, like where there's a doctor or two doctors, because there's 2 million people living there. And everything's done by paper and mobile phone. Everyone has a mobile phone. So one company started, and they've created a system for bookings and so on for these medical small medical clinics. And within 2 years, they've now got about 60 clients, charging very little. The revenue is very low. But once you've got a local market, you've proven your product, and you all know this with your companies, your startups. The best thing is get a local customer base. Ours is a very difficult one to have, but they've got a local customer base of about 60 clinics. Now they're extending, and they're going to expand into Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And now we've got VCs interested in them. Because VCs are always interested in, do you have customers? Have you proven that your product works and you can sell and support customers? So we can get VC money, but really it is challenging. But it's about, like any of these, in any environment. I'm from a VC background and startup background in England, USA, and Australia. And actually the story's the same. You build a company, get customers. It's not about the technology. Hopefully the technology should be working and is good, but you need to get customers to get investment. And we're the same in Gaza, but we're just more limited on the type of customers and so on. And also an investment for us of $50,000 to a startup is good. And what we do is we get them to a stage, and when we use the donor money we get, and we've just given 8 companies $20,000 each because they've got customers. And that $20,000, we've said, no, you're not going to use it on product development. You've already proved you've got a base product with customers. Use that money now to win customers in a new country. So they're going to Saudi Arabia or UAE. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, I see. Thank you so much.
So I want to ask one question, just a clarifying question. Yeah. So first I want to thank all the speakers for your time and for sharing the knowledge. And I have a question for Lale. As a region director of Plug and Play. So yeah, is this a kind of accelerator? So the startup, the Plug and Play. Yeah, I'm here. So yeah, is this kind of accelerator, and is there some kind of equity or price fee in order to get some kind of program?
Thank you for your question. It's a really good question. The Plug and Play is mixed with an accelerator quite often, but it is an accelerator as well as a lot of other things. So we do acceleration as well, but it's part of a bigger network. It's just one of the things that we do. We get the fees from the corporates. We don't get any fees from the startups to be part of the acceleration programs, but we invest. So we can invest. If you really like a startup, then we put money. And in fact, we're the most active VC in the world. So I said we have more than 2,000 investments. So that's quite a lot of money. But to be involved in the acceleration program, there's nothing. We just need to find a correct program that fits you and mutually, the corporate partners within that vertical are interested in you, and you are interested in working with a potential business. That's the only criteria.
So you just say the corporates, and what kind of corporate is this?
Anyone. Like we have, as I said, more than 500 corporate partners that we work as the extension of their innovation departments from all around the world. Like
It's a
Trans
kind of
Telecom, for
company or a
example.
VC funds?
Corporates, no, not VC funds. They're innovation departments. We work with them. So what happens is that corporates have to work with startups to use their technology, not necessarily invest in them. So you can see as Plug and Play, the biggest acceleration we do for startups is actually through introducing them to potential business partners for them. Let's say, I don't know, maybe you have a startup that sells like just some, I don't know, blockchain technology, and I have Mercedes at the end of the platform, or like our Kazakhstan corporate partner, Trans Telecom, TTC, that wants to work with blockchain. I introduce you to, because his needs or Trans Telecom's needs match with what you offer as a startup, I introduce you to each other. And it's up to the corporate to decide that you can work together, obviously for the startup as well. If the startup doesn't like the corporate, there's no pressure. So it's a mutual agreement. And in fact, you sign an agreement with the corporate. Plug and Play doesn't have any involvement in the legal part of things. So it's entirely up to you. You can, the POC conditions, for example, you negotiate for yourself with the corporate. And in fact, this is one of the biggest reasons. The stage of the Plug and Play investments are usually different from the partnerships we kind of help coordinate with the corporates. Usually we like corporates to work with a little bit more advanced stage startups because they have some product tangible that has proved itself, unless the corporate has an alternative request. But when we are investing, we look for very early stage, idea stage investments. So our corporate innovation platforms are not necessarily the same as our investments. So it's like two separate things.
So what's your main focus? Is it EdTech,
Everything. We have like more than 20 verticals from all around the world. Like we do fintech, we do insurtech, we do mobility, IoT, supply chain, smart cities. In fact, in Turkey, we're just launching a huge smart cities vertical. In Turkey, we have mobility and IoT vertical. Here in Kazakhstan, we work very closely with TTC. So you can think of, we even have a huge brand and retail vertical, like at 9 places all around the world. The biggest, one of the biggest ones being in Paris. As you know, it's the capital of brand and retail. Like some of the corporate partners in brand and retail, the vertical in Paris include like Richemont, Kering, like Lacoste, Adidas, Carrefour. So huge names, maybe not necessarily in the same subcategory of retail, but they all do retail. One is like a very luxurious products company, like Richemont, Kering. The other one is not so much, like Carrefour, for example. Maybe an example would clarify it better. For Carrefour, they're a corporate partner of us in France, and they said, look, we want to attract the millennials to our shops. We cannot do it. They don't come and shop with us as much. Help me do that. And we helped them, we introduced them to a fintech startup, Joko. And through that partnership, they created incentive structures towards the millennials for them to come and shop in their supermarkets. I think through that partnership, they created an extra of €1 million of revenues per month just from that one startup corporate partnership. So we are a for-profit firm, we are not a charity. We focus on the bottom line of creating value. So we want to create value for the startup as well as for the corporates. And we do create our return on investments from the corporates are like, recently, I cannot disclose the name, but more than 1,000% for a recent corporate that we've been working very closely with. This is something unique, and that's something you can only get through breakthrough innovation, and we do it via startup introductions.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
First of all, I would like to thank every speaker here for your impressive speech and your panel and time. Actually, I have 2 questions. One is addressed to all of you. Would you please answer in what industries and in what areas you feel a deficit of startups and where it's more critical to find new innovations. And actually, you can firstly answer this question, and then I would like to ask another one. In what industries or in which areas there are lack of startups and innovations?
I don't
Industries
have a good answer.
prefer startups more. Is that the question?
No, yes, in what industries there are deficit of startups?
There are more missing startups.
Yeah, more missing startups, if you...
Missing. I can have a quick answer and then pass it on to everybody else, if that's okay. Well, there are some industries, they're definitely more advanced than the others, like fintech, for example. It's very advanced. Like banks have done very well in terms of incorporating the technology, whereas other less developed industries with technology, I think one of them is unfortunately oil and gas. So it needs a lot of improvement. Probably real estate, the cement itself, it's something that was found in very, very, I don't know, like hundreds of years ago. The same technology is being used, the cement technology, and it's one of the biggest polluters of the environment. Since 1800, we've been using cement and we've been polluting the environment. So, yeah. Sorry, just talk too much.
The US is not only strong by its innovation ecosystem called Silicon Valley. The innovations is in every states and cities there, and what they are doing, it's they're using the tools called cluster analysis. What does it mean, this cluster analysis? They're analyzing what kind of sectors, traditional sectors, exist in around each cities, around each states, and helping these sectors to develop their innovations. First of all, you should concentrate your main forces and innovative ideas and processes for the sectors which is around your city, districts or country by itself. And it will give you a lot of advantages, and you will start exporting this innovation for the other countries. By strengthening these industries, you will create a basis for other sectors. And you could develop any sectors in other areas. Yeah.
Thank you.
But you should start first of all, from what is around you.
You mean local, right? To get some insights from industries. Can I also ask another question? Lale, you have said before that there were a few colleagues of yours that could help and maybe consult about how to apply in your project. In
do you wanna
plug and play.
Say hi, Jaina and Mika?
Okay, thank you, please.
Okay, yeah, you can talk to them.
Some questions, I think, here in the middle. Yeah, 1 and 2, and then we're probably out of time after that.
Hello, I want to ask you a question, Michael Fisher. Sure. What is your favorite video games?
They've changed over time, but the game that I still play is called a Rocket League, which is like a soccer, except you use cars to hit the ball. And that's always the game that I go back to. But honestly speaking, even Fortnite, I could only play for the first 6 months, and then the kids just became so skilled at the game, I was hopeless. So my skills are definitely not as sharp as they used to be, but if anyone wants to play with me on Steam, I'm a Game Go Global is my tag, so feel free to add me. We had one more in the back, probably the last question.
Good evening to everyone. From the 9th grade, I was told that healthcare system and education system development is the only way to decrease the poverty level. So I'm glad to hear both sectors here. And my question is, at which point private medical sector should start adopting startups? At which scale of development of the private medical centers, dentistries, laboratories, they should...
They're already doing so, by the way, all around the world. Probably not so much, I don't know about the States here, but in the US, we work with a lot of hospitals, private hospitals. In Turkey, we're trying to work with them as well. They already have incorporated a lot of technology, but still, there's more to go.
Do you have time for another question? Someone
Yeah, may I also add
Yeah,
for this question? I think that the question was more about that. In every systems exist, there's innovators, early adopters, and users. And in different countries, this structure is different because in some countries, some innovation starting more earlier than in other countries. But you should work with these medical sectors more actively by providing them information about tendencies and structure of new innovations in medical sector around the world. By this, you can grow the mental model, understanding what is going on to foster the process of adaptation of innovation in your country. Thank you.
Can I? Oh, thank you. My name is Timurlan. It's really nice to be here and see such great speakers here. Thank you for that. And actually my question, I think it's going to be the last one, goes to Alan. I'm really fascinated what are you doing at Gaza Sky Geeks, taking into account the geographical location and all this stuff. And it's obviously that behind any innovation, there stands a need from the community for that innovation, right? But when the community is struggling with other things, like struggling for basic needs, like for clean water, right food, right education, and etc., is there a kind of encountering with the community needs from the perspective of startups, from the perspective of those who create those innovations, because like people can disagree with that. Why we need innovations, why we need startups, why we need all these things when we have to find the right basic need. We have to fulfill our basic needs. And another quick question, like additional for that, is there any kind of startups or companies coming from Gaza Sky Geeks or from Gaza region that changed kind of life of Gaza community? As to help you to find the answer for this question, I will give you a quick example in Kazakhstan. So there is a Kaspi, right? Everybody knows Kaspi. And actually, I feel that everybody will agree with me that Kaspi changed the life of every Kazakhstan people right now. So we all use it. Is there any kind of this kind of example in Gaza? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. And then, I think you're really saying, with such basic needs needed, why focus on, technology and so on?
Yeah, and goes for administration too. Like, administration could not support you because, we have so many problems here with basic needs. Why we have to support the startups and etc.
Yeah. So look, the main thing is that there are basic needs provided through aid. The main problem they have is unemployment. No, there's no economy. So what the internet combined with tech skills gives is people a way to generate an income, because now within this society there isn't anywhere to earn. I mean, you can have a hairdresser or there's very low level of economy, selling vegetables or whatever. But what the internet combined with tech skills does is allow those people to generate a real economy of, maybe it's $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month for a good programmer. And that money has been paid and coming into the Gazan or Palestinian economy. And that gets spent then on, I'm going to have some renovations done, or I'm going to do this. So it goes into the economy. So that's why it's really loved. I mean, Gaza Sky Geeks is like really well known in Gaza. It's known by all the young people. Everyone wants to get on the programs because it gives them hope. There's a chance to have a job. Even people there's a lot of people go to university there. They come out of university, let's say they trained as accountants. There's no real work. Or some of our staff, or my trainers, they've done medicine. One of them's a dentist. But there's limited they can do to earn an income. So they become programmers and then they can generate an income. So that's the reason why it's quite well supported in society there. The other question was have we created any startups that are of any life-changing?
Yeah, exactly. Especially for Gaza citizens.
Yeah, there's things, what we call digitization of society. Things are happening now. Everyone's got a mobile phone, right? And same as everywhere in the world. So people now order food. They have food delivery and the guy comes around on a motorbike or something, things like this. So there are basic things like this, but there is an interesting one. A startup was created to provide access to mental health support because they've got very, very high rates of post-war syndrome. Well, it's not post, it's continuous war syndrome. So this organization started with a way to connect people to mentors, and these might be overseas psychologists or whatever, who are doing it for charity. And that's actually taken off, and it's of one of these startups that's got investment, and it's now spreading through the Middle East.
Wow.
So it's kind of interesting, that little startup which was done to help the people there, to try and give people in Gaza access to mental support and trauma support, has now got investment and is spreading. So it's kind of an interesting one.
That's great. Actually, one great question came to my mind right now while you were speaking. If you don't mind, I'll ask you. It's kind of great and it's kind of naive question, but how do you think? Is it possible that startup could help or could impact the stoppage of all these war conflicts coming in Gaza? Or maybe there are startups in Gaza that are already working that way to stop all these war conflicts, all these, encounterings, and etc. Because I think that it's in such area with such problem, there definitely should be anyone who are thinking in that way. Maybe my company, my start, my idea can bring an end to all this stuff.
Yeah, look, it's a long question, and I won't answer it other than say it's a political situation more than anything, and that needs to be addressed. But what I would say is that when people can earn an income online, and suddenly they've got hope and they've got opportunities, that changes the dynamics. And in fact, one of the primary employers seeking to employ the people we're training are actually Israel now, because there's such a demand for tech talent that they're employing them. And maybe you could say that could help things. There's a lot of political things, though, outside of that.
Hey, it's a naive question indeed. Okay, thank you.
So we're getting remarkable messages telling us we're out of time. By the way, I want to thank the translators who are doing a really good job. It's very hard and you don't see them. They've been working all day. And thank you to our panelists. I appreciate your great insight.
Thank you so much.
Should we take a photo? Yeah. Great, let's take a quick photo.
Thank you very much for this session. Dear friends, now we're going to have a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll continue with our next panel discussion with each Metaverse Now and After. Please stay with us.
Since the beginning, the World Wide Web has never been worldwide. But in 2021, a new and truly global 5G-ready network will fix that. Say you're working on the edge of the world and need to do a video call. Perhaps you're mid-ocean or mid-air. Wherever you are, you'll have a signal. OneWeb will connect your device through a customized terminal that can be as small as a briefcase and just as compact. Whatever your location, the terminal encrypts your data and sends it at high speed to our satellite fleet passing overhead. These spacecraft are radically innovative, built in our own factory at 1/50th the traditional time and cost, shrunk to the size of a washing machine, yet engineered to deliver powerful throughput. Month by month, we're growing our satellite fleet, and by 2021, we'll have not only the global spectrum rights, but the network reach to deliver truly worldwide coverage. And here's the revolutionary part. The fleet will be in low Earth orbit, 30 times closer to Earth than geostationary satellites. This gives you a stable, real-time connection with no interruption or annoyingly lag. What's more, our fleet always keeps moving, orbiting in a constellation design that creates seamless coverage. Each satellite uses a set of beams to cover an area the size of Alaska. Terrain is no obstacle. From its flight path and pattern, our fleet can always find your signal, so we can get you online from even the trickiest locations, with look angles that geo-satellite broadband simply can't deliver. We maintain high-grade system resilience from 2 ops centers using state-of-the-art ops concepts. Cloud architecture gives us powerful scalability and control remotely. For example, we can remove satellites at the end of their service life, so that the only trace we'll leave in space is on your screen right now. Now back to that video call of yours. We beam your data back down to Earth to our nearest satellite network portal. Then via one of our point of presence gateways, positioned in secure locations trusted by global providers, it re-enters the web. The journey you've just watched takes, at most, 1/10 of a second. And there they are. Your video call is good to start, whether with colleagues or your family back home. So from 2021, you need never be out of signal or out of mind. OneWeb will connect you from unconnectable locations and keep you productive on the move. It'll be a breakthrough year when OneWeb technology creates real human progress, connecting everywhere, for everyone.
Глова уже 3 года работает на рынке Казахстана. Глова доставляет в 13 городах Казахстана. Глова в Казахстане является хабом компании в Центральной Азии. Курьеры Глова в Казахстане используют сумки-холодильники, изготовленные более чем на 80% из переработанных материалов. В 2022 году Глова в Казахстане инициировала обязательства перед курьерами, куда входят страхование жизни, страхование в случае болезни, выплата на новорожденного, справедливое вознаграждение, обучение для курьеров, курсы по безопасности дорожного движения. Также в этом году Глова стала частью Delivery Hero. Немецкий сервис быстрой доставки Delivery Hero оценил Глова в 2,3 миллиарда евро. В Алматы открылся Dark Store Glova Express, магазин, работающий на доставку с ассортиментом 1500 позиций.
Dear friends, our session is about to begin. Please have a nice seat. Thank you for joining us today. The main topic of today's session is Metaverse Now and After. Please welcome the moderator of the session, David Vasquez.
Da, tak. 1, 2, 3. Hello, everybody. Thank you to be here. My name is Dave Vasquez. Thank you for being this panel discussion, Metaverse, Now and After. Before to start with the intro, I want to introduce my colleagues, the other panelists. before to start, thank you to Astana Half for the invitation, Tanadan Asem from the Corporate Innovation Department, and yes, let's start. Okay, Evgeny, please. Thank you. Well, our next panelist, please come over. Joe. Thank you. Our next candidate, please. And Rupert, please. Okay, guys. Well, thank you again. To be honest, this is going to be really an informal conversation. So it will be good if you, at the end of the panel discussion, will have a lot of questions, because we are here for that. So please, if you have any questions, be patient and use your last 10, 15 minutes to make all the questions that you want. So let's start. Well, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm so sorry to be the first one here. Well, I'm Dave Vasquez. I'm managing partner of Inventure Hub, Scale Ups and Venture Studio. I have been in IT for the last 15 years, other 4 years in corporate innovation, and now I'm helping Scale Ups to match with corporations. Well, I think we need to start with the intros actually, so please, go on. Yeah.
Hi everybody, my name is Evgeny Smagin. I'm in charge of metaverse investment and partnerships at SK Telecom, one of the leading IT companies in South Korea and the largest telecom operator. It's a great pleasure to be with these wonderful people today and in front of this good-looking audience as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Please, Joe.
Hello everyone, my name is Joe Orengo. I'm the founder and CEO of Spatial 8. We're a business ecosystem of XR and related emerging technology companies from all over the world. I'm also the business developer of See-Through Technologies, and we create the most advanced eye tracking solutions in the world. Thank you very much, Digital Bridge Forum, for having me.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris. I'm the founder and CTO of Meeting VR, one of the leading enterprise collaboration solutions in the metaverse. So basically we're building business meetings using extended reality technologies. I'm very excited to be here and to kind of tell you what we've learned along the past few years.
Hi, I'm Rupert from Google, been there 15 years now, seen a few things come and go. I worked for a little while on Google Earth VR a few years back. Hope some of you had the chance to try that. And I had my first virtual reality experience 25 years ago. Seems hard to believe now. And I'm still waiting. It's got to go mainstream soon, right? I'm looking forward to that day. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So to start, so we're going to have 50 minutes and then 10 minutes for a Q&A session. Hopefully we're going to have more time, 1 hour. Hopefully it's going to be good. One good point, we're going to divide the conversation in 3 main points, just to everybody to be on the same page. So number 1 is about metaverse. Number 2, the evolution of metaverse. And third, I think the most important and interesting thing, the use cases. So I think we can start, guys. Again, this is an open conversation, informal one, so be happy. So let's start. So number 1, the main question for now, what is metaverse? So who wants to start? Yeah, go on.
Metaverse is a very broad definition. Unlike other technologies, it doesn't refer to one particular technologies. It refers to many technologies. Different people explain it differently. Some people add up conventional gaming. Some people add up crypto as part of metaverse. But to put it simple, I think inter-exchangeable words for metaverse could include cyberspace and virtual space. I think these words give much better understanding what's metaverse for the general public.
Yeah, before to continue with the conversation, one important thing, we have here different people from corporations, from telecom, from the ecosystem itself, and from the product. So now the idea is to have different point of views from different people. So yeah, please.
Thank you. So for me, metaverse is more of a goal. It's more aspirational. So I couldn't say that the metaverse exists like I could say the internet exists. I think it's more what people are building and companies are building and creating now is what I would call proto-metaverse. So we could think of an example like a virtual world like Second Life. These proto-metaverses give us an idea of what the metaverse could be and kind of something that we could learn from and work towards or improve on.
So there's a lot of definitions now about the metaverse. There's not just one way of describing it. A few years ago, there wasn't even an official definition of the word metaverse in a lot of dictionaries. But I think that the best way to understand it and kind of how I see it, it's the next evolution of the internet. So just like right now we have, the internet is formed by a lot of different web pages which are interconnected to each other, and kind of in this way they kind of form the internet. In the metaverse, it's going to be a lot of different virtual worlds which are going to be interconnected to each other. So it's kind of a more immersive and engaging way to experience the internet, information, and the way in which we connect to each other. And there's a lot of technologies which are going to be involved into forming this metaverse.
I'm going to maybe come at this from another angle and say what isn't the metaverse. And I would say, sadly, it's not virtual reality yet. And as much as I would like it to be, it's not Ready Player One, which I was watching over the shoulder for somebody on the flight on the way over here thinking, like, come on, this is going to happen eventually, surely. But I don't think we're there yet. Now, it's more experiences like, well, you've seen some of these, Decentraland, Somnium. They're more basic. They've got a game-like interface, but you don't have, not necessary to have a headset in there. And so if you were saying 3D, yes, that's valid. A sense of embodiment, either as an avatar in third person or first person, yeah, that can be useful. And I think persistent is key. So it's a place you can visit. It's not just a game that you play. And when you're there, you can engage with activities, with friends. You can build things. You can come back. They're still there if somebody hasn't knocked down your Minecraft castle. So is Minecraft a metaverse? I would say yes, it is. Is Fortnite? Yes, they're doing absolutely amazing things. One day after, it will be in the headset and the gloves and the bodysuit and all this kind of thing, but not just yet, and it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, cool. And actually, I think we're going to go more in deep with details about the definition. So, well, let's start with questions. So, next one, what are the technologies that could make up the metaverse? Yeah, please, help me with that.
Yeah, it's a complicated topic, but I think as you see that there's a lot of definitions of metaverse. So, I think it really depends on how a person sees the metaverse. Is it something like a universe that's going to be a digital universe built on top of the internet, some kind of infrastructure, or is it going to be an infrastructure like the internet? So those are two different things. If you look at kind of what we have now available, in order for something like the metaverse to exist, I think you would need something like fiber optic connections, 5G if it's wireless, and then you would also need a high-end processing and GPUs, like graphic processing units, and that's on the client, the user side. And then on the server side, you would need like supercomputers. So we're definitely there are some things that exist now, but there are some things that haven't even been invented yet that could be part of what the metaverse is. For example, cable-free way of transmitting digital data. So there's still things that haven't been invented, and of course a lot of emerging technologies that are involved in this.
Right, thank you. And to go to the next question related with what you're talking about, the XR, mixed reality. So please.
Sure. Yeah, of course. So I just want to highlight what Rupert mentioned. The metaverse is not virtual reality or augmented reality. However, these technologies allow you to experience the metaverse in the most engaging and immersive and kind of complete way. So the way you can experience information, the way you can connect with other people, you actually feel that you are there with them. You can shake their hand, you can hear them from the direction from which they're speaking. You can do all these things, for example, with solutions like Meet in VR and other collaboration platforms which explore the potential of the metaverse. So you can experience easily, the metaverse without a VR headset, but if you want to really kind of experience it to the fullest, then these are the technologies which you want to use. There's still a lot of improvements to be done with these technologies, and there's still a way to go, but already what is available today is pretty great, and there's a lot of use cases where it actually already brings a lot of great benefits.
Yeah, good. And actually, about the use cases, we're gonna have the chance to look some good ones. Okay, but good question, and I think we can actually have some conversation with you about cloud, about edge computing, and about 5G. I can give my 2 cents on that, but please, Rupert, what do you think?
Sure. So I think the other frustration for anybody who's spent any time in video games, and I'm sure there's some, well, Fortnite players as an example, it looks pretty rough on a PC, maybe at the lower end of the market with the graphic settings set down. But there's a general hunger for users to have these very rich, graphically exciting experiences, and you just don't see that in the current range of metaverses. And for that to happen, 2 ways: you've got to spend a couple of $1,000s on a gaming rig, which I don't think is in the appetite for a lot of people, as people across the industry move towards mobile phones, which, to be fair, is probably where I do most of my computing these days, and to an extent laptops. So if we take the world without desktops as where we're going to get to, where do we put the computing? And if we want to have something ubiquitous as far as VR headsets go, that, I'd love to say this is our prototype model, but for VR to go mainstream, it has to look like this. And you don't get a processor on here that's not going to give you a suntan when you run it, and you won't have a battery that lasts more than 10 seconds. And so the only way to do this is with this emerging set of hardware that are basically dumb terminals. And so maybe what you will have is a 5G chip on there that will receive high bandwidth, low latency pixel streaming, but those pixels have got to come from somewhere else. And it will be in the cloud. And Google, of course, has something called immersive streaming for XR. I'd encourage you all to have a look at it. So if you want to run Unreal experiences, pretty high-end stuff, and run them at low latency to people's handsets, headsets, stuff that they already have it, you can approach it this way. So I do believe that the Internet of Things items in our home get stupider over time, but the interactions between them in aggregate become more clever, and so you see the utility building up. But I do believe the graphical power and the infrastructure that comes will have to be built in the cloud, and it will cost a lot of money, and it's going to get expensive, and it will take some years, but it's going to be an exciting time when we get there.
Yeah, right. And actually, I think this is the first call to action for everyone. The ones that are looking anyway to go forward, to work on the metaverse, let's say, think about the technologies that you want to use. So in this case, for example, cloud, in my opinion, is one of the main parts of the whole thing. Cloud, edge computing, of course, I think anyway will be the key in order to have this big ecosystem working on. But okay, next question. Okay, about the crypto. So I think it's interesting actually to point your point of view here.
Yeah, thanks, you didn't forget about me. I think gaming is an integral part of metaverse, not only because people come to metaverse for the sake of joy. I think the reason is because the engine of each game is competition, and we can find competition in every part of our life. We compete for best jobs, we compete for best wives and husbands, compete for the best places and best universities. And in this sense, game is an integral part of our life, and it will be an integral part of metaverse, because all social interaction that we see in the metaverse is mainly go through games. People come for entertainment, but game is just gives them another interesting way to interact with each other and compete, and many people enjoy it. And crypto, you mentioned crypto. Crypto is economy of metaverse. People agreed that this is a decentralized mean of exchange, and if a sufficient number of people agree that something is a mean of exchange, either it's water, either it's stones, it becomes new money. So, yeah.
Right. Anyway, you want to add something about crypto, guys? No. Okay, let's move. So we just finished the first part. I think we have a brief intro about what is metaverse. We just heard different versions, let's say, depending on corporations, telco, ecosystem, and product. So now let's move to the evolution of the metaverse. So I think Joe and Jen, maybe you can help us with this. So what are the possible future of the metaverse?
Yeah, well, I could say something that seems like it might be pretty far away, but actually we have a lot of the foundational technology today to make something like that happen. So if we think of like the metaverse as a virtual world, this large virtual world, and we have some kind of headset or some kind of gear that we use, or even a brain computer interface. Nothing that has to go into the skull, but something that can kind of read brain waves. I could see people wearing these headsets and just thinking some descriptive words, and then creating, just by their thoughts, a virtual world. And actually, that kind of sounds like, oh, right, that's 30 years, 50 years into the future. But if you think about the AI-generated imagery that they have now, so you just write a couple of sentences describing some image, and then all of a sudden the AI generates a picture or many versions of that picture. And you can do that with video, and now you could also edit the video in real time. So, and then also Meta's working on this kind of brainwave reading device that kind of goes over the head, and they have Oculus. So it's not much of a step to think that, I think a couple of descriptive words, and all of a sudden this a moving image, a world can be generated. So I think that's actually a lot closer than what we might imagine, but that's still in the future and very exciting.
It's like a Black Mirror, like a
yeah, so something very, very, very close to what you see on Netflix. Yeah,
I love it.
yeah, I think it's really cool.
Yeah, please.
I think many people set boundaries between real life and metaverse. I think that's not a right approach to metaverse. In my opinion, my own philosophy is that if people feel their presence in metaverse, that's absolutely a part of our real life. If metaverse can shape emotions, shape sadness, shape joy, if people feel joy, that reflect on their physical condition, then why not we say that these are opposites, metaverse and real life. So in that sense, people who reject metaverse and say, I don't need it, I don't use it, I often ask these people, how many hours a day you use your mobile phone? And many of you, I'm sure, use it for 5-6 hours a day. If you look in your settings, you can check that. And you think that if you look on the screen, that's not a metaverse. You think it's real life. Yeah, that's real life, but it's also metaverse. And you're not completely in real life, you're not completely in virtual life, because that's just a part of it. So I think that metaverse is already here. It's not the future, it's our present.
I really like it. Really like it. Well, next question I think will be for you. You have been working a lot for several years, building amazing things. So what are the challenges and what are the key points?
So yeah, I mean, I've been developing VR experiences for more than 8 years now, like before the first versions of the Meta, Quest, whatever headsets have been coming out. And we've come a really, really, really long way, but there's still quite a few challenges. So right now, I would say that there's a lot of very successful use cases. Let's focus a bit on the business side. Things like training in a lot of different scenarios have been doing, medical training or construction training, all kinds of different training types. They work amazing. Immersive presentations where you really want to fascinate your customer and offer them an experience which is completely memorable. They're not going to forget it. There's already things which work they're great. Like the headsets over the past years, they've evolved so much from what we've had just like 4 or 5 years ago in terms of costs, in terms of ease of use, in terms of shape and ergonomics. They've evolved a lot. But that's not to say that there's not a long way to go still. So the headsets, like Rupert mentioned, they have to become even smaller, even more comfortable. They eventually have to become like a regular pair of glasses if you want to use them on a daily basis and not just from time to time when it makes sense. Then they also need to be very easy to use and understand for each and available for each and every demographic out there. And lastly, I think the most important thing is that we talk about it and we learn about it and we learn about the metaverse and what's possible. And that's why events like this are great, because once we start to kind of understand it very well, we can also make sure that we build it in a way in which it can really affect our lives in very positive ways.
Right. Thank you. I have actually a question for Robert about e-commerce and about this industry actually. So please come up with your...
Sure. So we're in the, I think they call this the Wild West phase. And we had this back in the early days of the web as well. And it was an exciting time. There was a buzz. And I was lucky enough to participate and see it coming a little bit. But there was a sense that nobody's taking this seriously yet. And so I had this weird situation where I did a couple of websites 25 years ago for some very large brands for my bedroom. And they didn't care that me and my friend were just bedroom coders, just hacking stuff out. And it was exhilarating to be able to do that. You can't get away with that anymore. Brands need to go to agencies and studios, and they need a certain level of visual refinement. And that actually has become harder to do with the metaverse. Now, I'll give you a couple of examples for that. I would say the most successful brand activation to date is something called, anybody spend time in Roblox or have kids in Roblox? Is there any? Yeah, a couple of people. It's like, this is the single biggest metaverse that nobody really knows about just now, because nearly everybody in it is under 16 and they don't really tell their parents about stuff like this. But Nike were smart enough. They're building a whole dedicated team, as are a lot of the consultancy companies like PricewaterhouseCoopers, Accenture. They're moving heavily towards this now because they know there's money there. They just don't quite know how to make it yet. Nike built Nike Land, I think in April last year. And they've had 21 million highly engaged visitors over this period, which is huge, and people don't know about this. Now, they're not making money at it yet, but they're building brand awareness, and they're doing it in a very sophisticated fashion. And they have mini games, you can run, you can jump, you can play these virtual sports, and of course you get to go to the showroom. At the end of it, if you get enough points, you can swap it for the sneakers, and then they extend your abilities in the virtual games. But it's highly engaging. New stuff comes out all the time. It's a great example of a brand that understands the market, creates an authentic experience that's kind of on point for what their brand is, and they're trying to encourage people to get kids out and active in the real world as well. And it's a great building point. Gucci did something similar. I don't want to speak ill of them. I don't think it had the same level of sophistication, but you can see that at some point, you need to hit the Nike level. Gucci, their next version will be better. Other brands will need to hit a certain level. And so I think you're going to see metaverse departments pop up in advertising agencies in the same way that the print media took on the web 20 years ago. And it will be better for it. But there is still this exciting time. If you want to bring in some big clients for the stuff you do, just pitch some stuff. Have an experiment in some of these, the Roblox, the Decentralands, the Somnium, the rest of them. Just play around and get some clients and experiment with this. It's the best way to learn. It's how I started in the business. I more or less taught myself, and you've got an opportunity to do that again in a brand new platform, which is a very exciting place to be.
Yeah, a good the approach actually is try to make different experiments to test actually. And this is actually the second call to action, guys. So try, test, advertisement will be? Okay, let's see. Well, let's continue. So I have actually 2 questions, but I think you will somehow together, Joe and Chris, you will have actually to come back here. But okay, will the metaverse be the successor of internet? Yeah.
Well, I guess I kind of touched on that earlier. That I mean, it could be built on the internet or parts of what the internet are. But like Rupert was talking about, in parallel you have these huge World of Warcraft and Fortnite, and they're actually on the cloud, so they're not actually on the internet per se. And so you could have something running parallel, or it could be something built completely, entirely not on the internet, because really we also have to think about what our values are and what we want for our future. The internet itself, the pipes of what we run today are owned by government, utilities, big telecoms and stuff like that, and it was started by the U.S. military, and that's just a fact. So these things, you know, is this what we want to build on, or do we want to bring our own values into the future? So this is just something to think about. You know, this is something that we're building.
Well, thank you. And well,
I mean,
Chris,
in my mind, there's absolutely no doubt that the metaverse is the next evolution of the internet. It's just kind of a matter of time and about how we define it, whether we've got there or not. Right now, we have a lot of virtual worlds popping up here and there, built by some amazing creators. But so somehow we kind of have a scattered version of the metaverse. What we need to be able to call it the metaverse, you know, and also kind of this, everything which is available on the internet now will be available through the metaverse as well. What we need is to start connecting all of these different worlds created by the different brands, different companies, and have them very nicely and easily linked to each other in a way in which ideally you would be able to, if you wanted to maintain your same virtual identity when moving from one world to another. So you don't need to create a new avatar for every single world. You're able to bring your same avatar and identity from one world to another, and maybe not even limited just to your identity. Maybe you have some objects which you want to be able to move from one world to another, even though they're created by different companies. So I think, you know, that's one of the important things that needs to happen alongside with a lot of different things. There's a lot of moving parts which, when they come together, we would be able to say that we're not spending time on the internet, we're in the metaverse.
Right, good point. Before to jump to Jenny, I have the last question to Joe, actually. Besides technical issues, what are some concerns? Privacy, regulations, ethics? I think it's an important question. I think we can, all of us, answer that question.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I could link back to the values that we want to bring to this new world. And these are things we have to think about. I mean, it's very cool that, you know, I could have my brainwaves read and then create a virtual world, but then that opens up a whole kind of worms of privacy and the kind of information and data that a virtual VR headset could gather, all kind of biometric data, where my eyes look, how my heart is beating, you know, capturing my voice. I should be able to opt out of that data being collected about me, but that requires regulations, you know, because if there are no regulations, then there's all kind of bad actors that could monitor us, manipulate us. I mean, on a level that social media can't even be understood of what's happening now. It's a whole nother world, and I think that if we don't think about these issues and talk about these issues now, then we could be, you know, in very dangerous, even worse than Wild West territory. So, you know, for us and for our children in the future.
Well, I don't know, guys, you want to say something about it?
I think Joe covered it quite well.
Okay, good. So, okay, next one, I think we're going to talk about fundraising. So I need the help, please, guys, to put in the presentation, fundraising, number one. Before to...
I'll start.
Huh?
Let me just start.
Oh, you're going to start, actually, yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, here you are.
As metaverse becomes a hot topic on the market, more and more investors are chasing the deals. As investors always say, the best time to invest is yesterday, the second best time is today, and tomorrow is going to be late. So a lot of companies are chasing the deals, and one of the successful examples is Hong-Kong-based company Animoca Brands. Animoca Brands is also operating and owning a company Sandbox. Many of you know Sandbox Metaverse probably. So Animoca Brands invested in hundreds of crypto and metaverse projects around the world. On this slide you can see the investment environment in South Korea. And as you could probably notice, the two companies that invest more than anybody else are Naver. Naver is famous to be the biggest search engine in South Korea with a market share that exceeds Google's market share in South Korea. So Naver owns a company called NaverZ, and NaverZ operates one of the largest metaverses in the world called Zepeto, with a huge market size, with huge user base of 340 million people around the world. And SK Telecom, my company, we operate a metaverse called Ifland, which we launched 1.5 years ago. We have 2 million users in South Korea with almost 10 million downloads during this 1 year period. And next month, in fact, we are launching it globally. So please, if it comes to Kazakhstan, be sure to download the application. I will later explain more about Ifland, but I just say that you can also see that partnerships is very important part of developing the metaverse. So in case of Zepeto, NaverZ, they partnered with such clothing brands as Ralph Lauren, Gucci, and they build 3D models of the clothing that you can find in the stores. So people, the users of the platform, can buy the clothing, the digital clothing, and wear it on their avatars.
Well, thank you very much. So before to continue with the next slides, Rupert, call to action again. So think about the verticals, for example, ads. Think about if this is something that you will be interested to go in, test, make partnerships, and think about ethics. This is important. At the end of the day, will be important when you develop any product. Okay, so let's move to the third part of the conversation. So we're gonna have next slide. Yes, hello? Oh, this is somewhere here. Okay. But this is, okay. No, Jen, you can go. Yeah.
Let me continue talking about our platform. So the Ifland platform, which we launched 1.5 years ago, is basically a platform which you can find on Google Store and App Store. After downloading the application, you are able to create your own avatar using body and facial and clothing features which are available on the platform. After building your avatar, you can build up a virtual room. We have different pre-installed settings, so you choose the interior, and then you build up a room, and then you're able to invite your friends, your colleagues, and to make the room open for everybody, so other users can jump into your room or create their own ones. A lot of companies, can you jump to another slide? Yeah, so the communication inside the virtual room is done through voice chatting or written chat. Avatars can also interact using emotions. They can dance, they can do different moves. There is a joystick on your telephone and on your screen which allows you to move your avatar around the room. You can jump, you can play simple games as well, and interact in different forms with other users. Another slide. And as you can see here, a lot of companies, a lot of universities and other B2B partners are cooperating with us to do something in the metaverse. So probably many of you know a lot of K-pop stars like BTS and Super Junior and others. And we actually partner with some of the very big entertainment agencies in Korea, and they do fan meetings in our platform. Some influencers do talk concerts. Some some B2B partners like Shake Shake, they do marketing events on our platform. And some universities in COVID time, they did orientation event for new students. They did graduation events. Some broadcasting stations broadcast their TV channels on the virtual rooms which we created for them. So in this sense, there are various forms that enable users to interact with companies and with other users as well.
Well, thank you. I think we don't have enough time. Let's continue. So next slide. Guys. Next slide.
You know, in the interest of time, and just in case these slides are mine, or if they don't come up, I'll start. And you can. Is that it? Are they over? Okay, no problem. I'm hoping a Nike Land slide will come up, but I've already talked about them, so I'll skip over that bit. But what I will point out, Nike and Gucci, the two brands that probably did the most sophisticated, yeah, there we go, the most sophisticated of the metaverse installations in Roblox just now. They're effectively clothing companies. Now, I'm going to share a frightening statistic with you, and I don't want you to be alarmed, because I'm sure this isn't true in Kazakhstan, but it's true in Britain. Apparently, I'll avert my eyes in case I see a wave of recognition, 20% of the clothes bought by 18 to 25-year-old women in Britain are never worn. They go into the wardrobe. They never come out. I think there's just mental thing of like, oh, they're there. I can wear them one day, but it never happens. So people are already buying virtual clothes. So it's not a huge stretch to think that they might do this in the metaverse where the avatar, your presentation, I mean, look, we've all gone into our, normally it's a t-shirt day for me, but we all went into our wardrobes and picked some nice shirts and tried to color coordinate a little bit on the chat before we came. But it's important. Like I'm seeing some beautiful outfits here. We like to coordinate. And whatever our selves are in the real world, we want to bring a version of that into the virtual. And so a lot of the brand stuff you see happening just now are, you've probably heard this horrible, ugly word, phygital. The idea that you can buy a physical item of clothing and maybe have a virtual thing that goes along with it. And what was quite interesting is it's gone in two directions. Because on one hand, you have somebody like Nike that have this accessible stuff in the Roblox, but they also bought a 3D virtual trainer company called Artifact. And if you want to buy an NFT version of their shoes, you can do it for $2,000. And if you want to change the colors of the shoelaces, that costs you $800 for the extra module. So there's money there, but even Facebook/Meta are getting into this with a new fashion marketplace for their avatar system, but they're capping it at a $9 limit. So I think it just gets you into payday. You want to splash out, buy a couple of things for your avatar. It's an interesting point on the other end of the market. Next slide, please. The other thing, some of you maybe have seen this. This is a still from Travis Scott in, anybody know the game? Yeah, no, it's written, isn't it? That's cheating. $20 million for a 5-minute song. Can you imagine that? That's insane. Now, they had 12 million visitors. This was huge. It was one of the great events, and you could watch it on your phone, you could stream it on your Switch, you could be there on your PlayStation, but people were really engaged. And so in the old days where you would have maybe musicians go into a recording studio, now you're going into a capture studio and maybe having something volumetric or LiDAR, something like this, and there's a range of different platforms you can perform, to the point where the MTV what do they call it? The visual, the names of it, yeah, the Video Music Awards had a category for the first time in metaverse production. And unsurprisingly, the Koreans seemed to lead from the front, and Blackpink and BTS were in contention. I think BTS won this time around. So you're going to see a lot of entertainment pop up as well. And it's something with music for a long time, a lot of power was held by the producers and the publishers, but the artists made the money from merchandise sales. And this is a way of selling merchandise in the metaverse that cuts out a lot of middlemen. The production costs are high, but if you can make 20 million in 5 minutes, the margins are there for sure. The last slide, if you will, I'm going to voice a note of caution because I too invest, oh, okay, no, it's fine. I too invested in crypto and have lost a lot of money. So I'm going to say buyer beware. You'll probably see that, okay, this is a Bored Ape. from Bored Ape Yacht Club. They started selling a coin earlier last year, and then I think this year, and then now virtual land sales. Both of them are underwater now. For all of the buzz about buying virtual land, you've pretty much lost money the whole duration of 2022, and I think that will continue for a while. So even though there are people out there shilling, if you like, and telling you how amazing this is all going to be careful, because as much as you can build your brand, you can also hurt your wallet a little bit. So friends, caution, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So our next presentation, please.
Yeah, so now I'm going to tell you a bit about what not big corporations have been doing, but what startups are doing. And these startups are actually in the spatial aid ecosystem. So the first one, excuse me, is Sense of Space, and they do 3D streaming for the metaverse. So basically, if you look at the top picture, that's kind of what virtual worlds look like now, but that's not what we are hoping for. And actually, with a Sense of Space streaming technology, you could move rapidly these very large 3D models from the cloud to whatever platform or service that you're using, and it looks actually fantastic. So if you have a chance to go on senseofspace.io and also on their YouTube, you can kind of see some of the things that they're doing now. It's really fantastic, and it's starting to look more like that on the bottom corner. That's what we're hoping for. Next slide, please. So another company from our ecosystem, and actually from Finland, the first one was from Finland as well, is Immersal. And they do this visual positioning, spatial mapping technology that they have. And this picture is actually one of the real use cases that they had. And this is from Rakuten Mobile, this provider over there in Japan. And so what they did was they used this spatial mapping technology for the mobile devices, so that basically you could see the statistics of the players and also of the match, so through your mobile phone in real time. And with this whole, they used 5G. They also used AR campaigns and marketing and e-commerce. It was back in 2021. So it's still quite recent.
This was Vissel Kobe Stadium in Kobe,
Yeah.
where Andres Iniesta is playing currently.
Yeah, really cool use case. Next one, please. And this is also another company from Finland. It just happened to be as well. And here we're talking about see-through technologies, and they created this eye tracking solution. And one thing you can do now with eye tracking is for virtual VR training. So that's one of the big use cases for VR, as Chris was saying, with Meet in VR. So with eye tracking technology already embedded on the glasses or whatever the lenses of the AR smart glasses or the VR device, it can follow the attention of the trainee. It can follow how much cognitive load, like how is there too much in your mind when you're trying to do this task? And it could also see if you have any kind of emotional arousal by looking at your pupil, how it dilates. And all these things can be captured in real time without interfering with the task. So for the trainer, it can capture all kinds of information about how the trainee is learning what they're supposed to be learning. A very powerful use case for this technology. So these are three possibilities of what can be done actually now. Some that have been done with corporations and companies, but some that are still waiting to be explored further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next presentation, please. So I think we have actually some good use cases, different by the way. So some of them actually were Asia, Europe, the States, different ones. I think at the end we will have a good question about revenue, but I think we will at the end. Okay, next. Yeah, please.
Awesome.
Chris.
So Meeting VR, as I mentioned earlier, it's one of the world's leading metaverse collaboration software. You can find it on MetaQuest, you can find it on the Pico store. In fact, last year on Meta shortlisted us as one of the top 6 apps on the store in 2021. And we've seen quite some great success in the past years. Obviously, during the pandemic, even though that was quite tough from some points of view, it really made people all of a sudden felt disconnected to each other and tried to explore ways in which technology could bring them back together and make them feel that they are together. And that's exactly what Meeting VR does. So things like workshop, training sessions, even things like board meetings, but immersive presentations. These are all things which you can do using Meeting VR and the metaverse, and you actually feel that you are together. You can interact in much more kind of engaging and dynamic ways than you would be able to do during a video call, for example. So next slide. So also because we're one of the first companies in the world to be building this, we've been fortunate to work with some of the world's largest enterprises, some of them Fortune 500. We've been working, for example, with VMware has been using Meeting VR for the past few years, one of the biggest tech companies. Takeda, biggest pharma company in Japan, also one of the biggest in Asia. Teleperformance, international omni-channel company, huge company. Next slide. But also in education, it's been highly successful. Stanford University, for example, has been using Meeting VR for teaching for the past 3 or 4 years now, I think, where they're connecting around 15 universities from all over the world, and they can meet and kind of collaborate and do this kind of work using Meeting VR. So it's very easy to find us if you want to try it out. It's something which you have to experience to fully grasp and understand. No matter how much I try to explain to you what it's like, you have to be there and kind of get the experience to truly understand its value. If you search on Google VR meetings or VR business meetings, we're #1, I think, so you can't miss us.
And Meeting VR is also in the Spatial 8 ecosystem. Just just throw that in there.
Cool. Well, I think we did it, actually. We prepared this for some weeks now. We are here then. So I actually gave some call to actions to everybody. Test, check, partners, ethics, yeah, industries. Well, so now we have the Q&A session. So guys, we're gonna start with the questions from, yeah, go on.
I want to ask it in Russian. Можно будет, да, на русском задать вопрос?
Да, можно.
In each technology, you can expect positive effects and negative effects, and most probably metaverse gonna have one, or maybe already have as a side of the coin, perhaps. And my question is like this to all the speakers. Are there criteria or tools for determining when metaverses will become hazardous, when you won't be able to use it, or you would not be recommended to use it? I've seen a short movie recently where people playing in the virtual world, they immersed themselves into being soldiers and killing monsters. And then in reality, it turned out to be that's what's happening in reality, because they were actually killing people in the protests. And then also it's about the world of the Wild West, where the robot with basic functions would rebel against the creators. So would that moment come when it will become hazardous, and are there tools to determine when it will become such?
just conscious is there a 5 p.m. starting?
Yes, but yeah, please. Yes.
Для начала хочется сказать, что очень глубокие познания в синеве.
I want to say that we have quite good knowledge in cinematography, in Matrix, and we know such movies. But the future which is described in such movies is not positive. But I have already said at the beginning of our session that we need to put the border between the metaverse and the real life. Or maybe it's not worthwhile to do it because so we're imposed to think that these are antonyms. No. Metaverse is part of our real life, which can bring positive and negative emotions, and to consider that the metaverse is a pill where we put on the glasses, pink glasses, everything looks beautiful, good, and we enjoy only entertainment. We get some moments of laughter and happiness. No, it's not so. Of course, there will be some games which are not for children, where there will be killing and blood, and it will be the content for adults. Of course, it will be in metaverses, and it already exists in metaverse. But the issue is whether we should restrict it. This is the issue which we face in real life. At any way, we see that negative content finds its consumers and it finds its way. Metaverse will be only a reflection of the real life, where we shall have negative and positive things happening.
Guys, more questions? Yeah. You want?
Hi. I want to ask Rupert. You mentioned Nike and Gucci, but if you would go to the web platform, the website, you would see 2D web page, pictures, sometimes videos. And when you go to the metaverse nowadays, you see something like the SKU and fashion items, but it's hard to deliver high quality 3D models there or high quality video. What do you think when it's gonna happen, when such a big brands would use it in direct communication with the customers in quite a high realistic way?
Да, много всего происходит в e-commerce, в мире e-commerce. Конечно же,
Photography, and so there's a move, and actually weirdly being led by fashion just now, where they will have a complete pipeline of CGI assets, because pretty much anything that's designed now comes from a 3D model, whether it's furniture or clothing or shoes. And so what I think needs to happen is the people designing these things join up with the people who are publishing to the web, and we just have a clear way of taking those same assets through, potentially selling them twice. But I think naturally it's going to be an evolution of how we already generate imagery from the web.
And do you think it's gonna be like the metaverse inside the web page? Because nowadays it's a lonely experience. And do you think it's gonna be virtual stores inside the web page?
I think it's very boring if people just recreate bricks and mortar stores. The thing I always ask myself with VR, and increasingly with the metaverse now, is why does it have to be in VR? Why does it have to be in the metaverse? And if you can't answer that question, do it on a standard website or do it over a phone call. Somebody advertised a VR bank. I don't need my bank to be in VR. I'll play a video game there, but I'm happily doing the rest of it on my phone. So I think we don't know yet. The fun part is we all get to make it together, and I hope you all participate, because we're at this moment in history that only comes once every 20 years, a whole new category like this. So as I said before, go out and explore. It's an exciting time, and we'll be in the back if you want to ask some more questions from us.
Hi guys, my name is Dorian. What do you think, as Elon Musk said, there is a chance that we live in virtual reality. What do you think about that? Your opinion shortly. Your opinions. To all of you guys. Thank you.
Whether we will live in virtual reality?
Probably we live in a virtual life now. Our life is a virtual life. So somebody created kind of a
I don't think there would be any way to know if that's true or not. So I think it's a highly philosophical question. But in the future, and regarding to Elon Musk, I think it's going to be cheaper to move in virtual reality than on Mars. So I think that's maybe a more high probability that that's going to happen.
Evgeny, John, Robert? I mean, not virtual reality, sorry, simulations, that we live in simulation.
The thing that strikes me about simulation, it's not how you think. You don't have to simulate the entire universe. There's this size of disk in your brainstem, and all there is a few electrical pulses up and down there, so it could be. But if, to all intents and purposes, this is just a repeated simulation, but it feels just as real and time is an illusion, I have a hard time knowing if it matters if we're doing this the first time in flesh and blood or multiple times in the digital. Maybe it's the evolution of where life was supposed to go. It came from single cells, communal cells, cities. We have an IP address that takes in all the planets now. Maybe our next leap is to go silicon, and I'll take it when it comes.
There's an app called Virtual Reality. I can recommend that. You're in VR, and then you go even deeper in VR and even deeper in VR, and I think that's an interesting thing to try.
I think even if it's simulation, if you don't see an exit from it, why just don't go on and try to make the most of this simulation? Means most of your life here.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Do you have? I think we have one more question.
Hi, could you share, please, your professional opinion about the new hype project called Pixels? Pixels.
I think we don't know the product. Well, thank you guys. Time out. Was a pleasure to be here with you to share. Please, you can come over to talk with the speakers. Thank you very much, and well, see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such an interesting panel discussion. Dear guests, we're going to have a break for 3 minutes, and then we'll continue with our final panel discussion, which is artificial intelligence and cloud services as catalysts of the business growth. Please stay with us.
Мобильное суперприложение Каспий KZ – самое популярное приложение в Казахстане, которое стало неотъемлемой частью современной жизни казахстанцев. Все наши сервисы созданы с одной целью – улучшать жизнь любимым клиентам. С помощью суперприложения Каспий KZ уже более 12 миллионов казахстанцев делают платежи и переводы, управляют личными финансами, покупают авиа и ЖД-билеты, пользуются самыми популярными государственными услугами и совершают выгодные покупки онлайн с бесплатной доставкой по всей стране. Мобильное приложение для бизнеса Каспий Pay от Каспий KZ помогает казахстанским компаниям расти и развиваться. Большинство партнеров Каспий Pay – это компании малого и среднего бизнеса. С помощью Каспий Pay предприниматели по всей стране, принимая оплату, увеличивают продажи и создают рабочие места. Сегодня уже более 350 тысяч предпринимателей Казахстана подключены к Каспий Pay. В 2020 году Каспий KZ разместила акции на лондонской фондовой бирже, став крупнейшей по капитализации компанией Казахстана. Каспий KZ. Сделано в Казахстане.
The entire globe is now undergoing massive transformations. There are new trends and new circumstances. This gives rise to new technologies that change us and our life, profession, work, culture, education, science, sports, and entertainment. Technology emerges as the essential factor for success in terms of adaptability and sustainability. Artificial intelligence, Web 3.0, and blockchain, data-driven government become indispensable tools in the development of countries. Technological advancements and digitalization serve as more than just a lifeline in times of disaster, but they also become key points of economic growth. They also help protect the environment of our planet. Kazakhstan is increasing the pace of digital transformation, development of the economy, and improvement of the quality of life of the population through the use of digital technologies is the highest priority of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Today, Kazakhstan is leading in several indicators: digitalization of the state, services, process re-engineering, smart city, banking services, and infrastructure. Kazakhstan actively develops the space industry and plans to become one of the leading space powers by 2029. The Republic pays special attention to the development of startups and IT business. Astana Hub is a rising star in the international IT ecosystem. Today, more than 900 IT companies are operating, with revenue growing exponentially. Astana Hub has created a modern environment for innovation development, attracting talent from all over the world. But it's time to go to the next level, and we can do this only together. We are creating a new force in the global technology arena by connecting markets from the Bosphorus to the vast steppes with more than 400 million people. The goal is to improve the welfare of the globe. Central Eurasia will become a new region of economic prosperity through digitalization, science, and innovation. That is why we are here today at the Digital Bridge 2022 Forum with the idea of Central Eurasia as a new tech platform which connects Europe and Asia, where leading experts from large technology companies, startups, investors and entrepreneurs, technocrats and top managers have gathered to integrate and cooperate.
Друзья, приветствую всех на последней панельной сессии «Искусственный интеллект и облачные сервисы как катализатор роста бизнеса». Передаю слово модератору данной сессии Евгению Щербинину.
Здравствуйте. Distinguished colleagues, I'm pleased to greet you on this event, and when I was told to give a little talk what I think about this event, I frankly, from the bottom of my heart, I said that this is actually one big event which ever had happened in this area, in this field in Kazakhstan. 14 years ago, we set up an IT company from the scratch, and then we made it leader in the areas, in the area of special companies, and we went through many difficulties, and there have been a lot of complexities that we came across with digitalization of enterprises and companies and development of AI and cloud technologies. It's not only can help you with beefing up your efficiency, but this is actually a prerequisite for guaranteed development of your business. And taking that into account on today's event, we've been positioning this panel discussion as an event to try to understand what we're gonna do, what we should do, so that clouds and AI should become a real driver for development for SMEs. I mean, so that it could be used as a rocket engine, if you want. And Huawei is represented here by Mr. Arthur Pan. Kazakh Telecom is represented by Ms. Ayken Sirkebaeva. And the founder of Uchot Group is Maxim Baryshev. Deputy chairman of the board of directors of Narodny Bank is Dorian Satbayev, and the head of machine learning VK, Alexander Mamayev. Thank you. So may we get the presentation on the screen, please? Like I said, so the biggest area that we've been to, and it was about digitalization of specific companies. When we've been analyzing further way of development, we understood that the whole world now lives in clouds, according to different opinions and statements. But this was truly something new. Anything new you wanted to have new that comes from the cloud, SaaS and the platform services, and then AI is getting developed. When you have everything in clouds, then you can make an analysis of your data, and it actually speeds up development of your economy, and then it brings about good effects. And then, unfortunately, in this country, in infrastructure, in SaaS and the VR, and for middle and small-sized companies, actually, it's not accessible yet, and each of them is now working in their silos and trying to and find the solutions for their problems with what they just have locally. And last year's statistics say that if you compare markets with the neighboring countries, so in the hundreds times there would be difference in figures, and from 8 to 10 times we are lagging behind from our judgment. And my first question to Mr. Arthur Pern, because they are on top of development of cloud technologies all over the world, and they have big experience to make sure that the countries would get positive impacts out of all this. And Arthur, could you tell us what the market is up to and where it's poised at, and about the coverage of economies by clouds? Thank you for inviting me, and this is a very nice event. I liked it, and I've been with clouds for 15 years already, and before I joined Huawei, I was in the same business in Russia, and the figures which are spelled out when you are assessing it in respect of the clouds, they are controversial in many cases, and we are represented in many parts of the world. And then we also like very much to collect different figures, and also about a driver. When Huawei can see that in some country the cloud technologies are becoming popular, and then it is understood that it's actually a pulling engine for other sectors of economy, and this can be seen on China vividly. Have you ever got acquainted yourself with the 5-year plan, the latest 5-year plan of People's Republic of China? And out of curiosity, I read it, and I perused it, the latest 5-year plan. And it was quite interesting reading. And it's not about production, it's not oil and gas, and it's not rocket technologies, and these are not rockets. They are going to the deeps of the universe. And they've got only 5 priorities. The first one is microelectronics. Okay, with that, we understand this is something where they are excelling. Yeah, right. And as for the rest of the 3, and the clouds, big data, and the AI, those are 3 key areas. And China believes that it should concentrate its efforts on it, because the world is entering the digital stage of their development, and and for digital people also, China believes that this type of progress cannot be stopped, and then you should be on the wave, and it actually have a big say on the quality of people's lives, and then it actually pulls as an engine as industries, and in China they also like to make comparisons, and they like quite eloquent analogies when they were churning the Yangtze River 50 years ago. And now they have a great project of relocating data centers from the west to the east, and so the east turned out to be lagging behind and was predominantly agrarian. And now they believe that cloud technologies will be a big driver, a big pulling engine for development of other lagging behind regions in China. And those analogies that I read there, they've been impressive. And over the recent years, the ones who ordered equipment, because of the pandemic, the delivery became even to 1.5 years. Before, it would have been just within 2 years, and now people understand that this kind of resources are to be stored the same way as food and water, and they should do it beforehand. And if you have a look at the analytical reports of the big companies, so they say that about those who make contributions and the ones who are consuming resources and the ones who are buying solutions, they are just consuming it and they are not creating any ecosystems. And the clouds are an indicator which grows around itself, a ecosystem and businesses, and allows you to share businesses, and then it actually makes a contribution to the value, which becomes accessible for everybody and efficient for everybody. International market for this is already the market of the market solutions is $40 billion. The Russian market is about $1 billion, and if you would take it average, this is 3% from GDP, and now this proportion is getting disrupted. This is 3% of GDP, and it tells you that there is a certain problem, and the window of opportunities is getting closed, because for IT, the spending is much less as opposed to other countries. If you have a look at Kazakhstan, it's about $25 million of the it is assessed to be as like that, the size of the market in Kazakhstan for $25 million for cloud technologies. And this tells that there is no full-fledged market for cloud technologies. And I would like to provoke this discussion by making the statement. And the same happened in China before, when it was just chasing after other countries, and Amazon, Azure, and the others. They started this, and then Huawei actually, to some extent, caught up, and now it's on some 5th place if you take it the international rating. And then some other countries are trying to do it in partnership, and Huawei is able to do this together with the partners in order to provide possibility to create your own competencies locally, not just sell the data centers. And accordingly to do it locally, to create ecosystem, to form and set up businesses. And having looked at how it happened in China, where they didn't have a market, but it was actually act of will, and they actually were determined to do this. And then the cloud providers, they were absorbing smaller companies, the ones who were providing primitive services, and then it all actually turned into alliances. And then in Russia, there was no cloud technologies just 5 years ago, and Huawei and others popped up there. And now the huge and the insane competition is happening there. And owner of a little shoe store, if he opens up something in the cloud, and the main driver, both in China and Russia, for example, were the major companies, and then the internal IT units of companies. So these are the ones who can actually utilize the big number of services. In China, they have also the form of saying which says that to set a bonfire. So, and each one of us would not have a big budget to use for this, but if we do it all together, then we can all win. And what is cloud solutions? Like my colleagues mentioned yesterday about 5G, we can actually put a sticker on each phone, and you can make sure that your screen on the phone would be saying that it's on 5G, but in case when there is no 5G. But everything should be for 100% automated. The cloud should have all needed solutions to deal with big data, because they are becoming, in this case, accessible for a big number of users. And also the solutions of AI should become available for all the others who want to use them, and you should not be then in between using some engineers and scientists in order to resolve your consumer needs. And then it will become interesting for businesses, and it will be then you could talk about some convergence with telecoms, and then there would be convergence with public sector and with the entrepreneurship in the country, and then only it will bring about the breakthrough in development. This is my perspective, from the perspective of a person who worked in Europe when Huawei was creating clouds there, and then in Russia, and then I was to some part involved in creating clouds for China as well. So this is was my opinion, and I told this just to provoke discussion. And now the ones who were not, who didn't have a clue about the cloud technology after this statement that's made by Arthur, I think now you became quite knowledgeable about this. And Arthur disclosed this topic on cloud infrastructure, on hardware, and on accessible service. And the next level is the level of applications, when businesses can purchase some services from the cloud, and then one of that project is Kazakh Telecom's project called Izmet. When it started to post, it created a portal, and you could buy some cloud services there. Aytken is the head of the corporate division on that. Thank you, Eugene. And Izmet portal positions itself as a platform for businesses, and besides other things, cloud services are also offered there. And now we realize that this is not something which is in fashion for big corporations only. Because of the pandemic, now it became popular among SMEs as well, and now it offers many solutions for SMEs as well. Co-location, dedicated, becoming quite popular, and cloud video conferencing and home video surveillance became available, and we realized that the future lies with cloud technologies, and revenues that we get from the clouds is 30%. Of our revenues come from the clouds, and then now we are witnessing the process of businesses going more and more actively into clouds, and then by 26 by Gartner, the spendings for the clouds will be about 45%. If you juxtapose it to the numbers in 2021, it was just 17%. And this actually motivates us to run even faster and offer more products. And we will be offering not only our own products, we will be entering partnership programs. And as of today, we are in cooperation not only with such major companies like Microsoft, with whom we also have services in clouds, and also with the local providers. And it positions itself as a platform for businesses. And I invite all potential partners to develop solutions in clouds, and then it not only would allow you to increase productivity, but would also will be great for reducing your costs. Thank you.
Самая главная проблема, с чем мы столкнулись, когда мы говорили нашим клиентам, что теперь есть облачная бухгалтерия, наши клиенты спрашивают, что такое облачное?
Clients ask what is about somewhere in the space, in the clouds. What is a cloud? But our clients are accounts. They are ladies, they are young women, 40 plus 5. People of the previous generation, they cannot understand what is a cloud. When we try to explain this to them, and when we try to explain that there are services in the cloud, it was very difficult. Then we renamed. We said that it's internet accounting, which is in our protected servers. Now there is understanding, there is trust to it, everything goes well. Now, and when people started to pass over to the accounting, I observed one tendency. Number one, the people who make a decision, they total to 2% of all users, 2% of innovators. They say, oh, it's interesting to try it. What are the conveniences, this and that? We'll try it. These 2% are the most important people when we transferred to the cloud. We got a feedback from them. We developed service for them. We updated the service at the time when it was convenient for them because they are accountants. We thought that we shall update at midnight. It turned out that many accounts work at midnight, and they said, please update the service. We do it at 3, 4 a.m., which is convenient for our clients. When we launched the cloud accounting, And now we check the counter-agents, electronic document turnover. We use it under one umbrella, учет KZ. The most the services which are in high demand are so one partner checks the other partner, and the bankers, before they issue a credit, they check the people who are eligible to take the credit. Let me tell you the two stories why we had this service checking of the counter agents. A bit when we developed the Eco Office, I made the pre-advanced payment. The developer built the Axtana Expo, and he was one of the suspects. But I paid the advanced money. I couldn't check the service because there wasn't such a service in those days. I thought that we need a service to check at any time this kind of counter-agents. We did it. Then we launched the electronic document turnover. It was based on our needs. When the sum of postal transfers exceeded 50 million. You know, it's in Post. They have the biggest cost. It turned out that Post got from us around 50 million tenge, even more than 50 million tenge per year. And then I thought, yes, there is an opportunity to make the cloud electronic document turnover. We have now more than 70,000 of clients, and the number of documents totals to 2 million. Such cloud solutions are helping us. But there are some other IT solutions related to clouds and related to good internet. One of the best internets and internet penetrations is in business. If you remember 2020, there was a pandemic period and there was a lockdown. Who remembers lockdown of 2020? Raise your hands, please. Yes. We all remember the lockdown period. For 2 months, we were locked at home. Then I made a decision to transfer all people online. All my staff of our company, we transferred them to online mode, and people started to work online. We didn't lose a single person. Some people from Kazakhstan moved to other countries in 2020. It was not a mainstream in those days. The new technologies like Huawei solution, which we use, these new technologies enabled us to do the following: ensured comfort to our staff members. We didn't stop business, but on the contrary, expanded it. And so now people can work in Kazakhstan, sitting in different countries of the world, in Turkey, Egypt, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. Several staff members went to Goa. These are new technologies which make it happen. What negative things happened this year? I wanted to call all staff members to the office. I said, "Oh, you are so good. You moved too far. Oh, come back to the office." What I understood is the number of staff members increased so that the office space is not enough to ensure workplaces to everybody. Now we have around 70% of people who have come back to the office spaces based on their will. 30% work remotely, and with 70% of people who come to the office, so for 60% we increase the office space. It's a new reality, new contemporary technologies. People can work as they like, as it is convenient for them, from any place in the world, using the cloud technologies remotely. The heads, directors, CEOs can work, who can get all necessary information from the cloud directly to their mobile phone. Thank you. Thank you, Maxim. I want to introduce Daurian Sartaev, who is the next speaker. When Daurian came to Народный банк, Halyk Bank, he will tell us how many clients they had and how many clients they have. But as clients of Halyk Bank, we can say that for us to work with digital banking, with new services which showed up, so all the stuff has changed seriously, but positively. I want to ask one question. What have you done to increase the customer experience so positively? And the second question, you are the biggest holder of the database on SMEs. What do you do? What services you develop on top of the banking services? What do you use from AR area to improve the lives of for clients and how everything will develop around you? Or will you be the financial institution, but you are the powerful player in the market? Yes, around us everything will be built up. Dorian Sartaev, my name. I work in the management board. I work supervisor work with small and medium business. After integration, Halyk Bank had the big base of BTA Halyk Bank, the biggest database. I was invited to Astana, to one of the ministries, and they told me why. And if few enterprises use credits. Can you imagine that after integration, only 4 enterprises had credits in the 3 biggest banks of the country? Then my boss set up the task that we need to come to a certain solution which will allow us to have more funding on SMEs. We had big enough data about big companies and corporations. Everything is transparent with them, but we didn't have enough data about SMEs. In the year 2003, I started to work as a credit officer in Pavlodar. I gave credits to one lady who took the seeds, sunflower seeds, and sold it. So we funded her business. It was my first credit transaction, and I was paid the salary, and so I had a dream to develop and to develop something for micro business, something useful. We have analyzed all the credit files of BTR Cascom. We created a big analytical database. We made a table about the risks. We understood how one table brings revenues in a cafe, in a beauty salon. We did a lot of integrations with GovTech Kazakh Telecom, and we got quite a cute product. It's a great product. Halyk every day fund 6 new SMEs. And what do you know? What credits would enterprises get after this integration? 150 enterprises per day started to get credit resources. If, for instance, we had the base 50,000 now, we had 40,000 within 2 years, and the level of less than 3% without collaterals. McKinsey studied this case. Time to yes, time to money, and we are in the best global cases, and they do this with different types of banks. The last Azerbaijani bank came to us to learn how we did it. In the best European bank, time to use is 1 day, and they think that it's the best case. But we moved forward. So yes, we had bigger appetite, and we had more analysis. We put everybody on the accounting. Our clients requested accounts to talk to the shareholders, directors, whether they are ready to provide to Halyk open access to the reports. As you know, the credit process, if you want to buy a shop, you need to collect all documents and etc. So such files will be taken to the analysts, and the analysts wouldn't accept it. But why should we come through this? Why not to give access, to ensure open access, and so we can go, we can see what we can load and make a decision. So our staff were skeptical. They thought that nobody would provide any data, especially SMEs. But 40% of enterprises were ready to get to give access to the information because they trust in us. They know that we're Halyk, they know how we work, and they said, just come and earn how much we earn. But if you say that if you say that we are ready to provide credits, then it will be great. It will be super for us. We are ready to develop. If you provide credits, it was the first step, which will make SMEs to use the credit lines. I don't know how many users do you have in Kaz Telecom, users of B2B clouds from SMEs. As of today, the share of SMEs is very small, not even 10%. But after the pandemic, we see growth. Yes, we are expecting that around 50,000 enterprises will display the report. The report will be open not only for us to make the credit-related decisions, but about transaction services that they will easily pass through compliance, through QC, and there are so many issues to be solved with the shareholders and with restrictions related to sanctions. And the openness of the enterprise will help us to take the decisions promptly, to come up with the proposals. So this is the future of the SMEs. This is a real case. Dorian, thank you. And Dorian touched upon several very important moments. Number one, that giving the data and opportunity to analyze them, the bank can recommend to the client the product which can support in development. And after you have the infrastructure in the cloud, you do have the accounting service, as Maxim has. The next is AI, which can recommend SMEs to make certain decisions. But for instance, if in the past AI was accessible only to big business because they have the budget and etc., big tech also could analyze. But as for SMEs, which in the OECD countries give only 70% of GDP, but we only 35%, it's not accessible. And we think that we all need to work to provide opportunities to business to use the benefits provided by AI and cloud technologies. As for speech of Dorian, people think that access will not be ensured, that there is a gray side of business, but much depends on us. The more products we provide to people and incentivize them not to do any operations in gray area, the more they will develop. It will be beneficial to them. Already now we have a good taxation. It's It's a historical trauma why people do not share their data and why they don't go to the open space. Now I want to give the floor to Alexander, and he is represented in VK and in Contact. They have already got many cases about how AI, when the data is shared, when the data is provided, can help businesses. I want Alexander to share the cases.
Да, Жень, спасибо за вопрос. Так, меня слышно? Работает микрофон? Thank you, Eugene, for your question. Yeah, indeed, it's like that. When creating conditions and 20% of labor would be for creating the model, and then the rest is preparing the infrastructure and work with the data themselves. And then it seems to me that the requirements to consistency and the distribution of data, so such requirements were not existing before the era of AI, and also recalled communist China, and I recalled the communist Soviet Union, and there is an old movie about October Socialist Revolution, and the main character there is the one who manages a warehouse, and then in big corporations, warehouses is almost like that. And I worked in a number of big companies, and then to create completely connected between themselves parts of the warehouses is very difficult, and it doesn't exist now. And this should be classical relational and key value stores, and then databases for real-time inquiries. And then before creating a model, we should put in order our data. And the cloud infrastructure is not only a database. This is also Kubernetes as an environment for container applications, and then the clouds they can allow you to arrange the technological landscape, and where they would have lots of little RMDs, and then this would allow you to build one single technology platform, and it would allow you to increase the agility and scalability between inside the corporation. And for SMEs, the clouds open up new opportunities, and it actually reduces your capex for your physical infrastructure. You should be just concentrating on the innovative part of your business, and the most and the typical processes, management of platforms can be entrusted with cloud service providers. When all that work has done, and when you have a good infrastructure, then you can start to think about other services. So the voice recognition and the computer vision could be still used. And if we are talking about speech synthesis and recognition, this is the work of the call centers, and through an API you can do this, and then with the speech synthesizer you can organize the work of your call center, and you can actually then analyze the attitude to your service and tonality in voices of your clients, and then it could also help to people very much with impaired vision. And then as for the computer vision, so we have a high range of services available through API, the face recognition and recognition of assets on photographs and video, and assessing the size of queues. This is a very good opportunity for using it, and then for metallurgy sector. In Kazakhstan, uranium concentrate is produced in large extent, and then mining of zinc, copper, and lead. So, and the computer vision allows you to set up efficient control in all of those productions, and then also it could be used for making sure that people, for their safety, work in helmets. And on the basis of VK Cloud, so this is shown here to you only to show the flexibility of this cloud. And they can actually make use of this architecture, and this is batch processing and data loop on the basis of Hadoop, and then Apache Park could be used, and schedulers and analytics and Airflow, and also CI/CD. And then talking about the cases and predict for VK in general, and then our project, and this is creating services with built-in machine learning for external businesses. We've got a lot of areas on which we work, and we have huge expertise, and this is digitalization stays on two pillars, risk models, and then the second one is relations with your clients. And we have additional, and we have channels that can make an analysis of communication, and the services dedicated to travel analytics, and on the basis of the logs that are generated, and then also the services on the geolocation. And using that, you can make an assessment of the revenues, and then smart developer, which would allow you to optimize the space rental. And when I was traveling from the airport, I've seen a big rate of construction in this city, and the developers in this city could get interested with this software. And we have a good expertise on dynamic pricing, and also we have an experience of dealing with the industry. And in half a minute, let me also tell you about one of our cases, and then my analytics for assessing efficiency of recruiting processes. And this is the case in industry, and together with the Rose City Center, which is a monopoly, a corporation which exercises control over power transmission inside Russia, we have developed for them a comprehensive set of tools that would allow to assess the usage of electricity by both corporations and individuals. And in that way, we were able to increase the number of the points of metering, and then it grew 2.2 times assessment of the usage of electricity without using meters. And Well, I think I talked more about my experience and about the expertise that we have accumulated with us, collected with us, and then, but how we used ML, it can be used everywhere. It's all universal. And if you are not yet using in your businesses, you can actually give a thought to this. This is really will bring about benefits to you. And then summing up, I want to say the following. There is a variety of services, as you can see, plethora of them. You can get it from the clouds, from internet banking, or from the cloud apps, and the cloud platforms themselves are offered, and then SMEs. For them, it seems quite complicated and to make use of some recommended service or to use separately the document circulation system and then to bill using one C system. And you need to get it connected, and as author said, and possibly I could agree with that, this is what we are trying to do, to unite and align these services around some live situations. And so we listened to the statement of Minister of Digitalization, and he says that they are changing over to the way of proactively providing services, and in different situations, the businesses they could use, and some of them would share their accounting, and it could be seamlessly sewed in with banking services, and then ultimately I am sure that it will lead to us as digitalizers who could help them to do this, and it will be of benefits for the economy and for companies themselves. And I want you to bear this in your minds and remember and keep in your mind that this is very much valuable piece of information. That's basically it, and that our time is up. And then if you have questions to our speakers, you still may ask your questions, please. As we heard at the beginning, thank you for your presentations. And at the beginning, we talked a lot about clouds and about the opening of businesses, and we've been interested to learn more about AI and what kind of methods employed. And we just heard about theory of automation. And I have a question to you, Arthur. What kind of methods you employ, the methods of AI for analysis of data in your cloud services? And my second question, again to Arthur, what libraries of computer vision you specifically use? And is there any access to VK Predict to the tutoring cases in order to use it for educational purposes? As for the library that we use, we have our own line of decisions, range of decisions, NVIDIA, Tesla, which are cards of different form factors, and they are not for graphics, they are for AI, and they are called Atlas, and I can give you a link where all that is described, and it's freely accessible, and there are cards that would allow you to carry out training and inferences for different models. And then the card has a CAN framework, which would allow you to have heterogenic MLs, and it can be united into one single system. It could be just a little chipset and could be installed in cameras, and then because of those chipsets, they can now recognize images, and not many people know that that chipset is again produced by our company. And if it equipped with that chipset, it can actually transfer data to the systems that work with the images. And we use open source TensorFlow, and it was a bit modified for our purposes. And we also have a support for open source application frameworks like Terras, and then on TensorFlow we have a leap that is called Model Arts, and this is the application level thing which would allow you to work through API with models, and the package has already trained data sets which are absent in other ready-for-use solutions, and could be then used out of box without training it. It would have some cars and faces, and this model arts leap consists of lots of softwares, and then there is a software similar to Keras, and it allows you to train, save, and modify models, and then you can drill even lower. You can make optimization, and you can use the engines of optimization. We have a model art studio, which is the graphical framework which allows you to work with the graphical components in a way of graphical interface with what you have. And then there is an API which allows you, for non-developers, the ones who lack the knowledge on theory of optimization, the ones who doesn't know how to train the models, so they can use what was already created by other companies on the basis of our technology. So all that is available, and all that high accent, that's actually the range of Huawei products, the boosters, anything related with the AS, which is the daughter company of Huawei, which is in charge of AI things, and then it describes hardware appliances, and all the documentation is posted there for the frameworks that we use internally. And this is also accessible from the cloud, and you can actually test them right in the cloud, but whenever you really need it, then you can buy them. And we've got a lot of developers in the corporate level and the startups, and they are now making cameras for streaming, and they're using our chipsets. They can install it in normal cameras, and then in 3D they can actually stream it because of using that chipset that we manufacture. And some words about Predict. The majority of the services I talked about, they are accessible through the VK Cloud. Anything that was told about vision, and you can actually put a little sum of money on the balance, and then you can actually play with it in order to understand what is it, what it is. And then as for the Predict, and it's on premise, and you can customize it for the needs of your business. Talking about ML technologies that are used for a specific model. Over here, everything goes in classical way. If it's a table data, it's about gradient boosting. If it's a bank of table data, then for interpretability, you're gonna need a logistical regression. So you will need something from the linear. If it's a CV, then it's the roll-up neuron networks, and now diffusion networks are popping up. And if talking about NLP, and which is the processing of natural languages, and all the inhabitants of Sesame Street. So that's basically it. And Thank you for your presentations. I have a question. When we talk about AI elements, three components in it: robotization, ML, and text mining. In Kazakhstan, there's a need for adapting those to our conditions, which is, text-to-speech, and the peculiarity here that in any premise, when two people talk or more of them talk, they actually use also in the flow of the speech lots of Kazakh words, and but Google is tuned up for purely Russian and English, and then I would like to learn any solutions are existing in that respect, and what shall we do with this? And please tell us about the robotization. That's my first question, and my second question is about text-to-speech and how we could adapt it for our needs. And please tell us about open platforms.
Давайте, наверное, я тогда начну отвечать про Huawei. Huawei компания инфраструктурная, то есть мы во всех своих компонентах не касаемся конечных сервисов, да, то есть вот то, что касается SaaS, грубо говоря, уровня в разных его проявлениях, то есть то, что касается уже сервисов для конечных пользователей, для людей. То есть мы предоставляем связь, инфраструктуру, чипсеты, искусственного интеллекта, карточки, фреймворки, различные, там, соответственно, алгоритмы, библиотеки алгоритмов. И благодаря этому, например, вот есть компания, которая уже эту задачу реализовала. Вот я недавно слушал вебинар, не буду называть, но на букву «Я», который уже казахско-русский, соответственно, перевод, speech-to-text, как бы, и наоборот, как бы делает легко, судя по тому, что я видел. И вот, например, общаясь с этой компанией, мы там в ряде как бы вещей партнеримся по технологиям, потому что мы инфраструктурщики, то есть они могут использовать наши, соответственно, карты, наши фреймворки для того, чтобы там в качестве альтернативы американцам, например, использовать другие решения, которые есть. И, соответственно, аппаратно-программные комплексы тоже альтернативные. Вот, то есть мы конечных сервисов не производим, мы, наоборот, заинтересованы, чтобы было максимальное количество ISV-партнеров, то есть тех, кто разрабатывает эти решения, чтобы они наши решения инфраструктурно использовали. Вот. То есть позиция наша, как бы, как компания, она такая.
Да, что сказать про распознавание речи? Ну, естественно, модели можно обучать, адаптировать под определенную языковую среду. Тут все зависит от, собственно, от спроса на данный продукт. Всегда можно дособрать датасет и дообучиться. Есть, я, наверное, не побоюсь сказать, наверное, про ЦРТ, Центр речевых технологий в России, крупная исследовательская компания, которая, собственно, ведущие роли и в мире занимает по распознаванию синтеза речи, и в том числе в сложных ситуациях, когда есть несколько спикеров и их нужно разделять. Про распознавание голоса на нескольких языках. Тут все то же самое, что и в НЛП, в работе просто с текстом. Все движется к мультиязыковым моделям. Вот. И OpenAI недавно представила какую-то тяжелую сеть, которая распознает речь сразу на нескольких десятках языках. Вот. Но мы тоже, собственно, не отстаем, работаем над своими решениями. Ну, конкретные архитектуры, наверное, можно просто лично потом пообсуждать.
Еще один вопрос, можно? Да, добрый день. Спасибо всем спикерам за информацию. Вопрос один к Даурену Женкисевичу. Подскажите, на сегодняшний день Халык банк использует ли искусственный интеллект при анализе для финансирования субъектов малого и среднего бизнеса?
Ну, да, наверное, слышно, нет? Да, слышно. Вот по сути, вот те модели, которые были построены нашими риск-менеджерами, они как раз агрегируют данные как с внешних, так и с внутренних источников. Вот. Мы больше, наверное, сфокусированы там, в разных сегментах на разных данных, и они в каждом сегменте разные данные имеют разную предиктивную силу. Вот. Если Для индивидуальных предпринимателей мы смотрим больше данные как физического лица, вот, его поведение, данные берем с телекома и различных агрегаторов. По индивидуальным предпринимателям я скажу, что порядка 800 данных анализируются для принятия кредитного решения. То эти же данные не очень работают в кейсе с более сложными юридическими структурами, когда там в холдинге есть несколько предприятий. Вот, и здесь мы, да, когда в холдинге работает несколько предприятий, вот, и здесь мы на первом этапе, спасибо большое. На первом этапе разработали решение для ТО, где есть один учредитель, он же является исполнительным органом. Вот. Недавно выпустили модель, где уже есть несколько учредителей, потому что и бывает такой момент, что мы нашему клиенту отказали в кредите. Он говорит, почему у меня все в порядке, такая выручка, такие данные. Мы говорим, ты знаешь, у тебя в другом предприятии, оказывается, налоги не заплачены. Вот, то есть, ну, как бы, вот, такие данные. Мы этими данными тоже делимся, и эти данные помогают навести там финансовую дисциплину для этих предприятий. Вот, в целом мы сегодня готовы принимать вот такие решения в лимите до 750 миллионов тенге. Вот, самый большой риск. А МСБ в целом в Халыке это займы до 10 миллиардов. Это самый большой чек сегодня в Казахстане.
Спасибо.
Закончить, потому что вот организаторы уже просят заканчивать. Хотел бы попросить друг друга поприветствовать там, наших спикеров, которые пришли, всех гостей. Спасибо.
Благодарю всех спикеров за выступление. На этом все. Друзья, мы с вами прощаемся. Спасибо, что были с нами. Увидимся на следующем Digital Bridge. До встречи.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us.